Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 3 of What If Banished Naruto Azula's Bodyguard. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 10. Restoration and Information. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was looking over the latest report from the bending countries. She had just reached the point where the Earth Kingdom forces led by Colonel Ching had reached the bridge when shouts were coming from the hallway, shouts that were accompanied with the sounds of a small struggle. "Wait, you can't go in there!" someone shouted before the office doors burst open. Tsunade put the report down and stared at the intruder with a calm expression. "Is there something I can help you with, Jonin Uchiha?" she asked the shinobi standing before her. Sasuke stood in the doorway with an angry look on his face. "Why didn't you tell us?" he demanded, his voice all but snarling. "What didn't I tell you?" Pulling out a kunai, he launched himself at the Hokage. He might have struck her had a pair of arms not grabbed him and pulled him back. "Sasuke, for Kami's sake, calm down," Sakura told her teammate as she held him back. "Don't try to be the calm one here, Sakura," he told her as he struggled out of her grip. "You're just as mad as I am about this." She still wouldn't let him go. Her grip was like iron. "Well, it doesn't exactly help us if you try to murder the Hokage, Sasuke," a silver-haired, face-masked shinobi said as he walked into the office. "What is the meaning of this, Kakashi?" Tsunade asked. Sakura managed to calm Sasuke down as the fourth member of the team, a very pale, which is putting it lightly, black-haired and black-eyed teenager boy, came in. Kakashi cleared his throat as they stood before her. "Lady Hokage," he began. "Why were we not informed about the mission regarding Naruto?" "The mission does not have Naruto as priority 1, she answered. "It's protection detail. Anything that has to do with Naruto is a secondary objective." "That still doesn't explain why you didn't tell us about the mission, Lady Tsunade," Sakura told her master, trying to stay respectful. But she was having a bit of difficulty with it. When news of Naruto surfaced, they were usually the first to know. "I'm sure the Hokage will tell us if you let her talk ugly," the pale member told her with a fake smile. She turned on him with a fist raised and an angry look on her face. "Don't start with me, Sai!" she yelled at him. She would punch him through a wall if he kept up with that. "Sakura, stand down!" Tsunade barked out. She put her fist down but still gave Sai the angry look. "As I said," the Hokage continued, "the priority is the protection detail, and given your history with Naruto, you are not suited for this mission." Sasuke slammed his fist onto the table. "Naruto is our teammate. We have the right to go after him more than any other team." She just looked at him in silence. While the rest of Konoha 11 put their efforts into looking for Naruto, it was Team 7 who put the most effort into it. When they were able, they did everything they could in looking for him. They went after the vaguest of rumors looking for their former teammate. But sometimes their drive got them into trouble. She had gotten multiple reports of them breaking into places they didn't have business in or assaulting people that spoke ill of Naruto. "It is for that reason you are not on the mission," she told him. "We both know that you would abandon the person you would protect in heartbeat if it gave you the chance to go after Naruto." "Lady Hokage, with all due respect, Naruto is our teammate," Kakashi spoke. He would have continued, but she cut him off. "Don't give me that excuse, Kakashi. You don't think I haven't read the reports about your team's hunts for Naruto? About how your team has illegally broken into places just because you heard a vague rumor that he might be there? Or about how your team sent a person to a hospital's ICU because they insulted him? You have used that excuse one too many times." She gave them all a hard look. "Until I am certain that you won't go chasing after rumors, you and your team are confined to the village. Now leave." "Lady Tsunade," Sakura began to protest. Her teacher cut her off. "I said leave!" The 4 members bowed and turned to leave before Tsunade stopped them again. "Wait," she spoke. "Who was it that told you?" "Only Team's Kurenai guy, and Asuma knew about this mission. Konohamaru, Sakura finally said. They left the office after that. The sounds of their footsteps and walked past other people came in from the open door. Shizen! Yelled out Tsunade after a few minutes of silence. Get Team Ebisu in here now. Kami, take that woman. Sasuke swore as he and the rest of his team walked down one of Konoha's streets. The other people in the street could feel the tension and anger he was giving off and gave the team a wide berth. Watch it, Sasuke, Sakura warned her teammate. That woman is my teacher and your Hokage. While she was just as angry, she was still protective of her sensei. You know, Sakura, you're making it sound like she was your only teacher, Kakashi told her with an eye smile. I'm hurt. She knew that he was playing, but she smiled apologetically anyway. And Sasuke, as much as I dislike it myself, the Hokage can find us for good reason, he said to his other student, his tone turning serious. Sasuke stopped and tried to rein in his anger. I know, he said after a minute. I just hate the fact that we're stuck here when we know where Naruto is, but we can't go after him. Sakura put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Trust me, Sasuke. We all feel that way. Well, I for one do not, Sai spoke up. Why exactly should we care about someone who decided to up and abandon the village as well as this team? For all we know, he could have left to gain more power and turn on the village. It's incorrect for this team to worry about a traitor and possible danger. Whatever he was going to say next was interrupted when Sakura punched him hard, sending him flying down the street. As the people on the street scattered, a slightly dazed Sai was grabbed by the shirt and brought to look at Sakura's and Sasuke's angry faces. Let's get one thing straight here, Sai. You are not a part of Team Kakashi. You are here only to ensure we can operate at full capacity. The fourth member of Team Kakashi is Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura told him. The next time I hear you disrespecting Naruto like that, I'll hit you so hard your head will fly off. Not if I kill him first, Sasuke said, his hand reaching for the Chikuto at his waist. Sai gave another fake smile. I'll keep those words in mind, considering your Konoha no Sakura Ho-Oh, Konoha's cherry blossom phoenix, he told Sakura. And you're the Kurojishi no Sharingan, Black Lion of the Sharingan, he told Sasuke. That's enough. Kakashi barked out. Sasuke, Sakura, let him go. They both did as they were told, letting him fall back down to the ground with the sound of him hitting the dirt echoing through an empty street. Since we're confined to the village, I recommend we all calm down. He looked at Sai. Go report back to Danzo. I'd advise you only rejoin us once everyone has calmed down. Sai simply got up, nodded and walked away. I'm going to go train, Sasuke said. He started to walk in the direction of the training grounds. He wanted to hit something. Need a sparring partner? Sakura asked as she caught up with him. He gave a slight smile and nodded his head. They walked off together to blow off some steam. People started to fill up the street once they had realized that the danger was now over. The relief on their faces were obvious to all. Kakashi watched as his two students disappeared around a corner. They had changed from being an Avenger and a fangirl. It's still amazing to see them be like that nowadays. He thought to himself. But they aren't children anymore. He mentally sighed. I guess we can thank Naruto for that. After learning what had happened to Naruto during his life and the pain it caused him, Sasuke realized that he had lost a good friend because of what happened. The curse mark had influenced him too much. So, he went to Jiraiya and asked him to remove it. Knowing that Orochimaru's handiwork with seals was a little crude at best, and sloppy at worst, he was able to remove the curse mark without any trouble. But Sasuke knew that wasn't the only problem. He had figured out that it only amplified both his superiority and his inferiority complexes. Surprising the Civilian Council, the Shinobi Council, and Tsunade, he volunteered to take a leave of absence from the shinobi ranks to take therapy sessions. After sessions with Ino's father, Inoichi, the two complexes had diminished almost to the point where they were non-existent. Once the sessions were over, Sasuke rejoined the shinobi ranks and proceeded to put his nose to the grindstone. He tried to refrain himself from using the Sharingan as he trained under Kakashi, only using it when it was called for. But even then, he was greatly improving. He learned everything Kakashi had to teach him and asked Guy if he could help him with his taijutsu, which sent Guy off into a speech of how youthful Sasuke was. He even learned kenjutsu to diversify his skills. All of this helped him immensely in his missions. People in Konoha started to call him the second coming of Itachi. Surprisingly enough, he didn't hate the title, but neither was he proud of it. When it came time for the next Chunin exams, both he and Sakura went to Kumo to take it, with both making it to the third stage. When Kumo does the Chunin exams, by the third stage you are given a choice. A person can fight the opponent that's supposed to fight against them, or they can make a request to fight someone else. When Sasuke made it to the final round, he asked if he could fight someone else. Intrigued, the Raikage asked who it was he wanted to fight. He stunned the entire stadium by saying your brother, Killer Bee. Before the Raikage could even say no, his brother was already in the stadium fields. Sasuke asked that it would only be a taijutsu and kenjutsu match, wanting to see where he was weak. Once the match had begun, Sasuke soon had to use his Sharingan just to keep up the Bee's movements and speed, but it still wasn't enough. After 10 minutes, the match ended in Killer Bee's favor, with the Uchiha thoroughly beat. When both the Raikage and Tsunade asked for his opinion about the fight, Bee simply said he lasted that long against the best. If it were me, I'd give him the vest. Sasuke was indeed given the rank of Chunin. His rise to Jonin rank came about a year later. Jiraiya had passed information about Orochimaru's location to the village. Tsunade created a group to take out her ex-teammate, and upon hearing about it, Sasuke volunteered for it. The plan was simple. They were to wait for night to fall, sneak into the base, and kill Orochimaru while also collecting information. Sasuke and Anko Mitarashi were delegated to information hunting while the others were to kill the Snake Sage. Despite both having a bone to pick with Orochimaru, neither of them complained about what they were assigned to do, they just accepted it. They broke into the base and separated. Both teams were to stay in contact with each other via wireless radio. Both Anko and Sasuke soon discovered that the base was a gold mine of information. They had even found the snake summoning scroll as well as information on current members of the Akatsuki. While they stashed the information they found away, they heard the sound of battle coming from the wireless. They quickly made their way to the sounds of battle. They soon found where the fight was being fought and discovered that the team that were sent to kill Orochimaru were now in the process of fighting and getting killed by him. Later they learned that one member of the group got cocky and announced their presence to the Snake Sage. Seeing the damage that was being done, Sasuke told Anko to help the others that were still alive fend off Orochimaru while he got the wounded out. Once that was accomplished, he had the others pull out as he set off the explosive notes that both he and Anko had put up both outside the base and inside as a precaution. He knew that it would take more than that to kill Orochimaru. He only used it as a distraction so that they could get away safely. Once they had arrived back at the village and reported in, the Shinobi Council decided to give Sasuke the rank of Jonin, while the new civilian council encouraged him to become the second Snake Sage. Surprised by their offers, he asked why he was given it when he had only been a Chunin for a year. Because they said so and so do I. Get over it. Tsunade told him with abrupt gruffness. While he did thank her and the Shinobi Council for the promotion, he declined becoming the second Snake Sage. His reason was that he was never Orochimaru's student. Sakura had also changed over the years. After becoming Tsunade's apprentice, her nose was put to the grindstone as well. One might even say it was shoved into the grindstone. Whatever traces of being Sasuke's fangirl were left, Tsunade pretty much killed them. Sakura was put through a rigorous form of training, but in the end, it benefited her greatly. She now saw Sasuke as a friend and had even apologized for how she acted towards him when they were younger. Nowadays, she helped him run away and hide from his fangirls, except when he's in the hot springs or bathhouse, he was on his own there. She also became a Chunin at the same Chunin exams Sasuke did. Under Tsunade's tutelage, Sakura became proficient in medical ninjutsu. Some people claim that it was like she was resurrecting patients and giving them new life. Combined with the taijutsu lessons Tsunade gave her, her fiery temper, of which many a poor fool has been on the receiving end of, and her looks, earned her the title of Konoha no Sakura Ho, Konoha's cherry blossom phoenix. Sasuke received his nickname from a surprising place, his brother. One of the pieces of information that Orochimaru had was a supposed location of Naruto. Team Kakashi quickly made their way to said location. They split up to cover more ground and see if they could find anything. As Sasuke made his way through a building, he discovered that they weren't the only ones looking for Naruto. Flashback. Hello Sasuke, Itachi said as the two brothers faced each other in an abandoned warehouse. Get out of my way, Itachi, Sasuke told him. I don't have time to deal with you. He walked past him to get to the door on the other side, surprising his brother a little. Are you here for Naruto? The single question Itachi asked made the younger Uchiha stop in his tracks. So you are here for him. It seems we are looking for the same thing. Perhaps we should combine our efforts? The last question was laced with both irony and sarcasm. You stay away from him, he roared at his brother, whipping back around to face him, Sharingan blazing. You touch him, and I'll gudge you. Itachi flinched and took a step back at the intensive glare his brother was giving him. But he recovered. So, you would rather fight me not for what I did, but for what I might do? He asked with quiet surprise in his voice. Killing you won't bring back our clan. But it will definitely stop you from finding Naruto, he growled as he slowly reached for a kunai. The silence between the two brothers filled the warehouse. Had it been any other situation, anybody who was in there as well would have felt awkward. Fighting to protect your friends rather than to avenge your family? Itachi was silent for a couple of seconds and then smiled. It seems that you have grown, Sasuke. You may still be foolish, but you are not the same foolish little brother I remember. How am I still foolish? He demanded. He felt like he had matured since that night, and even more so since the last time he has seen his brother. But to hear him say that he was still foolish made him feel like nothing had changed at all. Have you considered the possibility that Naruto doesn't want you to find him? He came after me, so I will do the same for him, he replied with confidence, remembering how Naruto chased after him when he had tried to leave. I was such an idiot, he mentally berated himself. And now, he was trying to make up for his idiocy. And what if he doesn't want to come back? Itachi asked, curious to see how his brother would answer. This was a new and different Sasuke he saw. He was wondering how much he changed. He'll come back, he said with determination. I know he will. His brother scoffed. Still foolish, he muttered. It seems you haven't changed as much as I had, though. He began to walk away before stopping again in front of the rear door. I hear that the villagers call you my second coming. The villagers will say what they want. It does not matter to me. Shinobi who listened to how people talked about them usually got a swelled ego. He didn't want or need that. But one should always try to have a name they can call theirs. So I, Itachi Uchiha, hereby name you the Kurojishi no Sharingan, Black Lion of the Sharingan. Let the countries know you as such, he declared with both formality and authority before he continued walking out of the building. Sasuke just watched as his brother left. Thank you, Aniki, he whispered before leaving through the other door. Itachi may have his enemy nowadays, but he was still his brother. And he had always wanted Itachi to praise him. Giving him his own nickname was his own way of praising him. Itachi stood outside the building, his ears having caught what Sasuke had whispered. You're welcome, Otuto. He continued to walk away, trying to find Kisame so they could continue their own search for Naruto. End flashback. Naruto wasn't there, of course, so all they could do was to go back to the village. But once what had happened between Sasuke and Itachi became public knowledge, people started to call him the Kurojishi no Sharingan. Kakashi sighed as he started to walk away. I just hope that guy, Asuma or Kurenai, can bring him back. The little gaki is missed around here, he thought to himself as he disappeared into the crowds. Location: Earth Kingdom. Alright, I'm off, Naruto told them as they stood outside the tank train, which it itself stood on the edges of a forest. It had been a week since the Battle of Kozan. The last time Naruto heard from Colonel Monk, he and the Rough Rhinos were given another mission from the Fire Lord. In addition, Governor Shun wrote the details of the battle in his report, and even succeeded in convincing the errant paragon of the Fire Nation to start giving his Fire Lord and Liege some proper respect, if he was to become an officer. It was early in the morning and they started moving yet. Mostly because Naruto had to leave due to an annual ritual that he had to do. Are you sure you can't hold this off? Ty Lee asked. She looked at her friend with concern shining in her eyes. He gave her a look. Ty Lee, if you ever meet this guy, you would do well to be punctual. Otherwise, you're likely to end up dead, he told her. Besides, you three need to get back to Yudao soon. War Minister Chin's time limit on loaning the tank train is almost up. Well, we'll see you around, Mai told him, acting like she was bored out of the world. But in her own way, she too was concerned for him. Goodbye to you too, Mai, he replied in a deadpan voice, although he knew she was concerned for him. He turned to Azula, who looked a little sad. He never did like leaving her. She may have had her two closest, if only, friends with her, and he knew that she could hold her own in a fight, but it still made him a little worried. But he knew that if he didn't try to keep this appointment, there was a very good chance of ending up as food. "Don't worry your royal head, princess. I'll be back before you know it," he said with a cheerful voice that they both knew was a fake one. She lost the sad look, scoffing at her bodyguard. "Who said I was worried?" she asked, trying to sound like she had been offended. He grinned. "You need to stop worrying, Kit," the QB told him. "She's got Ty Lee and Mai. She'll be fine." "You're right," he silently replied. "Now don't go doing anything stupid," he told her, faint concern showing in the sentence. She heard it but fought to keep her face calm and not to show any other emotions. "Did you forget who you're talking to?" "Right, sorry." He looked at Ty Lee and Mai. "Make sure she doesn't do anything stupid, okay?" he asked, this time with obvious humor instead of concern. They both nodded, making Ty Lee giggle and Mai chuckle, making Azula lose the fight to stay calm and became angry. "Naruto, you," she began, but he was already gone. They could hear his laughter on the wind. "I swear there are days when I hate him so much." "Of course you do," Mai said, like she was stating the obvious. But both she and Ty Lee knew she was lying when she said things like that. Aang sat on the ground with a flute in hand. In front of him were several holes in the ground. "What's out here?" Sokka asked. He wasn't seeing much. Toph knelt down and placed her hand on the ground, feeling the earth through her hand. "A lot actually, there's hundreds of little," she started to say. "Shh!" Aang interrupted her. "I know you can see underground, but don't ruin the surprise. Just watch." He blew a note on the flute and a groundhog appeared out of a nearby hole and repeated the same note. "Yeah," he said while laughing. He blew a different note, and a different groundhog popped up and repeated the same note. "I'm putting an orchestra together." "Orchestra, huh?" asked Sokka. "Well, la-di-da." 3 groundhogs popped out of their holes and repeated the same notes. Momo tried going after one of them but missed, his head popping up from another hole. Aang kept playing the flute and with the groundhogs until Sokka plugged the other end of the flute with his finger. "This is great and all, but don't we have more important things to worry about?" he asked. "We should be making plans." "We did make plans," Toph reminded him. "We're all picking mini vacations." They had been though a lot lately, so they decided to do something like to relax. "There's no time for vacations," he told her with complete seriousness. They had made that decision while he had been sleeping. "I'm learning the elements as fast as I can," Aang protested. "I practice hard every day with Toph and Katara. I've been training my arrow off." "Yeah, what's wrong with having a little fun in our downtime?" Katara asked her brother. "This side of the world has been in a war for the past century," Asuma told her from where he and his team stood off to the side. "If you're a part of it, you don't have any downtime." Team Asuma had taken over protection duty after the Kozan and its carnage. Everyone had agreed that it was time for a change in the guard. "He's right," Sokka said. "But even if you do master all the elements, then what? It's not like we have a map of the Fire Nation. Should we just head west until we reach the Fire Lord's house?" Knock, knock. "Hello, Fire Lord, anybody home?" "I don't think so. We need some intelligence if we're going to win this war," he explained urgently. Aang blew a note, and a groundhog appeared under Sokka's legs. It would have repeated the note had it not seen Akela and had thoughts of food. It just went back down the hole. "All right, we'll finish our vacations and then we'll look for Sokka's intelligence," Katara said with a slight mocking tone on the word intelligence, making Aang chuckle. Both Shikamaru and Asuma looked at the two with slight disapproval. They both knew that trying to find intelligence could be the key to turning the fight into their favor. After he was done, Aang grabbed the map and opened it up. "Your turn, Katara," he said. "Where would you like to go on your mini-vacation?" She looked at the map. "How about the Misty Palms Oasis?" "That sounds refreshing," she suggested, pointing to its location. It looked interesting on the map, so she was interested to see what it looked like in real life. "Oh yeah, I've been there. It's a pristine natural ice spring. And I don't usually use the word pristine. It's one of the nature's wonders," he explained to her. "Well, let's go already," Sokka told them impatiently. "The sooner we're done with these mini-vacations, the sooner we can get back to the more important things." He walked back towards Appa, climbing aboard. "What's wrong with him?" Aang asked Katara. "I don't know, He's been like that ever since Kozan, she answered honestly. Since taking part in the battle outside Kozan, Sokka had been acting a little more serious. He still made sarcastic comments and made jokes, but they knew that something inside of him had changed. It's his way of coping with the fact that he killed someone for the first time, Asuma answered them, walking up to them while everyone else was getting back on Appa. Coping? Aang asked. Yes, coping. You guys are coping in different ways. You, Katara, and Toph are coping by delaying getting back to what you're supposed to do. He's coping by wanting to get the war over with, so he's hurrying you all along, he explained, having seen people go through this kind of thing before. Will he be alright? Katara asked. Despite what had happened between them, Sokka was still her brother. She would worry about him, even when he got paranoid about something and turned out to be wrong. Just give him some time. That's all you can do at this point, he told them before walked away towards his team and leaving them to think over his words. Everyone got on Appa and flew in the direction of the Misty Palms oasis. However, once they got there, it was not what they were expecting. Must have changed ownership since I was here, Aang told the group, chuckling nervously before they walked in. The ice spring shown on the map was big, but in real life, it looked like a small, steaming clump of ice. The fact they saw a dog licking it didn't help either. They walked to what looked like a cantina when a clothes-covered man hawked one at Sokka's feet. But before he could do anything, Katara grabbed him and pulled him into the cantina. They entered the cantina and saw it was just a watering hole, with people both drinking and sleeping. Their attention was drawn to the bar, where the bartender was creating a drink with fruits and handing out said drink using nothing but his swords. I'm getting one, Choji stated, looking intently at the bar. You had lunch an hour ago, Ino told her teammate. It's hot out there, Ino. I'm thirsty. I don't see a problem having one of those fruity beverages while we plan our strategy, Sokka agreed. The two of them went over to the bartender to order drinks. As that happened, Aang accidentally ran into a person who had a drink, thus spilling it all over his clothes. No worries, Aang assured the man. I clean up easy. He bent the air around him to dry his clothes. The man gasped in surprise. You're a living relic, he said with excitement. Thanks, the airbender replied. I try. An air nomad, right in front of me, the man mused to himself. Then he realized that said air nomad wasn't alone. I'm Professor Zay, head of anthropology at Ba Sing Se University, he introduced himself before grabbing Aang's arm. Tell me, which of the air temples do you hail from? The Southern Temple, he answered. Oh, splendid! Exclaimed the professor as he measured the boy's head. Tell me, what was the primary agricultural product of your people? A hair fruit pies an agricultural product? The air nomad asked back, feeling like he was in a test. He had only been a kid before he ran away. He didn't really know anything about agricultural products. But the professor was pleased nonetheless. Oh, truly fascinating. That is one for the journal, he said to himself before pulling out said journal and writing an entry. So, Professor, Sokka began as he and the others joined the two with drinks in hand. You're obviously a well-traveled guy. Do you have a more current map? Ours seem to be a little dated. Certainly, Zay agreed. He rolled out his map on a table for Sokka to look at. What, no Fire Nation? He asked after looking at it, and seeing that it was of the local area. Doesn't anyone have a good map of that place? Honestly, it was beginning to look like it was impossible to find such a map. Ignoring her brother, Katara looked at the map herself. You've made a lot of trips into the desert. All in vain, I'm afraid, Zay told her. I've found lost civilizations all over the Earth Kingdom, but I haven't found the crown jewel, Wan Shirtong's library. You've spent years walking through the desert to find some guy's library? Toph asked in disbelief from the chair she sat in. This library is more valuable than gold, little lady. It is said to contain a vast collection of knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. Sounds like good times, she replied, sarcasm evident in her voice. Oh, it is, he said, ignoring the sarcasm. According to legend, it was built by the great knowledge spirit, Wan Shirtong, with the help of his foxy knowledge seekers. Just for clarification, Shikamaru asked, when you say foxy knowledge seekers, do you actually mean that they're foxes or they're attractive women? It's best to find these things out early, so they could avoid a misunderstanding later. Personally, I hope it is attractive women, Sokka said. Or they could just look like foxes, Katara told her brother, admonishing him. You're both right, handsome little creatures, Zay said before pulling out a scroll with the building design of the library on it, and placing it on the table, over the map. Wan Tong and his knowledge seekers collected books from all over the world and put them on display for mankind to read, so that we might better ourselves. If this place has books from all over the world, do you think they've got info on the Fire Nation? A map, maybe? Sokka asked, hope evident in his voice. I wouldn't know. But if such a thing exists, it's in Wan Tong's library. Okay then. He looked at everyone else. Then my vacation time will be spent at the library. If you have any complaints, I don't want to hear them, he told them, keeping it short and to the point. It's troublesome, but it's also the first useful vacation we've had since you guys decided to go on a break, Shikamaru said, throwing a look at Aang and Katara. They weren't quite sure if he was insulting them or not. Hey, what about me? Asked Toph. When do I get to pick? You gotta work here a little longer before you can qualify for vacation time, Sokka told her. She just slammed the drink in her hands onto the table, showing them that she was annoyed by his words. Of course, there's the matter of finding it, Zay admitted. I've made several trips into the Siwang Desert, and almost died each time. I'm afraid that desert impossible to cross, he noted with a disappointed tone. Sokka and Aang shared a look and had the same idea. Professor, would you like to see our sky bison? Sokka asked him. You actually have a sky bison? Zay asked them, both surprised and joyful. Before anyone could answer, they all heard loud barking coming from outside the cantina. That's Akela! The tribesman exclaimed, running out of the cantina. Everyone else followed quickly on his tail. They ran out of the cantina and outside the oasis's walls, where they had left the animals. Akela stood in front of Appa, growling and barking at a group of cloth-covered people. Appa was growling as well. Sandbenders, shoo! Away from the bison and the wolf! Ordered Zay as the group reached them. They did as they were told, boarding their sand sailor and sailing away into the desert. Naruto entered the place via the usual way. Honestly, he muttered, walking down the side of the wall. The least he can do is let me know where the back door is. That way I don't have to do this every time. Is he still a little miffed about the fact I found the airbending scrolls and read them without his permission? He knew he shouldn't have read them, but it was too good a chance to pass up at the time. He was lucky enough not to end as food. He landed on solid ground and looked around. Where is he? He asked aloud before shrugging his shoulders. Whatever, I'm just here to do what I promised to do. He walked away, already knowing where to go. So, how much do you want to bet that you're going to find one of his traps this trip? The QB asked from within. Are you kidding? He asked back. That's not a bet, that's a guarantee. Appa flew on into the desert with the heat of the desert sun above them. The professor sat on his head along with Aang. Tell me, Sky Bison, are you the last of your breed? Zay asked him. He only grunted in response. Oh, delightful, I only wish I spoke his tongue. Oh, the stories this beast could tell. Momo hopped over to where he sat and began chattering. Shush, chatty monkey, he told the lemur. Aang looked at the scroll with the building design. Wow, shouldn't be too hard to find a place like this out here, he said confidently. They should be able to see it from a distance if it was as big as the scroll told them. But they flew on, seeing nothing. Does this place even exist? Toph groaned after feeling the heat of the sun for a good amount of time. Some say it doesn't, Zay told her cheerfully. Shouldn't you have mentioned that before? She asked him grumpily. They kept flying on. All was silent until Toph shouted out. There it is! She pointed out to the desert. Everyone looked at where she was pointing and saw nothing. They all looked at her. That's what it will sound like when one of you spots it, she told them before waving her hand in front of her face with a mocking smile on her face. So, Professor Zay, Choji said, trying to kill time by asking the man some questions. What is it exactly that you want to look for in the library? I just want to find it, and read what it has to offer. But if I wanted to actually find something? Zay drifted off into thought. I guess I would try to find what Professor Uzumaki was looking for. That got Team Asuma's attention right away. What did you say the professor's name was? Asuma asked. He wanted to be sure he had heard right. Professor Uzumaki, he was the previous head of anthropology, the professor repeated. Why do you ask? The Uzumaki clan was destroyed during the last Shinobi World War. The survivors were scattered. We had never thought that one ended up here. Asuma looked at the professor, curiosity showing on his face. Is he still alive? Unfortunately, I don't know, Zei told them. He retired and then disappeared into the Siwang Desert, looking for the very library we are. He thought something over. When was this last Shinobi World War? He asked Asuma. About 16 years ago. He frowned once he heard those words. I don't think Professor Uzumaki came here because of his clan's destruction. What makes you say that? The Konoha shinobi asked him. Because he was the head of the anthropology department for over 50 years, Zei told them. He retired 10 years ago. Did you know him well? Choji asked. It sounded like he did. I was his student and helper, he answered with pride. In fact, he often told me about his home country. Why did he want to find the library? Ino asked him, curious to know. The only Uzumaki she had known was Naruto, and she never remembered him as the scholarly type. The idea of an Uzumaki professor sounded almost alien to her. Professor Uzumaki was convinced that somehow the history of the bending countries and the history of the elemental countries were connected, he explained. He believed that the beginning of the Avatar also had something to do with the history of the shinobi, to be specific, the person who started the shinobi era. If I remember correctly, he called this particular person the Sage of the Six Paths. That's the guy who started the shinobi era, all right. No one knows what his name was, Shikamura said, lifting his head up from where he lay in the saddle. At least, that's according to the troublesome legends. He let his fall back down so he could look at the sky, hoping to see if there were any clouds. Professor Uzumaki hunted everywhere for evidence to support his hypothesis, but he could only find scraps of information, which led him to believe that the answers he was looking for were in Wan Shirtong's library. However, the university would not allow him to go look for it, so he retired. Why would he think the answers would be in the library? Sokka asked him. According to the information he gathered, the library holds tomes and scrolls that speak of the era the first Paragons lived in as well as the history dealing with the beginning of the Avatar. Sokka looked down at the Paragon medallion hanging from his neck. Are you sure? He asked the professor. He knew little of the Paragon's past, so he was curious to know what had happened. I don't know. That's why I want to find the library. They flew on for a few more minutes. The heat kept beating down on them, making them start to sweat. It shouldn't be this hard to spot a giant, ornate building from the air, Katara said as she and Sokka looked over the side of the saddle. Sokka looked through his telescope to look through the desert and saw something. Down there, he called out, getting everyone's attention. What's that? He pointed down at the object. Aang landed Appa in front of what appeared to be a tower buried in the sand. Forget it, Katara said as she held the scroll of the library designs. It's obviously not what we're looking for. The building in this drawing is enormous. They all then saw something shine on nearby dune. On the top of said dune was a canine-like animal with a scroll in its mouth. What kind of animal is that? Sokka asked as they watched it head towards the tower and then run up the tower wall before disappearing through a window. I think that was one of the knowledge seekers, Zei said in excitement. I don't know about that, but I know I saw a fox, Choji said. We must be close to the library, the professor announced with enthusiasm. Sokka looked at the drawing. No, this is the library. Look! He pointed to the tower buried in the sand and then to the tower on the top of the building in the drawing. They were one and the same. It's completely buried. Realization dawned on Zei's face. The library is buried. My life's ambition is full of sand. He fell to the ground and then his attitude did a complete 180. Well, time to start excavating, he said cheerfully before grabbing a small trowel and digging up the sand. The others looked at him in disbelief. He was going to need more than a trowel to get through that much sand. Toph walked up to the tower wall and placed a hand on it, feeling the entire structure. Actually, that won't be necessary. The inside seems to be completely intact. And it's huge. The fox went through a window up there, Asuma said, pointing upwards at the window. I say we climb up there and give it a look, Sokka suggested. Toph folded her arms. I say you guys go ahead without me, she told them. You got something against libraries? Katara asked her. I've held books before and I've gotta tell you, they don't exactly do it for me. Oh right, sorry, she awkwardly replied, once again remembering that Toph was blind. Let me know if they have something you can listen to. That would be something interesting for her. Asuma had borrowed Sokka's boomerang and tied rope to it. He threw it at the window and made sure it wouldn't shake loose. He began to climb up with Zay and Katara behind him while his team brought up the rear. Aang and Sokka, however, were with Appa and Akela. Don't worry, buddy, Aang told his sky bison. I'm not making you go underground ever again. You can stay out here with Toph. That goes for you too, Akela, Sokka told the wolf. And remember, if Toph tries to do anything stupid, aim for the hair. Akela nodded in answer, ignoring Toph's protest. The two of them left, leaving a blind earthbending master with a sky bison and a white wolf. What's up? That was the first question she asked the two of them. Everyone else was climbing down the rope into the library. The sound of feet scraping against the stone tower echoed out into the desert. When they got past the insides of the tower, and felt the cool air wash over them, they saw the entire library. Oh, it's so breathtaking, Zay stated as they all hung onto the rope. The spirits spared no expense in designing this place. Look at those beautiful buttresses. The last sentence sent Sokka, Katara, and Aang into fits of giggles. What's funny? The professor asked them. Nothing, Aang told him. We just like architecture. As do I, the professor said, missing the point. Whatever, will you people hurry it up? Ino said higher up on the rope. She didn't want to be hanging on the thing all day long. Soon enough, they all got off the rope and onto a bridge in the middle of the hallway. My word, began Zay. The exquisite mosaic handiwork of this Tau-rendered avian symbol, he trailed off when he realized that everyone was giving him a weird look. Nice owl, he finished off lamely. Suddenly hearing movement coming from behind them, everyone ran towards the end of the bridge and behind columns. The noise of movement got louder. Aang snuck a peek at who was making the noise and saw that it was a very big owl standing in the middle of the bridge looking at the rope. Its head then turned to look around the library and did an almost 360 turn to look at where they were hiding. I know you're back there, it said aloud. Its voice alone sent shivers down their spines, even the shinobi. Aang ducked his head back behind the column. Zay decided to be the brave one and walked back onto the bridge. Hello? I'm Professor Zay, head of anthropology at Ba Sing Se University. He introduced himself before bowing to the owl, trying to sound friendly. You should leave the way you came, unless you want to become a stuffed head of anthropology, the owl bluntly stated as he looked over at a column. Zay followed his gaze and stuffed animal heads on the column. He rubbed his neck unconsciously. The notion of having his head stuffed was not an appealing one. Everyone else emerged from where they were hiding. Are you the spirit who brought this library to the physical world? Sokka asked cautiously. He got the feeling that this was a spirit much like Ko. You had to be incredibly careful and tread lightly. Indeed, the owl answered. I am Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things, and you are obviously humans, which, by the way, are no longer permitted in my study. His head kept swerving between Sokka and Zay, who stood in the front of the group. What do you have against humans? Aang asked. He didn't see anything wrong with them, then again, he was a human, so he was a little biased. Humans only bother learning things to get the edge on other humans. Like that firebender who came to this place a few years ago, looking to destroy his enemy. He leaned in closer to Sokka. So, who are you trying to destroy? He asked, a subtle dangerous tone entering his voice. Sokka thought quickly, trying to think up a convincing lie. Not to destroy, but to understand, he finally said. Please let him buy it, please. He silently prayed. The owl just stared at him. If you're going to lie to all-knowing spirit being, you should at least put some effort into it, he told the water paragon, the last bit with slight exasperation. I'm not lying, Sokka protested. I'm here with the Avatar. He's the bridge between our worlds. He'll vouch for me. He grabbed Aang and put him in front of the owl. Yeah, I'll vouch, Aang told the spirit, a little uncertain. We will not abuse the knowledge in your library, good spirit. You have my word. He promised the owl, bowing his head with everyone else following his example. Very well, Wan Shi Tong answered. I'll let you peruse my vast collection, on one condition. To prove your worth as scholars, you have to contribute some worthwhile knowledge. Sei stepped up to the bat first. He knelt and held out a book. Please accept this tome as a donation to your library, he said. First edition, very nice, the spirit said as he took the book with his wing. Sei back away and let Katara step up. I have an authentic waterbending scroll, she offered, showing said scroll. Oh, these illustrations are quite stylish. He took the scroll. Aang thought about what he was to give. Oh, I know. He reached into his shirt and pulled out the wanted poster of him. I suppose that counts. Asuma stepped forward. Wasn't really expecting this, but my father did teach me to be prepared. He reached into his vest and pulled out a book. Here you are, he offered the book to the owl. The History of the Land of Fire, that is acceptable. He took the book without any argument. Ino was next. I have a book on flower gardening, she offered. A bit unnecessary here in the desert, but interesting all the same. Perhaps some of the methods in your book will be useful when I tend to my garden. He took the book, leaving the others to wonder where he could hide a garden in a library that was underground. Choji moved forward. I have a book about the recipes my clan has created, he said, holding the book in his hands. A cookbook is knowledgeable, he agreed, taking the book out of the Akimichi's hands. Shikamaru walked forward. I think I've got the right thing here, he said. Useful Ways to Use Your Frying Pan in Your House and on Your Husband by Yoshino Nara. Wan Tong read the title of the book with a small amount of confusion in his voice. My mom wrote it for the wives of the Nara clan, troublesome woman, he muttered. It sold well, so there's no danger of me losing this thing. Sounds intriguing all the same, the owl told him before taking the book. Sokka was the only one left. I don't really have anything to give you, Great Spirit. But can I offer you a deal? What is it you have to offer? He asked, sounding a little interested. When I am old and wish to write about my life, I will come back and give the original copy to you once it is done. That was the only thing he had to go with. He just hoped that it was accepted. The spirit stared at him with unblinking eyes. Very few have ever tried to make me an offer before, and I have rarely accepted, he stated. But I find the terms acceptable. I will expect your memoirs to be given to me when it's done. Enjoy the library, he told the entire group. Great Wan Tong, may I ask you something? Zay asked the owl, stepping 2 steps forward. What is it? He asked, vaguely annoyed. 10 years ago, my predecessor disappeared looking for your library, he began. Ah yes, there was a fellow who found my library around that time. He was close to death when he found it. Did he manage to find what he was looking for? He certainly hoped that was the case. Yes, although he took ill afterwards and died soon after. I had him buried in the basement, and had what he was looking for moved to a different part of the library. Is that all? Yes, thank you. He bowed his head in thanks. Suddenly the library shook, and they all heard a faint boom. Then they heard someone yelling. Damn it, Wan Tong! How many places do you have here that are flooded? How did they get flooded in the first place? You live in the middle of the desert. Also, why is it that you have so many areas that booby-trapped? Here I'm trying to do what I promised, and I keep getting almost killed in the process. I need to be paid for this, you hear me? I should get paid. The voice was somewhat faint, but they could still what the person was saying. If you'll excuse me, the owl said. I need to take care of this. He flew off the bridge and into the depths of the library, the sound of his wings flapping and the air echoing beneath them. Ino looked over the edge of the bridge. Do you think we should ask what that was all about? She asked the group. Shikamaru shook his head. It's too troublesome to do so, he told her. But something was bugging him. That loud voice sounded a little familiar. You know, there are days where I think your boss is an idiot, he told a nearby fox as he stared at the problem in front of them. It was a door that, if opened, would flood the room with water. Naruto had managed to close the door before the entire room went underwater, but there were still puddles on the floor and his pants were still soaked. And you also know that I would kill you for making such an insult, Wan Tong answered as he appeared in the room. Well, you can't kill me. I'm the one who's restoring your library in case you forgot. He looked back at the problem. Just how many traps do you have rigged in this library? This is the 5th one I've encountered on this trip alone. The owl thought it over. I believe that so far, you have only encountered 2.5% of the traps in my library, he answered with a shrug. Naruto just stared at the giant bird. You are one paranoid owl, you know that, right? I can and will defend my library by any means. The paranoid owl defended his choices and actions. He sighed, knowing that he wasn't going to get anywhere with that. Whatever. Just get rid of this trap so I can get on with my job. The spirit walked up to the door and just waved a wing over it. It is safe now, he announced before walking away. Why do I have a hard time believing him? He asked the fox, who just cocked its head and blinked. Why did I even bother asking you? He asked before he opened the door again. Thankfully, no water came flying out to hit him in the face. Well, on with the work. Toph sat in the sand with Appa and Akela. So, you like flying? Was the question she asked the sky bison after a period of silence. He just scratched his ear. Of course, I'm more comfortable on the ground, where I can see, she said. Well, I don't see the way you do. I feel the vibrations in the ground with my feet. She grabbed a handful of sand and let fall from her hand. But the sand is loose and shifty, it makes everything look fuzzy. Appa gave a big yawn and Akela gave her a look. Not that there anything wrong with fuzzy, she quickly told them. Everyone was looking through the bookshelves while a nearby fox put a book back into the shelf where it came from. Hey, look at these weird lion turtle things, Aang said, holding a picture of the creatures for everyone to look at. Sokka looked at the picture. They were weird, but he wasn't surprised. I've seen weirder, he stated. He walked away, browsing through the many different books. Aang, Katara called out. Did you know in a past life you were left-handed? She asked as she walked over to him with a book in her hands. I always knew I was special, he replied with a big grin. Well, you are the Avatar after all, Shikamaru drawled. He was very special. Be nice, Shikamaru, Ino told her teammate. Sokka kept walking around, looking at books and scrolls. If what they had interested him, he took it and put it in his bag. He then came upon a glass container that held a burnt piece of paper with writing on it. The darkest day in Fire Nation history, he read. It's got a date at the top, but it doesn't say anything else, he said to himself. Looking around to see if anyone was watching him, he pulled out his machete to pry open the glass and took the piece of paper out. Sheathing the machete and rolling up the piece of the paper, he began to walk away when the others showed up. Sokka, where are you going? Aang asked him as he began to run off. Whenever the tribesmen started running, something was up. I want to know what to the Fire Nation on their darkest day, he told them, holding up the scroll. This could be promising. He ran through the library with the others right behind him, racing past aisle after aisle of ancient books. The information on the Fire Nation should be right up in here, he said as he came to a door with the symbol for fire above it. The door was close and when he tried to open it, it wouldn't open. It's barred from the other side. There's a note right here, Katara said, pointing to a piece of paper on the wall next to the door. Asuma took it and read aloud to the group. To whom it may concern. Due to an idiot's notion that no one should know about his nation's weaknesses, he burned all the information on the Fire Nation. Therefore, this section of the library is closed for restoration. Thank you for understanding. Naruto, Paragon of the Fire Nation. P.S. If you're wondering how long it's going to take for it to be completely restored, I honestly don't know. Naruto's been here? Choji asked in surprise. It was beginning to look like everywhere they went, the blonde had been there too, even when they weren't looking for him. That's not important right now, Sokka told him, staring at the barred door. I need to know what happened on the darkest day, he muttered to himself. It could be the key to turning the war in their favor. Hearing an animal whimper, they all turned around and saw one of the knowledge seekers standing on its hind legs. Hello, little weird fox guy. Sokka greeted him uncertainly. The fox got back on all fours, turned around and pointed. Seems it's trying to assist you, Zay noted. I'm sure, he told the fox. I guess I'll follow you. The fox took off and led them through the library, their footsteps echoing in the air. It finally stopped at a large golden design on the wall. The fox went through a small hole next to the design and disappeared. The inner part of the design began to roll to the side, revealing that it was a door. On the other side of the door was the fox. They walked into the room, which looked like someone had painted a surrounding landscape on the walls as well as the sky. In the middle of the room stood a pedestal with 4 different sets of dials and a lever. The fox walked up to the lever and pushed on it. The sky turned into the night sky, showing all the stars as well as the path of the moon. This room is a true marvel. A mechanical wonder, stated Zay. It's a planetarium that shows the heavens moving. Cool! Choji exclaimed as he watched the thing work. He had never seen something like this before. This is beautiful, but how is it helpful? Sokka asked as the night disappeared and the sky reappeared. Maybe these dials represent dates and times, Katara suggested as she looked at the pedestal. It looked like it to her. Sokka, try entering that date from that parchment you took. Sure, Katara, he shushed her. Not in front of the fox, he's with the owl. The fox dropped its tail and ears, looking like he did something wrong. Looking at the date on the parchment, Sokka approached the dials and set the date. When he was done, he went over to the lever and pushed on it. The room started up again, turning day into night. Wow, I gotta hand it to you, Sokka. You picked the best mini vacation for sure, Aang told him. Night turned back into day, but then day immediately darkened. Hey wait, what happened to the sun? Katara asked. Aang scowled. Great, you must have broken it, he said. Have a little more trust, Aang, Asuma told him. It never hurt to have a little more trust in your friends. Sokka looked at the planetarium. It's not broken, he said, realizing what it was showing them. The sun is behind the moon. It's a solar eclipse. It's literally the darkest day in Fire Nation history. He grabbed Aang by the shoulders. Now I get it. Something awful happened on that day. I don't know what, but I do know why. Firebenders lose their bending during a solar eclipse. He let go of Aang, who grunted in pain. Sorry. That makes sense, Katara agreed. I mean, think of what the lunar eclipse at the North Pole did to the waterbenders. This is huge. The fox walked up to Sokka and stood on its hind legs in a begging position. Fine, you earned it, Sokka acknowledged, taking a treat out of his bag and tossing to the fox. We've got to get this information to the Earth King and Ba Sing Se, he told everyone. We'll wait for the next eclipse. Then we'll invade the Fire Nation when they're totally helpless. The Fire Lord is going down. Before his mood could reach the others, a large shadow loomed over him. Mortals are so predictable and such terrible liars, Wan Shirtong said as he stood before them. You betrayed my trust. From the beginning, you intended to misuse this knowledge for evil purposes. You don't understand, Sokka protested. If anyone's evil, it's the Fire Nation. We need this information. They had to end the war. You think you're the first person to think their war was justified? The owl demanded in an angry voice. Countless others before you have come here, seeking weapons or weaknesses or battle strategies. We had no choice, Aang told him. Please, we're just desperate to protect the ones we love. And now, I'm going to protect what I love, the spirit stated. He started to flap his wings, creating largest gusts of wind. The library began to rumble as his wings flapped. What are you doing? The air nomad asked, worry and panic seeping into his voice. I'm taking my knowledge back. No one will ever abuse it again, he declared as sand began to fall from the ceiling. He's sinking the building, Katara exclaimed, realizing what he was doing. We gotta get out of here. I'm afraid I can't allow that. The owl changed into an almost dragon-like figure. You already know too much. But before he could do anything to them, he was hit by what could be described as a brown, spiky boulder. Nikudan Hari Sasha, spiked human bullet tank, Choji called out as he sent Wan Shirtong to the ground. The owl shook his head, trying to get out of his daze. Let's move, people, Asuma ordered the group. Everyone ran out of the planetarium with Wan Shirtong on their heels. They kept focus on what was in front of them because, quite frankly, no one wanted to look back. Naruto felt the library start to rumble. Now what's going on? He grumbled. He looked up from where he was working and saw that all the foxes had disappeared. He then noticed that sand was falling from the ceiling and onto the floor. What's with the sand? He thought. The owl said that this place was airtight. So how is his train of thought stopped as he realized what that meant? He isn't. He is, the QB said as he watched the sand come down. I'm going to kill that owl, the blonde yelled as he ran out of the room to look for Wan Shitong. The three of them sat together so that they could get some shade. Appa had put his tail against the tower, and when he felt it began to move down, he tried to warn Toph by growling at her. Akela also realized the danger and started barking. I already told you to, I don't want to snuggle, she told him as she sat on Appa's leg. When Appa rose up to walk away, she lost her support and fell to the ground. Getting back up, she faced the library's tower and felt the vibrations. Library sinking. Library sinking. She ran towards the tower and shoved her hands into it, trying to use her earthbending to stop it. However, she was impeded as the sand beneath her didn't give a good grip. Letting go of the tower, she bent the sand beneath her feet into rough form of earth. She took hold of the tower again to stop from sinking. They ran through the library, trying to escape the angry knowledge spirit that was chasing them. In the process of chasing, the owl broke many of the shelves, destroying many of the books. As they tried to get across the bridge, Zay turned to face their pursuer. Great knowledge spirit, I beg you, do not destroy your vast collection of priceless tomes, he said to Wan Shitong, who was having none of it. Seeing that he was about to attack, Aang bent the air to pull Zay back towards them, making him drop the books he had in his hands. He bent the air towards Wan Shitong, sending him off the bridge and into the depth of the library. We gotta get back to the surface, he told everyone as he led them away from the bridge. They had to get out of there if they wanted to live. Sokka stayed where he was and looked back across the bridge. Sokka, let's go, Katara called out to him. But we still don't know when the next eclipse is going to happen, he protested. Don't be stupid. We'll find out later. There's not going to be a later, Katara, Ino told her. If the library sank into the desert, they would not be able to find it again. And if they were stuck inside when it sank, they would not live long. She's right, the tribesmen agreed with her. If we leave this place, we'll never get the information. Aang, Shikamaru, come with me to the planetarium, I need cover. The two quickly walked over to him. Katara, get everyone out of here, he ordered. But she was interrupted when Wan Shitong made his appearance again, smashing through the bookcases. Go, he yelled. Hurry, Sokka, she told him as she ran off with the owl behind her. Sokka, Aang, and Shikamaru ran back across the bridge. As he was being chased, Say leapt into an aisle to avoid the owl and then noticed a book that piqued his interest. As Toph tried to hold the tower up, there was a noise coming in from behind them. Both Appa and Akela turned to face the noise. Akela took a sniff in the wind and began to growl. What is it now? Toph asked them. It turned out to be the sandbenders coming back for Appa. One of them bent a gust of sand at Appa, obscuring him. Who's there? Demanded Toph. The sand sailors began to encircle Appa. Akela joined his larger friend in the fray. The three of them ran back into the planetarium. Why are we doing this? Aang asked as they entered the room. Because if this calendar can tell us about eclipses in the past, then maybe it'll project when the next one will be, Sokka explained as he approached the pedestal. You can't possibly check every single date, he objected. They didn't have the time for that. I don't have to. We just need to check every date before Sozin's comet arrives. Because after that, well, try not to think about that, the tribesman told him. You better start working then, Shikamaru said. We don't know when that owl is going to show up. For all they knew, he was right beyond the corner. Sokka and Aang began to work while Shikamaru covered the door. It took some time, as each date they tried wasn't the right one. Both the sun and the moon kept missing each other or not even coming close to one another. Come on, Eclipse, Aang said as he pushed the lever on the latest date they tried. The planetarium started up and then soon darkened. That's it, the solar eclipse, Sokka stated with glee as he looked at the moon covering the sun. It's just a few months away. He quickly wrote down the date. Got it, now let's get to Ba Sing Se. They ran out of the planetarium, trying to get back to the others before they became owl food. The sandbenders surrounded Appa and threw ropes with weights tied at the ends over him. They proceeded to try and pull him down, but he resisted. Akela tried to help by attacking the sandbenders and making them lose their grip on the rope, but he could only attack one at a time and they kept getting back up. Appa sent them flying by jerking around and flapping his tail. It sent a few sandbenders flying but not all of them. Toph heard the struggle. Don't make me put this down, she threatened. She let go of the tower and bent a stream of sand at them. But because she couldn't really see through the sand, her attack flew harmlessly by. Put a muzzle on him, someone ordered. A rope was thrown over Appa's mouth, but he snapped it off. Ropes were then thrown at his horns. He tried to fly away, but the sandbenders threw ropes at his legs and pulled him down to the ground. A sand sailor pulled up next to them and they tied Appa to it. Akela was still attacking the sandbenders and going after the ropes that held Appa. Will somebody take care of that damn dog? Toph heard another voice called out. She heard flesh hitting flesh and Akela yelping. Stupid cur, just lay there and die, the first voice said as she heard a blade being drawn and cutting through flesh. The sand sailors flew off with Appa in tow. No! Toph cried. Stop sinking! She let go of the tower and bent streams of sand in random directions, but the sandbenders were already gone, and she still had to hold the library in place. I'm sorry, Appa, she said to herself, but then realized something. Akela? Akela, are you there? She called out. She heard the pained whimperings of him getting closer, but she couldn't make sure where he was. She had to focus on holding the library up so the others could escape. Katara's group kept on running from Wanshirtong. Split up, she ordered the others. They scattered, but the owl stayed on her. Making a quick turn, she disappeared from his sight and hid at the end of a bookshelf, holding Momo. She tried to stay quiet, but her panting sounded like it filled the entire library, at least to her. The knowledge spirit searched for her among the bookshelves. At least I'll have one specimen to add to my collection, he announced as he noticed Momo's tail hanging out from behind a bookshelf. He made a lunge for them, but they were already moving. He went after them, now taking more care to avoid the shelves. They made their way back to the bridge, joining up again with Asuma, Ino and Choji. They ran out to the bridge, but Wanshirtong was right behind them. Katara stopped and turned to face him, assuming a waterbending stance. Your waterbending won't do you much good here, the owl told her as he loomed over her. I've studied northern water style, southern water style, even foggy swamp style. Suddenly, from above them, Aang flew over with Sokka hanging on. Sokka let go, fell towards Wanshirtong and hit him hard with a book, knocking him unconscious. That's called Sokka style, he told the unconscious owl. Learn it. Aang and Shikamaru rejoined them. Everyone started to climb up the rope, but Sokka realized that not everyone was on the rope. He spotted the missing person over by a bookshelf. Wait! Professor, let's go! He called out, getting his attention. I'm not leaving, Zay answered as he sat on the ground, surrounded by books. I can't. I spent too long trying to find this place. There's not another collection of knowledge like this on Earth. I could spend an eternity in here. He looked content. It was at this point that Wanshirtong woke back up. But before he could do anything, a loud voice called out. Hey! The voice yelled out, stopping everyone from moving. They all turned to see an angry Naruto standing on the other end of the bridge. What in the name of the Biju are you doing, you stupid owl? I thought I knew that voice sounded familiar. Shikamaru realized as he looked at the blonde. It was Naruto. I'm sinking my library, the spirit replied simply. Stop being an idiot, he yelled. We had a deal. I bring you books from the Fire Nation to restore your library, and you don't try to kill me or turn me into a meal. And the last time I checked, sinking the library while I'm still in it qualifies as killing me. I thought spirits stuck to the deals they made. Yes, that's true, he said, sounded offended at the mere idea. Sokka saw an opportunity at the owl's words. If you try to kill us or sink the library, that means you tried to back out of our deal first as well, he shouted down at him. Wanshirtong huffed. A spirit always sticks to the deals they make, he said to them both. Then stop sinking the library, Naruto told him. And let us go as well, Sokka called out. The spirit almost seemed conflicted until he took a sigh of defeat and turned back into an owl. Very well, I will hold to the deals I've made. He flapped his wings again and the library stopped rumbling and the sand stopped pouring down from the ceiling. He looked at the people on the rope. It would be wise for you to leave now. They scurried up the rope when they heard the command. They soon hopped out the window and disappeared from. Wanshirtong walked back into the library's depth. What about me? Asked Sei as he stood up from where he sat, looking unsure. Naruto walked over to him, and stuck out a hand. "Congratulations," he said. "You've just become a resident of Wan Shitong's library and his helper. That means whenever I'm in, you help me restore the library?" Zay took the hand and shook it. "I'm glad to be of assistance," he said with one of the biggest grins Naruto had ever seen. "So long as you make yourself useful, I guess," he said as he walked away. Zay followed him, almost like a lost puppy. When the library stopped shaking, Toph finally let go of it. She stumbled to the ground. She heard the others land on the ground behind her. She just sat down and bowed her head. "We got it," Sokka told his sister. "There's a solar eclipse coming." They gave each other a hug. "The Fire Nation is in trouble now." "That is good news," Asuma agreed. "We should notify the other teams and Lady Hokage as well. If they did that, she could send more shinobi to help aid in whatever plan Sokka was thinking of." "All's well with the world right now," Shikamaru said drily. Aang looked around but couldn't see his sky bison. He walked over to Toph. "Where's Appa?" he asked. Toph simply shook her head. The action made tears well up in his eyes. One dropped down his cheek. That was when Sokka noticed something. "Hey, where's Akela?" he asked. He heard a whimper of pain coming from his left. "Akela?" he called as he turned and saw the wolf lying on his side in the sand, blood coming out of his stomach. He wasn't breathing either. "Akela!" He ran over to the wolf and picked him up, trying to stop the bleeding. "Somebody do something!" he yelled at them. Ino ran over. "Don't worry, Sokka," she reassured him. "I'm trained as a healer, and I've helped Kiba's clan heal their animals. Just hold him steady." Her hands glowed green and she placed them over the wound. "It's not deep, he just lost some blood." She frowned. "It looks someone kicked him in the side though. I think a few ribs might be cracked but I can fix them." Sokka stared at Akela with worry and anger in his eyes. "Whoever did this better hope they don't meet me," he growled. "They would be in for a very painful lesson in manners." Everyone just stood there, as oncoming sandstorm approached them. Chapter 11, Emotions and Secrets. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. The sandstorm had blown in, mixing wind with sand. The group stood on the dune next to the tower leading to Wan Shitong's library. Ino had managed to heal Akela. She told Sokka to make sure the wolf got a lot of rest and to take it easy. He was glad Akela was okay. Aang, however, was another story. "How could you let them take Appa?" he demanded of Toph. "Why didn't you stop them?" He was enraged and he wanted to blame someone for the loss of his sky bison. "I couldn't," she protested, trying to defend herself. "The library was sinking. You guys were still inside and you could have to come to get us. I could have saved him." She was too busy stopping the library from being buried, Aang, and you know it, Shikamaru told him. "If she had to come to get us, we would be dead and Appa would still have been taken." But he could already tell that Aang didn't hear him. "He's right," Toph said. "I can hardly feel any vibrations out here. The sandbenders snuck up on me and there wasn't time for." "You just didn't care," Aang cut her off. "You never liked Appa. You wanted him gone." "Aang, stop it," Katara told him. She could see that he was angry and tried to keep him calm. "You know Toph did all she could. She saved our lives." "Our lives won't mean much if we stay here in this storm," Asuma noted. The sand swirled all around them. If it got any worse, the only people he knew who could get out of it would be shinobi from Suna. "That's all any of you guys care about, yourselves," the Avatar yelled, lashing out at anyone who was nearby. "You don't care whether Appa is okay or not." "Knock it off, Aang!" Sokka barked, not sounding like his usual goofy self. Instead, he sounded like he had authority and knew how to use it. "You're not the only one who's angry here. Or did you forget that Akela tried to fight the sandbenders off and got hurt in the process?" "Shut up, Sokka!" he yelled back. "Akela's not the one who got captured. Appa was." "Guys, calm down," Katara told the two of them, trying to play peacemaker. "We can't afford to be fighting now." Aang stomped away from the group. "I'm going after Appa," he declared. He opened up his gilder and flew off. "Aang, wait!" But he was already gone, flying off into the desert. That kind of attitude would have gotten him severely punished if he was a shinobi, Shikamaru stated. He could already imagine the Hokage sending the air nomad flying through a wall. He's not a shinobi, Shikamaru, Choji told his friend. He could see the same thing, but he also knew it probably would never happen. Still doesn't mean he can go and do something like that. He left us here. If any Konoha shinobi did that without a particularly good reason, they would be treated like scum when they returned. In any case, we better start walking, Katara told everyone. We're the only people who know about the solar eclipse. We have to get that information to Ba Sing Se. They all nodded in agreement and walked off in silence, going back into the desert. Zuko and Iroh rode on the ostrich horse. Ever since he figured out how to breathe lightning, Zuko had practiced trying to use it. He soon figured out that using it wasn't the problem, generating it was. The normal way to generate lightning was to move your arms in a circular motion, creating the lightning on your fingertips and discharging it from there. Considering that he was breathing the lightning, both he and his uncle agreed that the movements of the hands were not necessary. Eventually, they figured out that for Zuko to generate the lightning, he had to imagine himself and then break it down into his yin and his yang, then bring them back together. Once that was figured out, Zuko had to practice the imaging. He had made better timing after some practice, but it still took him a little while to do the entire process, which made the breath of lightning a risky move in combat. He also did the imaging practice while moving, but it was slower, as his mind also had to deal with how the flow of combat went. And so, they rode on. Feeling that they should stop, Iroh began to make fake sounds of pain while clutching his left shoulder. Maybe we should make camp, Zuko finally said. It was obvious that's what his uncle wanted him to do. No please, Iroh told him. Don't stop just for me. He continued to make the fake sounds of pain until Zuko finally stopped the ostrich horse. He hopped down from the saddle and sat down on a nearby rock while his nephew attended to the ostrich horse. The ostrich horse turned its head and gave a low cry of warning, making Zuko move into a fire-bending stance. What now? Iroh asked with tried exasperation. His question was soon answered when they surrounded by 5 Komodo rhinos. The thing was the riders weren't all wearing the same uniform. Colonel Monk, he said as he stood up from the rock. What a pleasant surprise. If you're surprised that we're here, then the Dragon of the West has lost a few steps, the colonel said. Though I'm not surprised the scarred dragon didn't hear us approaching until it was too late. The brat is still wet behind the ears. His voice was filled with scorn as he said those words. The 5 riders prepared themselves for a fight. You know these guys? Zuko asked his uncle, ignoring the insult thrown at him. Sure, Iroh told him. Colonel Monk and the rough rhinos are legendary. Each one is a different kind of weapon specialist. They are also a very capable singing group. And frankly, he preferred the singing to the fighting. We're not here to give a concert. We're here to apprehend fugitives, the colonel told them. Although, I would appreciate it if you two would just surrender. We are feeling generous today, after redeeming ourselves in Kozan. Zuko's eyebrows were raised when Colonel Monk mentioned Kozan. What happened there? Surprisingly, it was Vatcher who spoke first. If you did not know already, we barely succeeded in defending the colony from an incoming Earth Kingdom army, and the Avatar showed up at the same time. It was also funny when Governor Shun told us that the Avatar had an argument with the Earth Kingdom colonel on how the colony would be taken, Ojidi said, laughing lightly. Zuko and Iroh looked at each other in confusion. Why would the Avatar argue with someone who was supposed to be his ally? Luckily, Lord Naruto came up with a plan to defeat them. That's nice, but enough chit-chat. Colonel Monk turned the rhino back towards the 2 travelers. Well? Will you two surrender or not? Would you like some tea first? I'd love some, Iroh asked Colonel Monk, ignoring his question in the process. He looked to another of the riders. How about you, Kachi? I make you as a Jasmine man? Am I right? Enough stalling, round them up, ordered the colonel. The rider twirling the chains threw them at the 2. Iroh kicked them away, sending them wrapping around another rhino's legs. Moving forward in a roll to dodge a fire arrow and ball of fire, he smacked the rhino with chains wrapped around its leg on its back, sending it off. That took care of 2 of the riders, the one on the rhino and the one who threw the chains. Vatcher fired off 1 arrow at Zuko, which he chopped in half and returned fire with a small fireball. It went the wood of the bow and snapped the string, rendering him useless. The colonel stepped in and bent fire at Iroh, who deflected the fire and sent some of his own back at him. Meanwhile, Zuko moved around to the rear of the rhino and jumped onto its back, behind the colonel, who he sent flying from the saddle with a stream of fire. Iroh went for the ostrich horse and got back on. He rode forward past Zuko, allowing him to jump on the back. They fled with the fifth rider in pursuit. He threw a bomb in front of them and pulled back as it exploded. Unbeknownst to him, they made it through the explosion intact and kept on riding. "It's nice to see old friends," Iroh commented as they got away. "Too bad you don't have any old friends that want to attack you," Zuko said. "All they ever seemed to meet was people who wanted to either kill them or capture them." He contemplated that thought as it made sense to him. "Old friends that don't want to attack me," he muttered to himself. Katara led the group through the desert. They were hot and thirsty. Team Asuma was a little better off, but they weren't usually the kind who lived in the desert. That was shinobi who hailed from Suna. Sokka tried to use Momo as a shade, but Toph ran into him, knocking Momo off his head. "Can't you watch where you're?" he began to say, only to remember that she couldn't see well in the desert. "No," she told him. "Right, sorry. If I wasn't roasting here, I would find that funny," Choji stated. He had removed the metal plating from his clothes so that it wouldn't roast him any more than he already was. But he was still sweating like a stuck pig. "Come on, guys, we've got to stick together," Katara told them. Sokka tried to pull himself from Toph. "If I sweat anymore, I don't think sticking together will be a problem." Toph finally got them separated by pushing him off, making him fall to the ground. "Katara, can I have some water?" she asked. "Okay, but we've got to try to conserve it." She looked over at Team Asuma. "Do you guys want some?" Ino fished out a canteen. "We brought our own water, so we'll be fine." Katara nodded. She bent the water out of her pouch and then separated it into 4 small orbs, one each for Sokka, Toph, Momo, and Akela. They let the water go into their mouths and drank it. "Didn't you use this on the swamp guy?" Sokka asked as the water went down his throat. He was certain that she did. "It does taste swampy," Toph admitted. "I'm sorry, it's all we have," Katara told them. If they drank all their water now, they probably wouldn't make it. "I know," Choji said. "Could I borrow your canteen?" He sounded a little embarrassed when he spoke. "What happened to yours?" she asked. "Wasn't it full?" "Yeah, about that." He lifted his canteen up and held it upside down. Not a single drop of water came out of it. "You drank it all already?" "Come on, Ino, an Akimichi doesn't do well in the desert. I was thirsty." He tried to explain himself. "Well, you're none getting any of mine," she retorted, putting her canteen away from his sight. "Hey, look over there," Sokka said. Across from them was a cactus. "Oh, thank Kami," Choji said. He rushed over to the cactus and sliced off a portion with a kunai. "Choji, I wouldn't drink that," Asuma warned him. "It was never a good idea to drink something like that. You'd have no idea what would happen." "What's the harm, Asuma-sensei?" he asked as he drank the water inside the cactus. "Want one, Sokka?" he offered the tribesman, holding up another piece of the cactus. Sokka took the offered portion and drank it while Choji and Momo had more than one serving of the cactus water. "You guys should have some," Choji offered another portion of the cactus to the group. "It's not that bad, actually," Sokka agreed, having finished one portion. "I don't know," Katara said as she watched her brother reach for another piece. Choji's eyes suddenly dilated. "You know you want the cactus juice," he told them, gesturing to the piece of cactus in his hand. "It's free. Free cactus juice for everyone." "Okay, that's it. You're done," Ino told him as she took the piece of cactus away from and spilled its contents onto the desert floor. Maybe she should have let him drink from her canteen. "Sokka, are you okay?" Katara asked him. He was just standing there, like nothing was happening. "I think so. I only had one portion," he answered, dropping the full piece in his hand. He looked around, blinking his eyes a lot. His gaze finally settled on Toph. "One question though, why is Toph on fire?" "I'm not," the blind earthbender told him. Above their heads, Momo was flying around in circles, going faster and faster until he suddenly did a dive bomb into the sand. Can I get some of that cactus? Katara picked up Momo. I don't think that's a good idea. Come on, we need to find again. They all started off before realizing Choji hadn't moved from where he stood. Asuma quickly grabbed him and started pulling him along. Sokka kept looking. Why are we underwater? He asked, his pupils dilated. All he could see was water everywhere. We're not underwater, Sokka, Katara told him. All she could see was a hot desert. Yes, we are. I can see fishes, Choji said, pointing off to the distance. He tried to get loose from Asuma's grip. Come back, fishes, I'm hungry and you are dinner. Choji, you need to calm down, Asuma told him, holding him back. But I want the fishes. Aang flew over the dunes of the desert, looking for his sky bison. He took out the bison whistle and blew. He saw nothing reacting. Appa? He called out. He landed on a dune and tried again. Appa? Again, nothing reacted. No, he whispered as a wave of sadness took over him. The sadness quickly turned into rage. No! He slammed his staff into the dune beneath him. He bent the air around as well, causing a huge cloud of sand to fly up. They crested a sand dune when they saw the giant cloud of sand, which was beginning to look like a mushroom. What is that? Katara asked. What? What is what? Toph asked, looking in the other direction. She had felt something blow past her, but that was it. Sokka was also facing the other way. I don't know, but I'm not going to look at it, he told her. If he looked, he was certain he would say something stupid. It's a giant mushroom, Choji said, excited. He wanted to go to the mushroom but was held back by his sensei. Let's keep moving, Katara told everyone. I hope Aang's okay, she said, mostly to herself. They hadn't seen the airbenders since he left. Asuma dragged his student away. Come on, Choji, we have to go. No! Come back, mushroom! I love you! You are my one and only! The Akimichi cried as he grasped the air in the direction of the mushroom-shaped cloud. You declared your love to a non-existent shark 5 minutes ago, Ino told him, helping her sensei pull him away. What a drag, Shikamaru said as he joined in the dragging. Master Yu and Xian Fu had been hunting Toph for some time now. Her father had promised them an incredibly good reward if they brought her back, so they reluctantly worked together to find her. Their hunt had led them to the Misty Palms oasis. They started asking the residents if they had seen her. Yeah, a little barefoot blind girl and her friends passed through here a few days ago, a man told them. Did they give you any indication of where they were headed? Master Yu asked. Maybe you could give me a little incentive? The man rubbed his fingers together, giving the hint that he wanted money for the information. Are you suggesting that I break your fingers? Threatened Xian Fu. The man whipped his hand around his back. They went into the desert, he told the two of them hurriedly. Too bad there's almost no chance they survived. That's okay, 'cause she's wanted dead or alive. No, she's not. Master Yu argued as the man who gave them the information backed away. I'm certain her father wants her alive. Hey, look! Xian Fu noticed something on a nearby board. Fire Nation wanted posters. So? He wasn't sure where this was going. One of the posters was of Zuko and Iroh. Xian Fu turned and saw the same two men walking into the cantina. So, look who's here. They had been given the opportunity to make some easy cash. They continued without further incident. By now, the sun was setting, and the temperature was getting cooler. A shadow flew over them. When they looked up, they saw it was Aang. He landed behind them and stayed there. I'm sorry, Aang, Katara told him as she ran up to meet him. I know it's hard for you right now, but we need focus on getting out of here. She put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He shrugged it off. What's the difference? We won't survive without Appa. We all know it. I could say that I knew this would eventually happen and that I told you so, Sokka said to Aang and Katara, earning him a glare from the airbender. But considering the fact that I may not be able to follow the ensuring argument, I won't. Come on, Aang, Katara told him. We can do this if we work together. Right, Toph? She asked the blind earthbender. As far as I can feel, we're trapped in a giant bowl of sand pudding, she answered. I got nothing. Sokka, any ideas on how to find Ba Sing Se? asked Katara. If there was anyone who could come up with a plan, it would be her brother. I'll let you know when I can think straight again, he told her as he sat next to Akela. He kept shaking his head slightly, like he was trying to get sand out of his ear. How about you guys? She asked Team Asuma. Do you think if we ask nicely, the circle birds will let me eat them? Choji asked, pointing to the sky. Shikamaru looked upwards. Those aren't birds, Choji, he told his friend. Those are it's too troublesome to figure out what those are. Katara looked upwards to see what they were looking at. Circling above them were buzzard wasps, 4 of them. It was like they were just waiting for the group to throw in the towel, so they could feast. Then she looked at the group. Aang was sulking, Toph was almost falling asleep, Momo was on his back moving his paw in a circle, Sokka sat next to Akela trying to clear his head, and Team Asuma was trying to convince Choji that there wasn't a giant boar with a banner that said, "Please, Choji, I beg of you. Eat me." Tied between its tusks on the next dune over. She gave an exasperated sigh. They weren't going to throw the towel in yet. We're getting out of this desert, and we're going to do it together, she told them. Aang, get up, everyone, hold hands. They did as they were told. We can do this. We have to, she told them. They continued walking, this time by holding hands. Akela walked alongside Sokka. Ino looked back at Shikamaru, who was at the end of the line. Shikamaru, what are you doing to Momo? She asked her teammate. In his free hand, Shikamaru held Momo by the tail, allowing him to flap his wings without flying away from the group. Keeping him entertained, he answered with a straight face. Momo looked like he was enjoying himself. They kept walking until the sun had almost set. They had also stopped holding hands. I think we should stop for the night, Katara finally said. When she said that, everyone pretty much collapsed. Is there any more water? Toph asked. She was thirsty and she wanted a drink. This is the last of it, the waterbender told her. Everyone can have a little drink. She bent the water out of her pouch and held it in the air. Momo leapt for the precious liquid, splattering all over the sand. Way to go, Momo, Sokka said, looking at the lemur. You've killed us all. No, he hasn't, Katara told her brother. She reached for the soggy sand and bent the remaining water out of it, saving some of it. Right, bending, forgot about that. He was starting to wonder if the cactus juice was really getting to him. Then he saw something that caught his attention. Katara handed the pouch to Toph so she could take a sip. Sokka, let me see the things you got from the library, she said, only to find he was staring off at a nearby sand dune. Sokka, you okay? Katara, I need you to hit me, he told her. She was caught off guard. What? I need you to hit me upside the head so I can stop seeing the Kyoshi warriors doing a group striptease. She didn't even hesitate, whacking him hard across the back of his head. He went face first into the sand. Thank you, he said as he brought his head out of the sand. You're welcome, she replied as she took the bag from his slumped shoulder. She sat down and took out one of the scrolls. It doesn't matter, Aang told her dejectedly. None of those will tell us where Appa is. He felt a sweat on his own head. Looking to see who did it, he saw Sokka, who was having a moment of clarity, standing above him. Listen up, Aang, he said. I know that you and Appa have been through a lot, and I know you hate the fact that you can't find him. But face the facts, Appa is not our primary concern anymore. Getting out of here alive is. Stop moping and help us out. Aang gripped his staff and rose from where he was sitting. That's enough. Asuma barked out, standing between them, stopping the fight before it even started. Aang, Sokka is right, we need to worry about leaving this desert alive first. Sokka, remember that Aang lost his closest friend. You don't need to remind him of it every time you can. Aang walked away. Whatever, he grumbled as he sat down a little further away from Sokka. Look guys, this way we can find which way Boss Sing say, Katara told them as she held a constellation map in her hands. We can use the stars to guide us. That way we can travel at night when it's cool and rest during the day. She looked back and saw everyone was almost asleep. Just try to get some sleep. We'll start again in a few hours. Zuko looked around the cantina and wasn't impressed by what he saw. No one here is going to help us, he told Iroh. These people just look like filthy wanderers. So do we, Iroh pointed out. That was the whole idea. Then he noticed something. Ah, this is interesting. Zuko followed his uncle's line of sight until he was looking an old man at a pie show table. I think I found our friend. You brought us here to gamble on pie show? Zuko demanded in a hushed voice. He couldn't his uncle would do something like that at a time like this. Iroh stood up from the table. I don't think this is a gamble. He walked over to the pie show table and Zuko followed. On the other side of the cantina, Xian Fu and Master Yu were watching their every move. Let's take them now, Xian Fu said, rising from his chair. If they caught them, it would be easy cash. Master Yu put a restraining hand on him. This place is full of desperate characters. If they find out we're collecting a bounty, we may have to fight them just to keep our prize. Patience, he told Xian Fu. The Earth Rumble host sat back down and continued to watch. May I have this game? Iroh asked the old man as he approached the table. The guest has the first move, he answered. Iroh sat down and placed a tile in the middle of the board. I see you favor the White Lotus Gambit, his opponent commented. Not many still cling to the ancient ways. He made a gesture with his hands. Those who do can always find a friend, Iroh replied, making the same gesture. Then let us play. The two of them began the game. The only thing Zuko could do at this point was grab a chair and wait. The two players went back and forth, slowly at first but also gradually picking up the pace. As they played the game, Zuko realized that they were placing the tiles so that they made a larger design. The two players placed their last pieces down at the same time, completing the design. Welcome, brother, the old man said. The White Lotus opens wide to those who know our secrets. What are you old gasbags talking about? Zuko finally asked them. They weren't making any sense to him, at least. I've always tried to tell you that Pie Show is more than just a game, Iroh told his nephew cryptically, fiddling with a tile between his fingers. Xian Fu got impatient. I'm not waiting all night for these geezers to finish yapping, he declared as he stood up from his seat. Master Yu simply followed. It's over! Xian Fu shouted at Zuko and Iroh as he made his towards them. You two fugitives are coming with me. The old man got in his path. I knew it, he said loudly. You two are wanted criminals with a big bounty on your heads. Thanks to his time in Akawan, Zuko realized what the old man was doing and kept quiet. You think you're going to capture them and collect all that gold? The old man asked the two bounty hunters. Gold? Asked someone. The attention of everyone in the cantina was now on Xian Fu and Master Yu. Maybe we shouldn't, Master Yu suggested to Xian Fu, who only smirked in answer. Sure enough, a brawl started up. While Xian Fu and Master Yu dominated the others, they didn't notice that the old man, Zuko, and Iroh had left the cantina. They had slept for some hours before Katara woke them up again. Come on, get up. She shook Sokka awake. We need to go. I'm up, he told her as he sat up. Akela opened his eyes as he rose from where he slept next to Sokka. The both of them stood up shakily. Toph also sat up and smacked her lips. Yesterday my mouth tasted like mud, she said. Now it just tastes like sand. I never thought I'd miss the taste of mud so much. That was a weird thing all by itself. Speaking of mud, Choji said as Team Asuma woke up. Have you guys ever wondered what Tauntaun would taste like? Choji, if I were you, Asuma began, I'd never utter that phrase again. Those who tried to eat the pig risked Shizin's, Tsunade's, or Kami forbid, Tauntaun's displeasure and anger. That was a fate he wished on no one. Katara walked over to Aang. I'm awake, he told her as she was about to wake him. I couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about Appa and where the bison might be. Well, we need to get moving if we want to get out of this sand pit, she said to him. Aang saw something flying past the full moon that looked almost like his sky bison. Appa? He cried in joy. Sokka looked up. I don't see Appa, he said before he narrowed his eyes at the moon. But why is Princess Yu trying to fish for stars? The money's made of cheese, Choji declared. Can I have some? He asked his teammates, naked longing evident in his voice. No, Ino told him firmly. Everyone, minus Choji, looked more closely at it. It's just a cloud, Katara said before dropping her head. She immediately brought back up. Wait. A cloud? She took the pouch off her back and held out to Aang. Here, fly up and bend the water from the cloud into my pouch. She told him. He yanked the pouch out of her hands, opened his gilder, and took off. It took him 2 passes through the cloud to get all the water. He threw the pouch at Katara as he landed back on the dune. She investigated the pouch. Wow, there's hardly any in here. At that point, he lost his temper. I'm sorry, okay, he yelled. It's a desert could, I did all I could. What's anyone else doing? What are you doing? He pointed his gilder staff at Katara. Trying to keep everyone together, she answered quietly. She opened the constellation map again. Let's just get moving. We need to head this direction. She knew that he was mad, but they had to get out of the desert first. They started walking again, until Toph tripped and fell down. Crud! I am so sick of not feeling where I'm going, she said as she rubbed foot. And what idiot buried a boat in the middle of the desert? That was probably one of the more stupid things someone could have done. There's a boat here because someone wanted to fish, Choji said with excitement. You see? I knew there were fishes out here. Let's find them, he told his teammates. Calm down, Choji, Asuma told him. A boat? Asked Katara as she went to check what Toph had hit. Believe me, I kick it hard enough to feel plenty of vibrations, the blind earthbender grumbled. Her foot was still stinging from the pain. Katara backed away so that Aang could step forward. He bent the air to blow away the sand covering the hidden object. When the sand cleared, it revealed a sand sailor. It's one of the gilders the sandbenders used. Katara climbed aboard the helm. And look, it's got a compass on it. I bet it can point us out of here. She tapped the compass to make sure it was working. Aang, you can bend a breeze so we can sail it. We're going make it. Sokka stared off into the distance. I could be hallucinating again, but I think Naruto is about 2 dunes behind us, he announced, getting everyone's attention. Asuma looked in Sokka's direction. I don't see anything. I think you're hallucinating. Okay, just making sure. They all climbed aboard and started off. After getting away from the cantina, Zuko and Iroh followed the old man in a building that was apparently a flower store. It is an honor to welcome such a high-ranking member of the Order of the White Lotus, the old man said, bowing his head before Iroh. Being a Grand Master, you must know so many secrets. The old man and Iroh walked to the back of the store with Zuko following them. Now that you've played Pai's show, are you gonna do some flower arranging? Or is someone in this club going to offer some real help? He asked the 2 men. He was failing to see the point in all this. You must forgive my nephew, Iroh told the old man. He is not an initiate and has little love for the cryptic arts. The old man knocked on the door leading into the back. The peephole opened halfway, revealing a man's face. Who knocks at the garden gate? He asked. One who has eaten the fruit and tasted its mysteries, Iroh answered. The door opened, Iroh and the old man walked through. Zuko followed, but the door was closed in his face. The peephole opened and Iroh looked at his nephew. I'm afraid it's members only. Wait out here, he told Zuko. The peephole closed. Zuko took a step back and waited, taking a sniff at a nearby flower. Doesn't smell too bad, he thought to himself. The sand sailor flew on through the desert. Aang was driving it via continuous airstream at the sail. Katara looked at the compass. The needle on this compass doesn't seem to be pointing north according to my charts, she said as she double-checked the constellation map. Don't worry about it, Sokka as he sat behind her, holding Momo against the wind. Akela was sleeping next to him. Don't fight the journey's path, just go with it. What? He shook his head. Sorry, even I'm not sure what that meant. At least I'm better off than Choji. He pointed to Team Asuma, who were holding Choji down and telling him that there was not a barbecue restaurant out in the desert that was having an all-you-can-eat buffet. Katara looked back at where the sand sailor was going and saw a big rock formation. That's what the compass is pointing to. That giant rock, it must be the magnetic center of the desert. A rock? Asked Toph. Yes. Let's go. She wanted to feel solid earth beneath her feet again. Maybe we can find some water there, Katara suggested. They urgently needed more water. Maybe we can find some sandbenders, Aang said to himself. They rode towards the big rock. By the time they reached it, the sun rising. They climbed to the top to get a better view of the desert. Ah, finally, solid ground, Toph said as she fell to the ground and made a rock angel out of the ground. The top of the rock had tunnels leading inward. The group decided to head into one of the tunnels. The tunnel was covered in some form of yellow goo. Sokka took a deep breath. I think my head is starting to clear out the cactus juice, he said. I think so too, Choji agreed. And look. He picked up some of the yellow goo, eat it, and then immediately spat it back out. Tastes like beef gone bad, he said before groaning. Oh, I feel woozy. You've hallucinating on cactus juice all day, and then you just lick something you find stuck to the wall of a cave? Ino demanded angrily. I was hungry. You're in a kimchi. You're always hungry. Speaking of which, do you have any food I can eat? No. Toph walked down the cave with her hand on the wall. I don't think this is a normal cave. This was carved by something, she told them. Yeah, look at the shape, Aang agreed. He could see that the shape was not natural in design. There's something buzzing in here, something that's coming for us, Toph announced. They all saw what coming for them once she said those words. They all ran back out of the tunnel to avoid the buzzard wasps that were coming out of the tunnels in force. They were soon surrounded by the creatures. One came near Aang and he blew it back with a blast of air. One landed on a rock near Toph, who sent it flying by bending the rock upwards. Another one flew between Toph and Sokka, so Toph bent a rock up and threw it at where she thought the buzzard wasp was. It landed in front of Sokka, a little too close for comfort. What are you doing? That rock almost crushed me, he told her. Sorry. I can't tell where they are in the air, she replied. Another buzzard wasp flew past them. I got this one, he told her. He ran forward and swung his machete around wildly. Sokka, there's nothing there, Katara told him. He stopped swinging and looked around. He hadn't hit any buzzard wasps, just air. I guess my head's not as clear as I thought. You said it, Choji agreed as he rubbed his head. Ran into the wall? The tribesman asked him. He just nodded. We need to get out of here. I'm completely out of water to bend, Katara said. Everyone heard Momo give a surprised screech. They turned to see Momo in the clutch of a buzzard wasp. Momo! Cried Aang as the buzzard wasp flew away. I'm not losing anyone else out here. He ran to the ledge, opened his gilder staff and took off. Come on, we're going down, Katara told everyone. They began to climb down the rock but the buzzard wasps were following them. Toph, shoot a rock right there, Katara told her, pointing in the direction she wanted. Toph bent a chunk of rock up in front of her. Fire! Ordered the waterbender. She shot the rocks at the incoming buzzard wasp, sending it down to the ground. Yeah, you got it! Sokka cheered. She got it right? He asked Katara, not sure if he was hallucinating or not. Yes, she answered. Now let's move. They kept moving down the rock, still trying to avoid the buzzard wasps. Meanwhile, Aang flew after the buzzard wasp that held Momo. He flew downwards to get under the buzzard wasp. Once that was done, he flipped over bent a stream of air at the creature, making it lose its grip on Momo. The flying lemur fell through the air but managed to recover. Aang wasn't satisfied by that alone. He landed on the sand and sent an air stream at the fleeing buzzard wasp. It hit the creature, sending crashing down into the sand. Aang glared at the fallen buzzard wasp and then walked away. Back at the rock, the group had almost made it to the bottom, but the buzzard wasps had been hounding them all the way down. On your left, Katara told Toph. She responded by bending a chunk at a buzzard wasp. A buzzard wasp got close, but Asuma fought it off with his chakra blades. I don't will be able to last much longer here, he warned. It was then, almost like someone heard him, the surrounding sand was upheaved into the air. It sent the buzzard wasps back into their caves. When the sand cleared, everyone saw that the ones who saved them were the sandbenders, several of them. Aang landed in front of the group. He had found who he was looking for. Zuko had drifted off into sleep. When the door to the back opened, he immediately moved into a fire-bending stance. What's going on? Is the club meeting over? He asked as he moved out of the stance. Everything is taken care of, Iroh told him as he bowed to the old man, who bowed in return. We're heading to Ba Sing Se. Ba Sing Se, repeated Zuko. Why would we go to the Earth Kingdom capital? That was probably the worst place to be in right now, especially if they weren't from the Earth Kingdom. The city is filled with refugees, the old man explained. No one will notice two more. We can hide in plain sight there, Iroh clarified. And it's the safest place in the world from the Fire Nation. Even I couldn't break through to the city. The door to the shop opened. I have the passports for our guests, a young man said. But there are two men out on the street, looking for them. Zuko and Iroh looked through the front door's peephole. They saw Xian Fu and Master Yu showing their wanted poster and asking people if they had seen them. What are you doing in our land with a sandbender sailor? The leader of the sandbenders demanded of the group. From the looks of it, you stole it from the Hami tribe. Sokka felt Akela tense up by his side. What's the matter, Akela? He asked in a whisper. The wolf looked at him, looked back at the sandbenders and then pawed his nose while his tail drooped. The tribesman got the message immediately. You mean it was one of them? Akela nodded in acknowledgement. We found the sailor abandoned in the desert. We're traveling with the Avatar, Katara explained as she gestured towards Aang. The leader's eyes widened slightly. He knew who that was. Our bison was stolen, and we have to get to Ba Sing Se. You dare accuse our people of theft while you ride in on a stolen sand sailor? A younger sandbender demanded. Toph paid closer attention. She had heard that voice before somewhere. Quiet, Gashian, barked the sandbender leader. No one accused our people of anything. If what they say is true, we must give them hospitality. That was the law that every sandbender tribe held to. No one ever broke the law of hospitality. Sorry, father, Gashian apologized. He knew the law as well. Toph's eyes widened at the voice. I recognized the son's voice, she whispered to Katara. He's the one that stole Appa. Are you sure? Katara asked. They had to be careful and not accuse the wrong person. I never forget a voice. However, the two of them had forgotten that Aang was right behind them and could hear every bit of the hushed conversation. He marched forward with angry steps. You stole Appa. He accused the son, pointing his staff at him. Where is he? What did you do to him? They're lying. They're the thieves. Gashian protested, trying to deflect the blame. Aang responded by swinging his staff at one of the sand sailors, bending an airstream at it and destroying it. Where is my bison? He demanded. The door to the flower store opened and the young man walked out, pulling a cart with two big pots of flowers. As he walked away, Xian Fu and Master Yu walked towards the store. Xian Fu opened the door loudly, slamming it against the wall and making a pot of flowers hanging from the ceiling crash to the floor. Hey you! Where are these men? He demanded of a man who was tending to the flowers. I got a tip that they're in your shop. As you can see, no one is here but us, the man replied, spreading his arms to emphasize the point. We know all about your secret back room, Master Yu told him. Kick it down, he ordered Xian Fu. Hey! That room is for flowers only, the man protested as Xian Fu ran past him and kicked down the door, revealing an empty room. The only thing that was in the room was a Pai Sho tile, specifically the White Lotus tile. Some unlucky soul has an incomplete Pai Sho set, Master Yu stated as he picked up the tile, missing the actual point of the tile. Xian Fu angrily knocked the tile out of his hands. Let's go back to finding the girl, he told Master Yu. Outside the village, the young man was still pulling the cart with the two large flower pots. The flowers were lifted to reveal both Iroh and Zuko hiding in the pots. They shared a look and then went back down, placing the flowers back over their heads. You tell me where he is now, Aang told Gashian and destroyed another sand sailor via airbending to emphasize his point. He was mad and he wanted his bison back. What did you do? The sandbender leader asked his son. It wasn't me, he protested. You said to put a muzzle on him, Toph announced, killing any defense he had. You muzzled Appa, Aang roared. At this point, his anger grew too much, and he went into the Avatar state. He destroyed another sand sailor, and it was more violent this time. I'm sorry, Gashian apologized. I didn't know it belonged to the Avatar. How many sky bison are left, you baka? Shouted Ino. There was only one left, it wasn't hard. Tell me where Appa is, Aang demanded, his voice mixing with those of the previous avatars, making it sound almost demonic. I traded him to some merchants. He's probably in Ba Sing Se by now. They were going to sell him there. Aang said nothing. He just stared at them, making them nervous. Please, we'll escort you out of the desert. We'll help however we can, Gashian promised. If he didn't try to appease the angry Avatar, he and his tribe might end up dead. But this only seemed to make Aang even angrier, as the sand around him began to get swept up by the wind forming around him. You need to move, now, Asuma ordered. They all started running away from Aang, who was enveloped in a dome of air and lifted off his feet. He was also causing a sandstorm. Katara tried to reach for Aang but was pulled away from him by Sokka. Get out of here, Katara, he told her in a calm voice. What do you think you're doing? She demanded. I'm doing the job I was given. Now run, he ordered. As she moved away, he reached for Aang's arm. Aang, stop it, he told his friend, trying to get through to him. Aang simply moved a hand, and he was pushed back. The Avatar was about to lash out against the sandbenders when Sokka grabbed his arm, yanked him down, and punched him in the face. I said stop it, he yelled, his eyes turning pitch black as he cut the link between Aang and the Avatar state. Aang returned to normal as he fell to the ground. As he did, tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing the tears, Katara ran over to him and hugged him. I'm sorry, Aang. I'm so sorry, she whispered. He opened his eyes. It's not your fault, Katara, he told her. They broke the hug and stood back up. Aang turned to face the sandbender leader. Sorry about breaking the sand sailors. You have nothing to apologize for, Avatar, the leader said, looking at his son with a disapproving look. There are additional sand sailors nearby. We will be fine. We shall head towards them and then escort you out of the desert. Hold on, Sokka said, getting everyone's attention. There's one more issue we have with your tribe. And what is that? He looked to the wolf standing next to him. Who was it, Akela? He asked. Akela paced slowly towards the sandbenders. He began to sniff each one of them, checking their scent. What is the meaning of this? The leader asked. Sokka, what are you doing? Aang asked as well. Both he and the leader had no idea what was going on. You'll see, he answered shortly, keeping his gaze on the wolf. Akela kept sniffing, going to each sandbender. Finally, he found the scent of the one who wounded him. He looked up, bared his teeth, and growled at the sandbender leader's son, Gashian. He looked down at the growling wolf. What are you growling at me for, you stupid cur? He asked. Hearing movement on the sand, he leapt up just in time for Sokka to slug him in the face, breaking his nose in the process. He fell to the ground and the tribesmen kicked him repeatedly, his foot hitting harder and harder. Gashian tried to curl into a ball to avoid more of the pain, and it only worked marginally. Please stop, he croaked out. You want me to stop, is that? Sokka asked. He stopped the kicking and grabbed Gashian by the collar. If you ever harm Akela again, your father won't have enough pieces of you to bury, he growled to the sandbender's face. To prove his point, he drew his machete and cut Gashian's chest, making it bleed badly. He threw the sandbender back to the ground and looked at his father. You might as well take care of him, he said. He and Akela walked back to their own group. No one said a word after what they had seen. That was whole other side of Sokka they never would have thought existed. Alright, I'm done here, Naruto said as he put the last book in place. He had to admit, the whole process went a lot faster when he had help. But we're not done, Professor Zay said as he looked at the rest of the empty shelves. There are still so many books that need to be replaced. It was saddening to see so many empty shelves. You don't think I know that? He asked the professor. Trust me, I've been doing this whenever I can for the past 3 years and I know for a fact it will be a long time until this section will be completely restored. He just hoped that it would be finished before he died. How did you find the library in the first place? Zay asked him as they walked back to the center of the library. By accident, the blonde admitted. I got caught in a sandstorm 3 years ago. I found the tower and climbed inside. That's when I met the owl. He was generous to allow me to wait out the storm in the library. I walked around the place, looking at all the books and eventually saw the destroyed Fire Nation section. When the sandstorm eventually died and I could leave, I made the owl a deal. I could come back as many times as I can to restore the Fire Nation section of the library. He took the deal on the spot. That's incredible. He never would have thought to do that. He shrugged. Not really, the bird was moping around before I made him the offer. That is something I never really want to see again. It's too weird. Why is that? The professor asked as they walked down the halls, the sound of their feet echoing all around them. When he gets depressed or mopes around, he goes to the baby section of the library and reads nursery rhymes. If he's really depressed, he starts singing them out loud, Naruto told him, silently suppressing a shudder at the memory. That had been a long 3 hours. You're right, that is weird, Zay agreed. He made a silent note to stay out of Wan Shitong's way when he got like that. They reached the bridge directly below the tower. Time for me to go, Naruto said, looked over at Zay. Now do you remember what I told you about living here? He asked the professor. He nodded. Make sure that Wan Shitong doesn't mistake me for food. Always keep treats on hand for the knowledge seekers. And make sure that Wan Shitong eats occasionally, he recited, counting the things on his hands. Did I miss anything? That's pretty much it. I'll see you when I come back, Zay, he said before literally jumping all the way up to the inside of the tower, and then ran up it, leaving behind a stunned Zay. He soon leapt out of the window and landed in the Si Wong Desert. Information went through his head almost as soon as he landed. It seems that the Avatar's group has received help from the Sandbenders, he mused. Indeed, the QB agreed as he looked through the information as well. Sokka managed to see your clone. It's a good thing he was hallucinating beforehand. Otherwise, the rest might have seen it. That's true. Right now, the second clone was tracking them. They appeared to be heading for Ba Sing Se. That made sense. They had been in the library and found information for the war. There was no doubt that they would try to get to the center of the Earth Kingdom. The fox grinned. Kit, do you remember lesson number 5? Of course I do. When you hear opportunity knocking, open the door, he recited. That was an important lesson, and it always paid to pay attention to it. They just gave you a very good opportunity. He caught the fox's drift and grinned as well. Yes, they did. It also gives me a chance to refine an old jutsu of mine. He was beginning to look forward to this idea. It also helped that he had been in Ba Sing Se before and knew exactly what to do. The QB looked through his Jinchuriki's mind and saw what he was planning. You are evil, Kit. I approve. They won't see this coming until it's too late, he declared with an evil grin. Then it's best to get started, isn't it? He quickly created another clone. Go find the princess and tell her what's going to happen. The clone nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them ran at top speed through the desert, inadvertently causing a sandstorm between them. Chapter 12, Passage and Knowledge. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. Aang and his group managed to get out of the Si Wong Desert with the help of the Sandbender tribe, even though most of them stayed away from Sokka after what happened to Gashian. Once they were out of the desert, they started to make their way towards Ba Sing Se. They took a break near the waterfall, while Sokka was looking over a map he'd taken from Wan Shitong's library while Akela took a nap next to him. The wolf had recovered from his injuries from the desert. Toph sat near the water's edge, splashing her feet. Aang was floating in the water. He dived under the water and bent it to freeze himself in a block of ice to float better, leaving his head free. Shikamaru was lying on his back, watching clouds. Asuma and Ino were double-checking the supplies and Choji was trying to fish. As for Katara, she was high on a ledge over the pool of water. She yelled out waterbending bomb before jumping off the ledge and landing in the water. The reason she said waterbending was because of the large amount of water that splashed down on the others. Team Asuma got clear of the splash zone. Aang landed back on the bank, breaking the ice covering him. Toph stayed where she was and Sokka covered the map he was looking at from the water while Akela woke up with a surprised yelp. While the others laughed, Sokka was annoyed. Sure, he grumbled as he held the map up, letting the water drip out. 5,000-year-old map from the spirit library, just splash some water on them. Katara got out of the water. Sorry, she apologized before bending the water out of the map, drying it. Akela got up from where he was sleeping, padded over to where Katara was standing and shook his fur dry in front of her. Stop that, Akela. If you don't want that to happen, don't get the wolf wet, Choji said. Or hit him with cold water, Shikamaru continued. It's a troublesome way to wake up. Speaking from experience, Shikamaru? Ino asked innocently. Yes, he answered shortly. He wasn't going to go there, not with her around. So, did you figure out what route we're going to take? Ing asked as they huddled up around Sokka. Okay, he started. We just got out of the desert, so we must be around here. He pointed to a spot on the map. And we need to go to Ba Sing Se, which is here. He pointed to the city, which was visible on the map. It looks like the only passage connecting the south to the north is this sliver of land called the Serpent's Pass. You're sure that's the best way to go? Toph asked him. She couldn't see the map, but the name itself was foreboding. It's the only way, he replied. I mean, it's not like we have Appa to fly us there. Shush up about Appa, Katara whispered to him. Can't you at least try to be sensitive? The two of them looked at Aang. Ever since his temper tantrum in the desert, they had tried to be careful around him, like he was damaged goods. Katara, it's okay, the air nomad told her. I know I was upset about losing Appa before, but I just want to focus on getting to Ba Sing Se and telling the Earth King about the solar eclipse. Oh well, okay, she answered, unsure if he meant what he said. I'm glad you're doing better. Just leave him alone, Katara, Ino told her. He'll take care of it when he wants to. It was better to let him sort it out on his own. Then to Ba Sing Se we go, Sokka declared, rolling up the map and standing up. No more distractions. Hello there, fellow refugees. A voice called out. Behind the group stood a man and two women, one of which was pregnant. Sokka just scowled at them. How troublesome, a distraction, Shikamaru said in a very dry voice. Knock it off, Shikamaru! Ino berated her teammate. Introductions were soon made. The man's name was Tan, and he was traveling with his sister and pregnant wife. So, are you guys heading to Ba Sing Se too? Aang asked them. Sure are, Tan answered. We're trying to get there before my wife, Aang, has her baby. He rubbed Ying's swollen belly. Great, we can travel through the Serpent's Pass together, Katara said. Tan, his sister, and his wife flinched. The Serpent's Pass? Asked Aang. Only the truly desperate take that deadly route. Deadly route, Toph repeated before hitting Sokka in the arm. Great pick, Sokka. Well, we are desperate, Sokka told her, rubbing his shoulder. How else were they going to get to Ba Sing Se? He didn't see anything else on the map that got them there. You should come with us to Full Moon Bay, Tan suggested. Ferries take refugees across the lake. It's the fastest way to Ba Sing Se. And it's hidden, so the Fire Nation can't find it, Aang supplied. Peaceful ferry ride or deadly pass? Katara asked with obvious sarcasm, looking pointedly at her brother. Shut up, Katara, Sokka told her. How was I supposed to know that there was a harbor there? Aside from that, they all agreed to go to Full Moon Bay. They managed to make there without any harm and soon found the tunnel that led into the harbor. Katara was shocked at what she saw. I can't believe how many people's lives have been uprooted by the Fire Nation. She watched a mother feed food to her baby, who didn't like it and cried in protest. We're all looking for a bit of life, safe, behind the walls of Ba Sing Se, Tan told her. But it didn't change the fact that what they were was quite basically a slum. Even if they weren't in the city yet, it was still a slum. One of the ferries behind the harbor walls sailed out onto the lake, traveling towards the city. On that same ferry was a dragon who hailed from the west and a dragon that had been scarred by his own father. Who would have thought after all these years, I'd return to the scene of my greatest military disgrace as a tourist? Iroh said solemnly before putting on a hat with a flower in it, trying to lighten the mood. It didn't work. Look around, Zuko told him. We're not tourists, we're refugees. He picked up a bowl of food, which consisted of gruel and chunks of something, drank a little bit and spat it back out. Ugh! I'm sick of eating rotten food, sleeping in the dirt. I'm tired of living like this. Aren't we all? A nearby voice asked. Turning their heads, the two of them saw that the voice belonged to a dark-haired teenager chewing a piece of wheat. My name's Jet, he introduced himself. And these are my freedom fighters, Smellerby and Longshot. Hey, Smellerby greeted. Longshot just nodded. Zuko looked back out at the water. Hello, he said. They were trying to blend in. That meant keeping conversations and interactions with other people to a minimum. Jet walked closer. Here's the deal, he began. I hear the captain's eating like a king while us refugees have to feed of his scraps. Doesn't seem fair, does it? What sort of king is he eating like? Iroh asked. The fat, happy kind, he answered, making Iroh start to drool. You want to help us liberate some food? He asked Zuko. Zuko stared into the bowl of food in front of him. It was either blending in, or eating bad food. Making his choice, he threw the bowl into the water. I'm in, he told Jet, who smirked in reply. I told you already. The passport attendant told a merchant in front of her. No vegetables on the ferry. One cabbage slug could destroy the entire ecosystem of Ba Sing Se. Security! She called out. A nearby security platypus bear destroyed the cart holding the vegetables. My cabbages! Screamed out the merchant, who then had to be carried away by security guards. Next! The attendant called out. Aang stepped forward. Made tickets for the ferry for Ba Sing Se, please, he told her. Passports? She asked, sounding like she already wanted him gone. No one told us we had to have passports. He would have thought they could go right in. Don't you know who this is? Sokka asked her. He's the Avatar. The attendant scoffed. I see 50 avatars a day, and by the way, not the very impressive costume. She pointed to a group of people who were dressed as Aang being watched by security. Besides, no animals allowed. She said when she saw Momo and Akela. Do I need to call security? They looked at the platypus bear, which chomped down on a cabbage to emphasize the point. That won't be necessary, Aang told her. Next? She barked out. Toph walked to the attendant's stand. I'll take care of this, she told Aang. My name is Toph Beifong and I'll need 8 tickets, she told the attendant, showing her passport. Ah, the golden seal of the flying boar, the attendant gushed as she looked at the passport. It is my pleasure to help anyone of the Beifong family. She bowed her head to blind earthbender. It is your pleasure, Toph told her pointedly. As you can see, I am blind, and these 7 imbeciles are my valets. She gestured to the rest of the group, who smiled and waved. But the monkey, the attendant tried to object. Is my seeing eye lemur? And the wolf? Has been trained to alert us at night should anyone try to kidnap Lady Toph, Sokka told her. He's completely docile, provided you don't try to take Lady Toph. He looked at her with a suspicious look. You weren't planning on taking Lady Toph, were you? On cue, Akela began to growl at the attendant. That's enough, Akela. She's not going to kidnap me, Toph told the wolf. He stopped growling, going along with the act. Well, normally it's only 1 ticket per passport, the attendant began. But this document is so official, I guess it's worth 8 tickets. She stamped 8 tickets. Thank you very much, Toph said, taking the tickets and walking away. The rest of the group followed. Akela barked once loudly. Yes, indeed, Akela. The attendant is a suck-up, Sokka said loudly, letting the whole line hear him. It loosened the tension a little bit by making the line laugh. The attendant scowled, but he didn't care. What he did care about was when someone grabbed by the back of his shirt and pulled him around. Tickets and passports, please, a guard woman demanded. Is there a problem? He asked cautiously. He didn't think his comment was too out of line. Yeah, I got a problem with you, she told him. I've seen your type before. Probably sarcastic, think you're hilarious, and let me guess, you're traveling with the Avatar. He looked at her closely. She seemed familiar for some reason. Do I know you? His shirt was grabbed again. You don't remember? The guard demanded. Maybe you remember this. She kissed him on the cheek. Didn't see that coming, Shikamaru commented. Me neither, Ino agreed. Sokka, on the other hand, brightened up and said Suki, before hugging her with a big grin on his face. He hadn't recognized the Kyoshi warrior without her gear and makeup on. She broke the hug. Sokka, it's good to see you, she told him with a smile on her face. Hold up, I think some of us need an introduction here, Toph said. Personally, she was at a loss and she didn't like that. She wanted some information quickly. Right, sorry about that, Sokka replied, looking at the rest of the group. Guys, this is Suki. She's the leader of the Kyoshi warriors. Suki, this is Toph Beifong, Aang's earthbending teacher. Nice to meet you, Suki greeted the blind earthbender. This is Asuma Sarutobi, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, and Shikamaru Nara, he introduced Team Asuma. They were hired to protect us. Nice to meet you, Asuma said. Hey, Shikamaru said lazily. It's nice to meet you, Suki, Ino said. Kyoshi Warriors, isn't that the group you said you saw in the desert doing a… Choji didn't finish what he was saying due to the fact Asuma covered his mouth to stop him from talking. Of all the things you could have said, you went with that, Sokka demanded. Why would the Akimichi say something like that? What were we doing, Sokka? Suki asked in an innocent, dangerous voice. Something that I'll only tell you when I'm not sober, he told her. He was certain that he wouldn't want to remember what came next. He heard a woof and saw that Akela was giving him a pointed look. Sorry. Suki, this is Akela. The wolf padded forward and started to sniff her thoroughly, going all around her. Once he was done, he went back to Sokka's side and nodded. What just happened? Suki asked him. He approves of you. Realizing the fact that they couldn't talk in the open, Suki led them a place where they could do so in peace. You look so different without your makeup, Katara told her. And the new outfit. The waterbender looked at the uniform she was wearing. It was completely different. That crabby lady makes all the security guards wear them, she explained. And look at you, sleeveless guy, she said to Sokka, looking him over. Been working out? I'll grab a tree branch and do a few pull-ups now and then. Nothing major, he told her while stretching, showing off without shame. Are the other Kyoshi warriors around? Aang asked her. It made sense to him. If she was here, the others must be too. Yeah, she answered. After you left Kyoshi, we wanted to find a way to help people. We ended up escorting some refugees and we've been here ever since. Momo jumped onto the edge of the wall, making Suki giggle. Hi Momo, good to see you too. She scratched his ear. So why are you guys getting tickets for the ferry? Wouldn't you just fly across on Appa? Everyone got a little downcast when they thought of the sky bison. Appa's missing, Katara told her. We hope to find him in Ba Sing Se. The information they got from the sandbenders was all they had to go on. I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you doing okay? She asked Aang. He looked at her, and then at the rest of the group. They all had a look of concern on their faces. I'm doing fine, he told them, trying to reassure them. Would everybody stop worrying about me? Avatar Aang, called out Aang from below, getting his attention. You have to help us. Someone took all our belongings. Our passports, our tickets, everything's gone. I'll talk to the lady for you, he told them. It didn't go according to plan. No passports, no tickets. The passport attendant told him, stamping his forehead. But she's pregnant, and all of their stuff was stolen. You have to make an exception, Aang protested. No exceptions, she yelled. If I just gave away tickets willy-nilly to anyone, there would be no more order. And you know what that means. No more civilization. Shut up, you cranky bitch, a voice cried out. The line cleared away to reveal a teenage girl around Shikamaru, Ino and Choji's age. She had brown eyes and short black hair. She wore a dark green shirt and black shorts. The funny thing was that what she wore didn't hide her ample assets. It highlighted them as well as her legs. If you did what you preached, I would have been in Ba Sing Se already. You damn well knew that was my passport that guy gave you. It had my name on it. All the guy had to do was give you a little incentive to convince you that was his passport, and have security detain me. So don't you dare preach about order, you spirit's damned hypocrite. She yelled out for the entire harbor to hear. Security, bellowed the attendant. Detain that girl. The security men moved to grab her. You'll have to catch me first, she said before running away. Aang turned his attention back to the attendant. Look, what if we gave them our tickets? HH suggested to the attendant. He was trying to be reasonable. But she was being stubborn. No. But. Next, she yelled out, spittle hitting Aang in the face. He walked away back to Tan and his family, wiping the spit and ink from his face. Don't worry, you'll get to the city safely, he told them. I'll lead you through the Serpent's Pass. Of course, we're going to go through there, Shikamaru drawled. Why would things be easy for once? Sokka groaned. Knew it, I just knew it. They had to get rid of their tickets first, and Sokka knew just the way to do it. They walked up to the front of the attendant's stand, held out the tickets, and yelled out tickets. Free tickets here. It caused a stampede, and the attendant was left with the chaos, which was the plan. Alright, that lady got what she deserved. The tribesmen cheered as they walked away. Time to head for the Serpent's Pass then, Asuma said as they neared the exit. I'm coming too, Suki called out. She ran towards them in full Kyoshi warrior gear and makeup. Sokka looked back at her with some surprise on his face. Are you sure that's a good idea? Sokka, I thought you'd want me to come, she replied. I do, it's just thoughts of you came to his mind. He could still see her, mere moments before she gave up her life to become the moon. Just what? The Kyoshi warrior demanded. Nothing, I'm glad you're coming, he told her, pushing you away from his current thoughts. She joined the group while he just watched her with a worried look. He felt a weight press against his side. Looking down, he saw Akela giving him a look. I'm worried, that's all, he told the wolf before walking to catch up with the group. They were outside the tunnel that led into the harbor when they heard a voice yell Hyyyy. Wait up! Coming out of the tunnel was the same girl who had yelled at the passport attendant. Glad I caught up with you guys, she said. What do you want? Asuma asked, instantly on his guard. He saw, out of the corner of his eye, that his team had done the same. You guys are going through the Serpent's Pass, right? She asked them. Yeah, that's right, Ino answered. She grinned. Great, then I'm coming with you. Her declaration threw some of the people there for a loop. But the shinobi stayed cautious. What makes you say that? Choji asked. I've been trying to get into Ba Sing Se for over 2 months now, she told them. If there's a chance of getting to that city, I'll take it. How convenient, Sokka muttered. A stranger wants to join us. The girl looked at him. You don't trust me, do you? She asked him. Sokka, we don't need your paranoia now. Katara hissed at him with a frown on her face. Sorry, my brother gets like that, she apologized. It's not his fault, you guys don't know me, the girl told her. But still, I'm going with you guys. We don't need excess baggage, Aang said, surprising everyone there. He's usually the first one to help people. So, you're not coming with. Whatever he was going to say next disappeared when she was suddenly behind him with an arm around his neck, slightly choking him. If you're implying that I can't hold my own in a fight, she whispered in his ear. I think I'll be fine. Is that okay, you self-important little brat? Alright, that's enough, Asuma said, taking control of the situation before it got any worse. You can come along. That was the plan. She let go of Aang. Sorry about that, I wanted to make my point, she apologized to the air nomad. He didn't say anything in reply. Is there something we can call you? Or should we just stick to troublesome woman? Shikamaru asked her. Oh right, knew I forgot something, she said with a small blush on her face. My name is Jie. Is there anything else? Yes, I have a question, Ino said as she stared at the girl. What exactly do you eat? Huh? What do you mean? They're huge. The kunoichi pointed to her breasts. She couldn't get that size if she tried. Her face blushed fast. Don't stare at them, she cried, covering them as best she could. It's bothering me. She didn't like when people did that. Wow, a girl who's insecure about her breasts being that big, the guys in the group, except Aang, thought to themselves. Sorry, Ino instantly apologized. She didn't mean to make the girl feel uncomfortable. It's okay, Shia told her, still trying to hide them. Just don't stare at them like that. Back in my village, the other girls started to make fun of me when they got bigger. Anyway, we'd better get going, Asuma announced. The girl was coming, and they had already agreed. So, they might as well get moving. They made their way to the Serpent's Pass, which took them surprisingly little time. This is the Serpent's Pass? Sokka asked as he looked at the beginning of the trail. I thought it would be windier. You know, like a serpent. I guess they misnamed it. Try to think vertically instead of horizontally, Shikamaru suggested. He tried doing that. Sorry, still not seeing it. All he saw was a very tall, very thin pathway. Ing noticed something on a nearby post. Look at this writing, how awful, she said as she read what was there. What does it say? Toph asked. She wasn't even looking in the direction of the writing, but she was curious all the same. Katara looked at the writing. It says abandon hope, she read aloud for all to hear. How can we abandon hope? It's all we have, Ing asked. It was the only thing that kept them going to get to Ba Sing Se. I don't know, Ing said. He had been taught differently. The monks used to say that hope is just a distraction. So maybe we do need to abandon it. Katara was about to say something but Shiya cut her off. If that's the case, then your monk friends were probably among the stupidest people in this world, she said. Ing gripped his staff tightly. What did you just say? He asked her, looking at her but not moving from where he stood. No one insulted the monks in front of him. You heard me, she replied, completely calm and not letting anything show. But right now, we just have to keep moving. She started to walk onto the trail of the Serpent's Pass. The group was silent for a few minutes. We might as well follow her, Choji said. Everyone else agreed with what he said and followed the girl. They had to be careful when traveling across the Serpent's Pass. The part they were on now was just a thin path against a wall of rock. The Fire Nation controls the Western Lake, Suki explained when they saw a Fire Nation ship on the water. Rumor has it they're working on something big on the other side and they don't want anyone to find out what it is. Ing gave the nearby ship a glance but kept on walking. Everyone else followed him until the edge of the path beneath Tan gave away, making him begin to fall towards the water. Toph bent a slab of rock to jut out so that he could land safely. She then bent the rock to send him back onto the path. I'm okay, he said, reassuring his family. But the falling rock alerted the Fire Nation ship. They spotted us. Sokka called out as the ship began to sling fireballs at them. Let's go! Let's go! Aang leapt off the path to meet the fireball head-on. With a swing of his staff and some airbending, he sent it flying back into the ship's smokestacks, destroying them completely. But they could still sling fireballs. Another one was fired and hit the side of the cliff above them, causing rocks to start to fall. They were heading straight for Suki until Sokka pushed her out of the way. They were about to hit him when Toph bent the cliff side to jut out at an angle, allowing the rocks to roll off into the water. Suki, are you okay? Sokka demanded as he helped her stand up. You have to be more careful. Come on. He led her down the path, leaving Toph standing alone with Momo. Thanks for saving my life, Toph. Hey, no problem, Sokka, she muttered to herself before joining the run. Ing joined them as the Fire Nation just sat in the water. They ran on for a little more time before finally stopping to catch their breath. I think we're out of the danger zone, Asuma said looking back. The Fire Nation ship had been damaged and wasn't pursuing them. We need to keep moving, Aang said, looking ahead. We figured, Mr. Moody, Shia said. You go on ahead, we will follow. He just glared at her and started walking away. The group followed as Katara walked alongside Shia. Why do you keep insulting him like that? She asked. Simple, because I can, Shia answered with a shrug, like it was the simplest thing out there. But he's the Avatar. That fact alone should have commanded respect from everyone who knew what that meant. So? It doesn't matter. He's just another kid who thinks he's hot stuff. Besides, if he is the Avatar, he should have manned up 100 years ago. But he ran. So, I think I can insult him all I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. She walked up the group, leaving Katara alone. They kept on walking until the sun was setting. By then they had found a place where they could sleep for the night, so they decided to make camp. Sokka saw that Suki was setting up near the edge. Suki, you shouldn't sleep there, he told her. Who knows how stable this ledge is? It could give way at any moment. He grabbed her gear and carried it away. Sokka, I'm fine. Stop worrying, she told him. You're right, he told her as he laid out her gear. You're perfectly capable of taking care of yourself. Suki began to sit down. Wait! He barked out, leaping in front of her. Oh, never mind, I thought I saw a spider. But you're fine. He patted her shoulder, making her give him a flat stare. Akela had to restrain the urge to not bite him in the ass. Zuko, Jet and Smellerbee went the staircase to the third level of the ferry. Waiting for the guard to pass, they made their way to the storeroom. Smellerbee was on lookout while Zuko and Jet went for the door. Ramming an end of one of his hooked swords into the lock, Jet was able to open the door. After making sure there weren't any guards, the two quickly got to work. Jet cut the dead animals from their strings and bagged them while Zuko used his swords to stack and tie up bowls that were filled with food before bagging them as well. "Guards coming," Smellerbee called out in a hushed voice. They got out of the storeroom, closing the door behind them, and ran to the railing. 2 levels below, Longshot was waiting. He fired off an arrow with a rope attached. It hit the railing, allowing Zuko, Jet and Smellerbee zip down the line with the goods intact. Longshot pulled and the arrow broke away from the railing, letting it fall down just as a guard went by. The 4 of them walked away, making sure no one saw them with the food. Aang stood alone, watching the water below him. Katara walked up behind him. "You know, it's okay to miss Appa," she told him. He said nothing. He just kept looking out to the water. "What's going on with you? In the desert, all you cared about was finding Appa, and now it's like you don't care about him at all." "You saw what I did out there," he answered. "I was so angry at losing Appa, I couldn't control myself. I hated feeling like that." The monks would have looked at him with disappointment in their eyes if they had seen what had happened with the sandbenders. "But now you're not letting yourself feel anything," she protested. "I know sometimes it hurts more to hope and it hurts more to care. But you have to promise me that you won't stop caring." She opened her arms wide. "Come on, you need a hug." He simply turned and bowed to her. "Thank you for your concern, Katara," he said before walking away. Katara was downcast by what he had said and how he treated her. "I thought I told you to leave him alone and let him figure it out," Ino said behind her. She turned around and saw both Ino and Chie. "I just wanted to help," she tried to explain. It was in her nature. Couldn't they see that? "Katara, the best way you can help him is to let him deal with it," Ino told her. "You trying to help will only hinder him in the long run." "Or you could just hit him upside the head and tell him to grow up," Chie suggested. Katara glared at the girl. "What would you know about how Aang feels?" "I don't. It gives me an unbiased look at him." Her voice filled itself with scorn as she spoke. "In my opinion, he needs to be kicked in the ass rather than have a nice hug." "And you think you're the one to do it?" "Nope, I'll just insult him until he's better." She grinned. "Face the facts, princess, not everything can be fixed with a hug and someone saying that everything will be alright or that they're sorry. If that were true, this war wouldn't have dragged on for this long. Everyone is hoping that the Avatar will stop the Fire Nation and bring balance back to the world." She scoffed. "If little Miss Arrowhead keeps acting like that, we're screwed." "You don't believe in him?" Katara asked, astounded by what she was hearing. "You don't think he can stop the war?" "It's been going for over a century now and so far, he hasn't done a damn thing to stop it," she replied easily enough. "Well, what about you? Do you have a plan to stop the Fire Lord? Did your parents train you in the ways of the warrior so you could help save the world? No, you're just here because your village got burned to the ground and you hope to find safety in Ba Sing Se." The waterbender yelled at her. "You're going too far, Katara," Ino warned her. Chie's grin disappeared, and she looked like she was desperately trying to make sure she wouldn't beat Katara into the ground right then and there. "For the record, princess, my village hasn't been burned to the ground, they just kicked me out because they didn't need, and I quote someone that's not wanted here," she grounded out. "And yes, my parents didn't teach how to fight in the war, probably because I was raised by a woman who was skilled in the world's oldest profession, who kicked me out when I was 10. She walked away, anger showing in her steps. The 2 girls watched her leave. "You went too far there, Katara," Ino told her. "Sometimes, the waterbender just didn't know when to stop." "Maybe I did," she admitted. "But why would a huntress kick her out of the house?" Ino looked at her like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. "What? The oldest profession in the world is being a hunter, right? They had been around for as long as anyone could remember." The kunoichi shook her head in exasperation. She wasn't raised by a hunter. She was raised by a whore. Odds are she was kicked out so the whore could get more customers. Katara was shocked by those words. "No one would ever do that," she protested. To do such a thing would have been unthinkable, at least to her. Yes, they do, and you just saw the result of one. Ino walked away, leaving Katara with her thoughts. Sokka sat alone, looking at the moon in the sky. It went behind a cloud for a moment, and when it cleared, Suki was walking towards him. It's a beautiful moon, she said, looking up at it. Yeah, it really is, he said, thinking of you. Whenever he saw the moon, he couldn't help but think of her. She sat down next to him. Look, I know you're just trying to help, but I can take care of myself. I know you can. She had proven that to him back on her own island. Then why were you acting so overprotective? She asked. It's so hard to lose someone you care about, he told her before looking away. He couldn't keep eye contact with her. Something happened at the North Pole and I couldn't protect someone. I don't want anything like that to happen again. I lost someone I cared about, she admitted. He didn't die, he just went away. I only had a few days to get to know him. But he was smart, and brave and funny. Sokka, being the clueless male teenager he is, got mad and stood up. Who is this guy? He demanded. Is he taller than me? No, he's about your height, she answered without giving away anything. Is he better looking? It is you, stupid, she finally told him. Oh, he said, feeling like an idiot. The two of them just stared at each other. They leaned closer, and their eyes closed. They were about to kiss when Sokka pulled away. I can't, he told her, the reminder of what happened to you still in the sky. I'm sorry, she said to him. No, you shouldn't be. He walked away, leaving Suki alone under the moon. Jet walked alongside the passengers, handing out the food they had taken. It was almost like a banquet. Zuko, Iroh and the other two freedom fighters sat together. So, Smellerby, Iroh began. That's an unusual name for a young man. Maybe it's because I'm not a man, she told him. I'm a girl. She got up and walked away. Oh, now I see. It's a beautiful name for a lovely girl. He called after her, apology evident in his voice. Longshot got up from where he sat and went after her. He stopped her and gave a look. I know, she said. You're right. If I'm confident with who I am, it doesn't matter what other people. Thanks, Longshot. He simply nodded. Zuko and Iroh were eating their food when Jet joined them. From what I heard, people eat like this every night in Ba Sing Se, he told them as he sat down. I can't wait to set my eyes on that giant wall. It is a magnificent sight, Iroh agreed. It had been something that had drawn his breath away when he had first seen it. So you've been there before? Jet asked him. Once, when I was a different man, he answered evasively. There was no need to tell them, young man, he had tried to take the city. I've done some things in my past that I'm not proud of. But that's why I'm going to Ba Sing Se, for a new beginning, a second chance. That's very noble of you, Iroh told him. I believe people can change their lives if they want to. I believe in second chances. Zuko looked at his uncle. He knew Iroh wasn't just talking about Jet having a second chance. Everyone, except for Sokka, was still sleeping deeply. The tribesman had tried to go to sleep, but it had eluded him, allowing him to only sleep fitfully. Finally giving up one morning he got up from where he had tried to sleep and grabbed a towel, getting the attention of Akela. I'm going to blow off some steam, you go back to sleep, he told the wolf before he walked away. Akela didn't believe him. He rose from where he was sleeping. He knew who should go talk to Sokka. Sokka walked back to where he and Suki had talked. Perhaps it's best to work on the one style I know the least, he thought. He took a fire-bending stance and began to practice. He went over the moves and motions that he knew. He was sweating so much that he took off his shirt so that it wouldn't get sticky and gross. Admittedly, he didn't know a lot about the style, even though it was one of the more frequent styles of bending he had seen. He couldn't exactly stop in the middle of fight and ask a firebender to show him that move again. So he had to keep going over what he did know until it felt right. He had just finished the practice when he heard someone moving behind him. Having a good workout? Suki asked, just standing there. He turned to face her. She wasn't wearing her armor, just the kimono. For some reason, it made her seem a little delicate. Yeah, I was. He answered as he reached for the towel that he had brought along with him. Suki stared at a bare-chested Sokka, taking in all the details she could see as he wiped himself off. And it all came into one thought. I want. That was when she saw something hanging from his neck. Sokka, are you a paragon? She asked with amazement as she looked at his medallion. He stopped drying himself and looked down. Why? He asked cautiously. Her hand dipped into her kimono, and she pulled out a similar medallion. The difference was the top of her medallion held the ancient symbol for Earth. He just stared at her in surprise. You're the paragon of the Earth Kingdom, she finished. But how? It was the only thing he could think to ask her at that moment. When I started my Kyoshi warrior training, I also learned how to use the 4 bending arts, even though I wasn't a bender, she explained. The day the Kyoshi warriors left, Oyaji pulled me aside. He said that I had been trained for this. He gave me this and said that even though he was not a high-ranking member of the order, he was high enough to be able to give it to me. She lifted her paragon medallion slightly to emphasize his point. He said that I was now the Earth Kingdom paragon, and told me what that meant. The last thing he told me was that no matter what happens to the bending countries and no matter what the Avatar does, the 4 paragons stand as one. Have you met Sifu? He asked her. If she truly was a fellow paragon, she would have met the spirit. She nodded. He visited me that same night. The first word out of his mouth was finally. He chuckled. That sounds like Sifu, all right. They both laughed at that. So, you've been trained in all 4 bending styles? She nodded. Yeah. She knew each style quite well. Then maybe you can help me. I don't know much of fire bending, you could probably help me. He dropped into a fire bending stance, showing an open challenge. She smiled. You're on. They began to spar, stopping every now and then so she could correct something that he was doing wrong. He began to understand what she was showing him, and the spars lasted longer. They had barely noticed that the sun was rising. Finally, they had both blocked strikes from each other, and were holding them, seeing who would break away first. They were panting as they stared into each other's eyes. Suki looked at the boy she liked. Whoever was going to break away first was not the only thing on her mind. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Oh, spirits take it! She broke away, grabbed his face and pulled him into a kiss. Now this wasn't a kiss on the cheek one give to their family, or the chaste kiss on the lips one gave to someone you like. Oh no, this was the kind of kiss that included tongue, and usually led to clothes flying. Taken aback from the sudden kiss, Sokka was so shocked at Suki's actions that his brain went into shutdown. He returned the kiss with gusto. He pushed her back to a nearby wall, making her gasp a little, letting Sokka invade her mouth. While their tongues were dancing, their hands explored the other's body. He cupped one of her breasts while she felt up the developed abs he had. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depends on your opinion, his brain had rebooted at this point. Stop, he groaned, breaking the kiss and pulling away. We should stop. She gave a low moan of objection. Why? She asked huskily. You were enjoying it as much as I was. She was enjoying herself. If we keep this up, the others will see us. Let them. She felt his muscles underneath her hand. She wanted to kiss him again. She enjoyed it. Suki, stop, he told her. We have to go soon. Her mind cleared from the hormone-induced haze. She immediately blushed at what had just happened. Yuri, right. Sorry. She quickly walked away, leaving him alone as the sun rose into the sky. He put his shirt back on silently, and started to walk back when he noticed Akela standing nearby. How long were you watching? He asked the wolf. Akela just smiled in his own wolfish way and padded back to where the rest of the group was waking up. The tribesmen had no choice but to follow. Katara looked over at her brother walking back to them. Where have you been, Sokka? She asked. She hadn't seen him when she had woken up. I was practicing my firebending moves, he answered, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Suki. I still need to work on it. Okay then. She looked at the entire group. We need to get moving, so we'll have to eat as we walk, she told them all. The group started moving again through the Serpent's Pass, heading to Ba Sing Se. As they did, Katara walked alongside Jia. Hey, about last night, she began before smelling something. What is that? Herb ointment, Jia answered curtly. Helps relieve some of the back pain I get in the morning. The rest disappears after I walk a bit. Oh, okay, she said before falling silent. Like I said about last night. Save it. Princess, she cut her off. I don't want to hear about how you're sorry. Like I said, not everything can be fixed with a hug or saying you're sorry. Go away. Katara sighed in defeat and walked to the front of the group. They continued walking on the path through the day when they came upon a surprise. The path that connected the two mountain-like formations had been completely submerged. We could probably carry people over, Ino suggested to her teammates. We can walk on water. It'll take too long, Shikamaru countered. Not to mention it'd be troublesome. Katara took charge. Everyone single file, she ordered. They did so and she walked forward, bending the water to part before them. She continued to do so as they walked deeper into the water. Aang, I need help. She called out to the rear. Aang handed his staff to Toph and helped bend the water around them to form a bubble. They walked under the water, safe due to the bubble enclosing them. The fish swam around the bubble, content with what they had in life. Hey Choji! Called out Sokka with a grin. Do you still want some fish? Choji groaned. Why did you have to bring that up? He asked. The tribesman was never going to let him live that down. Momo was watching the fish with interest. He leapt from Toph's shoulder into the water to chase after them. He would have gladly chased them for a little while longer had it not been for the large creature that swam right behind him. He leapt back into the bubble just as the others noticed the creature's shadow. What is that? Katara asked as the shadow disappeared. But the thing quickly reappeared as it smashed through the bubble, quickly filling it with water. Before they had a chance to drown, Toph bent the portion of rock they were on upwards. It broke through the water surface, becoming like a small island in the water. She wordlessly handed Aang his staff back. Meanwhile, the creature that had literally burst their bubble began to circle around them. After a few moments, the creature's head finally showed itself, roaring at the people on the rock. I think I just figured out why they call it the serpent's paw, Sokka said as he looked at the creature. No, really? Asked a nervous and very sarcastic Shia. What tipped you off? Not the time for that, Asuma told her. The serpent screeched at the group, almost like it was angry about them for trying to pass. Suki, you know about giant sea monsters. Make it go away, Sokka told her. Just because I live near the Unagi doesn't mean I'm an expert, she replied with a frown. Meanwhile, Shia had picked up Momo and held him out for the serpent to see. Oh, great and powerful sea serpent, please accept this humble and tasty offering. Thank you, she told the serpent. The serpent lunged for them, but Aang swatted it back with an air slice. I'll distract it. Katara, get everyone across, he ordered before opening his glider and flying towards the serpent. Choji, get in there and help him, Asuma ordered his student. Choji ran out onto the water. Cho Baika no Jutsu, super multi-size technique. He cried out as he flashed through the hand seals. He grew to a tremendous size and grabbed hold of the serpent. What came next was nothing short of a wrestling match. Katara jumped off the rock, bent the water to form into ice, making a bridge. She repeated the movements again and again until the ice bridge connected the island to the rest of the pass. Everyone except for Toph got onto the ice and made their way to the other end while Katara bent a board made from ice underneath her feet and made her way towards the fight. Choji, get back with the others, she called out to the giant Akimichi. We've got this. Choji nodded, let go of the thrashing serpent, and ran back to the group, shrinking back to his normal size as he went. The serpent chased after Aang, only to have Katara weigh a part of it body down with ice. It managed to break through the ice and chased after Katara. Meanwhile, Sokka had noticed that almost everyone had managed to make it across, except for one. Toph, come on! He called out to the blind earthbender, who was still on the tiny island she had made. It's just ice. She put one foot on said ice and withdrew it immediately. Actually, I'm going to stay on my little island where I can see, she yelled out. The serpent hitting said island made it clear to her that it wasn't a good idea. Okay, I'm coming, she announced as she made her way slowly over the ice. You're doing great, Sokka yelled out as she came to them. Just follow the sound of my voice. It's hard to ignore, she replied. But she was silently grateful. She couldn't see on the ice and all she had to go on was his voice. You're almost there, he told her as she got closer. But the serpent's tail smashed through the ice bridge, shattering it and sent Toph into the water. Help, I can't swim! She cried out as she struggled to stay afloat. I'm coming, Toph! Both he and Suki leapt into the water at the same time and swam towards their friend. When Toph went under, they dived under as well. They managed to grab her and bring up to the surface. Oh, Sokka, you saved me! Toph said after they broke through the water's surface. She then kissed Suki on the cheek. Wrong side, Toph, Sokka said from her left. Yeah, it's me, Suki said, feeling a little embarrassed by what just happened. Needless to say, Toph was more embarrassed. You can go ahead and let me drown now, she said. Sokka and Suki just swam back to the group with her in their grasp. Meanwhile, Aang and Katara were trying to confuse the serpent by running in circles around it while also bending a whirlpool into creation. The serpent kept going around and around until it finally hit its head against a high part of the pass, driving it away. Aang and Katara flew back to the group, which let out a cheer. Nicely done, you two, Asuma congratulated them. Yes, the way you dealt with the serpent was amazing, Aang said. She had never seen anything like that before in her life. We did what we could, Katara said. That's all. Shia looked at where the serpent had left. I'd hate to be a downer, but why don't we leave before that thing comes back for round 2? She suggested. That creature seemed like it would gladly come back for revenge. Everyone agreed with what she said and continued walking. It wasn't long before they had gotten through the serpent's pass. There's the wall, Sokka announced, pointing ahead. Indeed, far off in the distance was the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. Now it's nothing but smooth sailing to Ba Sing Se. At that point, Aang let out a gasp of pain. Oh no! She cried as she clutched her stomach. What's wrong? The baby's coming, she announced, a pool of water already forming between her legs. What? Now. Can't you hold it in or something? He asked her as she sat down on the ground. Sokka, calm down, Katara told her brother. I helped Gran deliver lots of babies back home. This wasn't going to be a problem. This isn't the same as delivering an Arctic seal, he protested, beginning to freak out. This is a real, human thing. It's called a baby and I helped her deliver plenty of those too, she told him patiently, if not a little irritated. Aang, Shikamaru, Asuma, get some rags. Sokka, Choji, Ino, water, she ordered. The two groups ran off to do their tasks. Toph, I need you to make an earth tent, a big one. The blind earthbender bent the earth into a tent-like shape over the family. Suki, Shia, come with me. She walked into the tent with the two of them right behind her. Zuko stared off into the distance, looking at the incoming land. You know, Jet's voice said behind him. As soon as I saw your scar, I knew exactly who you were. Zuko tensed up, thinking he had been made. You're an outcast, like me, Jet said, making him relax slightly. And us outcasts have to stick together. We must watch each other's backs, cause no one else will. I realized lately that being on your own isn't always the best path, Zuko replied. The two of them looked on as the walls of Ba Sing Se came closer. As he looked, the scarred dragon was glad he wasn't alone. He still had his uncle with him. Aang was panting inside the earth tent, holding on to her husband's and sister-in-law's hands. It was a hard process, giving birth. You're doing great, Aang, Katara assured her. Guys, where that water? She called out. Get ready to push. 1 2 3 push. Sokka had walked in when she ordered Aang to push. The result was him fainting. Get him out of here, Katara told Ino and Choji. Finally, after much hard work, the baby was born. Its cries were loud and healthy. It's a girl, Katara proclaimed for all to hear. Toph stood next to Sokka outside the tent. So, you want to go see the baby or are you going to faint like an old lady again? She asked him. She was a little amused by he did. No, I'm good this time, he answered. He had just been caught off guard, that was all. Don't be so hard on him, Toph, Shikamaru said. My dad fainted when my troublesome mother gave me birth. Of course, she hit him over the head with a frying pan later for it. Nice family you got there, the blind earthbender commented. It kinda grows on you, actually, Choji told her. They all walked into the tent, leaving Aang outside. Aang, Katara said from the tent's opening. You have to come see this. He got up and walked to the tent's entrance. Hearing the baby cry, He turned his gaze on the happy family surrounding the newborn. She sounds healthy, Toph noted. She's beautiful, Katara stated. I've only seen this with deer and it's troublesome, Shikamaru said before giving a small smile. But it's always worth it to see the look on the mother's face. It doesn't matter if she's human or not. To him, both Aang and her baby looked radiant. Wow, Shikamaru, Ino said, looking at her teammate. We didn't know you cared. You're just full of surprises, aren't you, buddy? Choji asked his friend. I shouldn't have opened my mouth, he grumbled. That's enough, you three, Asuma told them. So, this is what it will be like for me soon, he thought to himself. Images of Kurenai and their soon-to-be-born baby filled his mind. It's so small, Sokka said after looking at the baby. Akela moved his head closer to the baby and began to sniff. After he was done, he gave the baby a big lick on the face, making it giggle. Aang smiled as he watched the scene in front of him. Your monk said that hope is just distraction, she had told him as she stood next to him inside the tent. But don't you see, Aang? Hope doesn't distract people, it drives them. It drove this family to find a safe place, just as you should let it drive you to find your missing friend. What should we name her? Tan asked his wife. I want our daughter's name to be unique, she told him. I want it to mean something. Aang began to tear up at this point. He wiped the tears away and walked forward. I've been going through a really hard time lately, he told the family. But you've made me hopeful again. Aang looked at him, and then her husband. I know what I want to name our baby now. Hope, she said. That's a perfect name, Tan agreed. Hope. They both looked at their baby, happy to have a new member to their family. Everyone filtered out of the tent so they could have some time alone. Aang pulled Katara aside. I thought I was trying to be strong, he told her. But really I was just running away from my feelings. Seeing this family together, so full of happiness and love, it's reminded me of how I feel about Appa and how I feel about you. Katara cried a little but wiped the tears away. She and Aang gave each other a hug. They broke the hug and saw that Shuya was standing nearby. It took you long enough to stop moping around, she told Aang. But I thought you said he needed a kick in the ass, Katara pointed out, remembering that conversation quite vividly. I said that was my opinion, Princess, she replied. I also said that not everything could be fixed with a hug. She smiled. I never said that this wasn't one of them. Aang looked around and saw his friends gathering around him. I promise I'll find Appa as fast as I can, he told them as he took his staff from Toph. I just really need to do this. See ya in the big city, Sokka told him. Say hi to that big fuzzball for me, Toph said, punching him in the arm. I hope you'll find him soon, Ino said. Good luck, Choji told him. Try not to get lost, it'd be too troublesome to go and look for you, Shikamaru said. Don't be afraid to ask us for help when we get there, Asuma told him. It never hurt to ask for help. You'll find him, Aang, Katara said. I know, he replied. Thank you, Katara. He opened up his glider and was ready to take off. You ready, Momo? He asked the lemur, who was also ready to take off. They flew up and away to Ba Sing Se with everyone waving them goodbye. As Sokka double-checked the contents of his stuff, Suki walked up to him. Sokka, it's been really great to see you again, she said. Whoa, hold on, he said as he stood up. Why does it sound like you're saying goodbye? I came along because I wanted to make sure you got through the Serpent's Pass safely, she explained. But now I need get back to the other Kyoshi warriors. So you came along to protect me? He asked, completely surprised. Listen, she said, her face blushing. I'm really sorry about last night and this morning. We were saying things and sparring. I just got carried away and before I knew it, whatever she was going to say next stopped when Sokka kissed her on the lips, catching her off guard. You talk too much, he told her before kissing her again. This time she returned it. Akela watched the two with satisfaction. Aang and Momo flew towards the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. When they reached the wall, they flew upwards, passing clouds along the way. He landed on the top of the wall with Momo on his shoulder. He was about to take off again when he saw something that shocked him. Slowly but surely, a gigantic drill with the emblem of the Fire Nation was making its way towards the wall. Aang knew if the drill wasn't stopped, it would penetrate the wall easily. Sorry, Momo, he told the lemur. Appa's going to have to wait. Chapter 13, Breaking and Entering. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. The drill made its way towards the outer wall, the sides protected by Fire Nation tanks. The sections collapsed and elongated, like a caterpillar or a snake moving. As it moved, it was stabilized by metal poles jutting out into the ground. As the drill got closer to the wall, the command tower rose, allowing those inside a better view. Inside the tower sat the princess of the Fire Nation as well as her two friends. After returning the tank train to War Minister Qin in Yudao, he asked them to follow him to a Fire Nation base near Ba Sing Se. When they arrived, he revealed the drill to them. And now they were here. This drill is a feat of scientific ingenuity and raw destructive power, War Minister Qin stated. Once it tunnels through the wall, our troops will storm their city. The Earth Kingdom will finally fall, and you can claim Ba Sing Se in the name of your father. No, I won't, Azula said. I will claim it in the name of the Fire Nation. It was one of the things Naruto had beaten into her, almost literally. Never honor someone who has never fought a battle. As you wish, princess. But still, nothing can stop us. What about those muscular guys down there? Asked Ty Lee as she looked through the scope. Earthbenders were hopping into trenches, getting ready for a fight. Please, the War Minister said, sounding quite offended. The drill's metal shell is impervious to any earthbending attack. He tapped the scope to emphasize his point, surprising the acrobat. Oh, I'm sure it is, War Minister Qin, Azula told him. But just to be on the safe side, Mai and Ty Lee, take the earthbenders out. Mai stopped twirling her knife. Finally, something to do, she said as she got out of the chair. She had been bored ever since they got the drill. Both she and Ty Lee left the tower without saying a word. Katara and the rest made their way towards Ba Sing Se. They had gotten closer when Aang and Momo flew back to them. Aang, what are you doing here? Katara asked him, surprised. I thought you were looking for Appa. I was, he replied. But something stopped me, something big. They were confused by his words, so he just motioned them all to follow him. They quickly made their way to the outer wall. Both Toph and Aang bent the rock underneath them to start sliding up the wall, almost like an elevator. So, what's so big that Appa has to wait? Sokka asked him. They had almost reached the top of the wall when they saw the drill. That, the air nomad stated. Shikamaru just looked at it. Well, it certainly is big, he said. I think that's an understatement, Shikamaru Asuma said. The damn thing was huge. They reached the top of the wall and climbed over to the battlement. We made it to Ba Sing Se and we're still not safe, Aang said as she held her baby. No one is. Aang had a brief look of thought before a voice spoke out. What are you people doing here? A nearby soldier asked, getting their attention. Civilians aren't allowed on the wall. Aang stepped forward. I'm the Avatar, he announced to them. Take me to whoever's in charge. Well, what do you know? Shia said. Our little monk is actually trying to grow a pair. You should be so proud, she told Katara with a grin. Shuya, you shouldn't say stuff like that, Katara told her while blushing. It would imply things that weren't true, at least, not yet. I can say what I want. Speaking of which, she looked at the guards. Hey! If you don't want civilians up here, then you might want to consider getting these people off of it and into the city. She pointed to Tan and his family. We've got a couple here who just became parents. The guards got the point immediately. They escorted the family away from the wall while everyone else went to the person in charge, who was soon revealed to be a general named Sung. It is an honor to welcome you to the outer wall, young Avatar, he said. But your help is not needed. Not needed? Aang asked, surprised by the man's attitude. He had never been so blatantly refused before. Not needed, the general replied, enunciating both words. I have the situation under control. I assure you, the Fire Nation cannot penetrate this wall. He got up from his desk and led them out to look at the drill. Many have tried to break through it, but none have succeeded. I know one way to break through, Shikamaru whispered to Ino. All we'd have to is to get Choji angry. That's not funny, Shikamaru, she replied. It was always in their best interest to never let Choji get angry. Once he did, there was no stopping him, not without some injuries. What about the Dragon of the West? Toph asked the general. He got in. That had been the only kind of talk in her home when it happened. The general faltered slightly, recognizing the truth of her words. Well, technically yes, he admitted. But he was quickly expunged. Nevertheless, that's why the city's named Ba Sing Se. It's the impenetrable city. They don't call it Na Sing Se. He laughed at his own joke. That means penetrable city, he explained when he realized that no one was laughing with him. Probably should have called the penetrable city, Asuma stated. Excuse me? He asked, unsure of what the foreigner meant. Nothing's impenetrable, Shikamaru clarified. A shinobi knew that lesson quite well. All they had to do was find one way in. That was it. This city is, the general told them, certain of what he said. And so, you are not needed. Thanks for the tour, Toph said. But we still got the drill problem. Not for long, he told her. To stop it, I've sent an elite platoon of earthbenders called the Terra Team. They were some of the best troops the outer wall had to offer. That's a good group name, very catchy, Sokka commented. You know, we really need a good group name, he thought. They watched as the Terra Team moved to attack. They bent the earth to send one of the tanks skywards so they could get through. Ready? Attack! Ordered the team leader. They split off into groups and bent the earth to jet out columns to stop the drill from moving. It didn't work as the sections moved forward, destroying the columns. It showered the team with rocks. After being momentarily distracted, the team bent up shields of stone to avoid a barrage of knives. The knives had been thrown by Mai, who was sliding the side of the drill with Ty Lee. The acrobat leapt off the drill and then leapt into the air in a high front flip to avoid a rock line. She landed behind one of the soldiers. After dodging a few of his attacks, she hit points on his body, making him collapse. She flipped over to land in the middle of the rest of the team, and taking them effortlessly. Soon enough, she was surrounded by the fallen Terra Team. We're doomed! General Sung wailed after watching the events through a telescope. Thanks for stating the obvious, Shikamaru drawled. Sokka smacked the general on the cheek. Get a hold of yourself, man, he ordered. Now was not the time to panic. You're right, I'm sorry, he apologized while rubbing his cheek. Maybe you'd like the Avatar's help now? Toph asked pointedly. He stood in front of the airbender. Yes, please, he said, sounding like a chastised child. Then I suggest you leave and let the actual professionals do their jobs, Asuma told him. Nearby soldiers knew what he meant. They escorted General Sung away. He must have been one of those people who bought his rank instead of earning it, the Konoha shinobi thought in disgust. Good riddance to a useless rockhead, Shia said. How much do you want to bet he slept with someone to get his position? Oh, thanks for that, Shia, Ino told her, restraining the urge to gag. Now I've got an image of that general in bed. And that was an image that she didn't want or need. You're welcome. They all looked at the oncoming drill, watching it steadily approach. So the question is, how are we going to stop that thing? Aang asked. Then he and Katara looked at Sokka, making everyone else look at him. He noticed the looks. Why are you looking at me? You're the idea guy, the air nomad told him. Every time they needed a plan, he was the one who came up with it. He scowled at the implications. So I'm the only one who can ever come up with a plan? That's a lot of pressure. And also the complaining guy, Katara added. That part one don't mind, he admitted. It was a good way to get rid of some stress. And they had certainly gotten some stress over the past few months. Ladies, could we focus back on the problem here? Shia asked. Hey, I'm not a lady, Aang protested. He was a man, not a lady. The problem, little Ms. Arrowhead, she said pointedly, looking at the drill coming towards the outer wall. We need to focus on the problem. So, Mr. Lee and Mr. Amushi is it? A ticket lady asked the two of them as she looked at their passports. The two of them had gotten off the ferry without any problems. Now, they were trying to get into the city itself. It's pronounced Mushi, Iroh corrected her. You telling me how to do my job? she asked with a frown that was on its way to annoyed. No, he assured her as he walked up to her booth. But may I just say you're like a flower in bloom. Your beauty is intoxicating. He was laying it on thick. The lady was by no means beautiful, but she ate up every word he said. You're pretty easy on the eyes yourself, handsome. She made a meowing sound. Welcome to Ba Sing Se. She stamped the passports. Iroh took the passports and turned back to Zuko, who had a hand over his face. I'm going to forget I saw that, he told his uncle, swiping his passport from his hands. The last thing he wanted to see was his uncle flirting. It just didn't sit right with him. They walked beyond the ticket lady and into the station. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. I think Lee would make a good freedom fighter, Jet said as he watched from the line. He's just trying to find his way in the world. Like us. You don't know anything about him, Jet, Smellerby warned him. I know he didn't get that scar from a waterbender, he told her with ease. Besides, I thought we were going straight now. We are, and the new freedom fighters could use a guy like Lee. What do you think, Longshot? He asked the ever-silent archer, who just looked at Jet and blinked once. I can respect that, he said. The Terra team had been moved back onto the wall and into a nearby infirmary. Before they decided to go up against the drill, Katara decided to see if she could help heal them. What's wrong with him? General Sung asked her. He had followed the group to the infirmary and was now looking at the wounded soldiers. He doesn't look injured. His chi is blocked, Katara told him as she tried to heal the soldier. Who did this to you? She asked him. 2 girls ambushed us, he told her. One of them hit with a couple of quick jabs and suddenly I couldn't earthbend and I could barely move. And then she cartwheeled away. It was that last part that got Katara's attention, which in turn made her realize who the attacker was. Ty Lee, she said, remembering the acrobat. She doesn't look dangerous, but she knows the human body and its weak points. It's like she takes you down from the inside. But where she is, the Fire Nation princess is, Shikamaru said. And where the Fire Nation princess is, Naruto is, Choji finished up, realizing where his friend was going. So, we have an opportunity here, Ino said. If they followed the acrobat back to Azula, they would find Naruto. Indeed we do, Asuma agreed. Huh? What are you guys talking about? I'm really confused here, Shia said with a puzzled expression. Same here, Toph said, raising her hand and waving it slightly. She knew who Naruto was, like she was ever going to forget what happened at Tuzin, but she failed to follow the logic of the shinobi. They're saying that neither Azula nor Naruto know we're here, Sokka explained. And because of that, they have an opportunity. Should they be able to get aboard the drill, they'd have an opportunity to take Naruto. But I see a second opportunity. What's that? She asked. She had no idea what they were all talking about. If they can get aboard, Team Asuma could track down Azula and capture her. If they could do that, Ino can get into Azula's mind and extract information on what the Fire Nation is planning, he explained. Then he frowned. The only reason I can think of for them not to explain this one is because they want to focus on Naruto and hope to use us stopping the drill so they can find him. Team Asuma just looked at him. He is good, Ino finally said, impressed by what she heard him say. Yeah, Shikamaru agreed. It's troublesome, but I can see why Naruto thinks he is the most dangerous person in the group. The tribesman had a mind that could match any of the Nara clan, but he wasn't even lazy. Sokka's ego puffed up a little bit while Aang's, Katara's, and Toph's egos deflated. Shia saw their looks. Really, you guys thought you were the most dangerous? She asked them all. Well, kinda, Aang replied. I mean, I am the Avatar. That usually made people either run in fear or bow their heads in respect. There was also attacking on sight, but that was mostly the Fire Nation. So, it didn't really count. She scoffed. You know, the first time I saw your group, I didn't see the Avatar, his bending teachers and Sokka. I saw Bender, she pointed to Aang, Bender, she pointed to Katara, Bender, she pointed at Toph, and not Bender, she pointed to Sokka. In other words, predictable, 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 and unpredictable. She pointed again, in the same order. How are we predictable? Asked Katara, a little offended. She had worked hard to get to where she was with her bending and this girl was just waving it off like it was nothing. You guys rely on your bending and weapons that can be used in tandem with bending. He doesn't, she explained, again pointing at Sokka. The Fire Nation shouldn't fear the Avatar, the master of the four elements. They should fear Sokka, the master strategist and weapons expert. You know, when she says like that, she's got a point, Asuma said. If the Fire Nation was smart, they would try to capture Sokka, not Aang. If they managed to capture the tribesman and convert him to their cause, he had no doubt that the war would end quickly in the Fire Nation's favor. So Mr. Man with the plan, Toph said to Sokka, acting like the past conversation didn't even happen. What are we going to do? We're going to do the same thing Ty Lee did, he replied. We'll take it out from the inside by hitting its pressure points. Alright, then let's get going, Shia said. You're staying here, he told her, turning his eyes onto her. I don't trust you. Wow. You give a guy a compliment, and he responds by telling you that you're not trusted. She didn't sound offended. Everyone else probably thought she was. I'm sorry, Shia. But the truth is we don't know you. She was practically a newcomer. But this would be a perfect chance to prove my abilities to the group, she argued. If she did that, they would be able to accept her more easily. Sokka, you're being paranoid again, Katara told him. By the spirits, couldn't he keep it in check for once in his life? Yeah, she's already part of the group, Aang said in support. There's no need for you to be paranoid. The two of you seem to forget that the last time you told me to stop being paranoid, we practically turned a potential massacre inside a Fire Nation colony into a battle that ended in an Earth Kingdom massacre, he said, silencing them. He turned back to Shia and looked her in the eyes. But maybe I am being too paranoid, so I'll rein it in. Does that mean I'm joining you in the drill? She asked, hopeful for the chance to help them. Yes. She grinned, happy that she was accepted. You gotta learn how to trust people, Aishur. He frowned. I'm going to ignore that insult. He turned to the rest. We need to get down to the ground. Leave that to me and Aang, Toph said. They were brought down the same way they had come up. The soldiers on the outer wall kept large slabs of rock for just that purpose. Once they made it to the ground, they got into a trench so that the drill couldn't see them. Toph, can you give us some cover? Asuma asked the blind earthbender. Yes, I can. But once I whip some up, you're not going to be able to see. So stay close to me. She leapt out of the trench and bent a huge dust screen towards the drill. Run! She ordered as they charged into the dust. Ty Lee looked through the scope. Hey, look at that dust cloud. It's the Poof-Eye, she said. Poof, she also said, trying to be cute. Don't worry, Princess, War Minister Chin assured her. I'm sure it's nothing. Maybe, but you never took lessons from Naruto, she replied. So you think it's something else? Mai asked her. She shrugged. We'll have to wait and see. They made their way towards the drill. When they got close, Toph bent a hole in the ground. Everyone into the hole, she ordered. They all jumped in and she bent the hole closed, leaving them in complete darkness. Wow, it is really dark down here, Choji commented. You can't see a thing, Ino agreed with her teammate. Oh no, what a nightmare, Toph said in mocking horror. Sorry, the two shinobi apologized. They had forgotten that she was blind. Toph bent the hole to form into a tunnel and moved forward. When they came out of the tunnel, they were directly under the drill. There, Sokka said, pointing to an opening in the drill. Aang up onto a bar and hung from his legs. That way his hands were free, for which he helped the others jump into the drill, leaving Toph and Choji outside. Toph, Choji, what are you doing? Sokka asked. There is no way I am going into that metal monster, Toph told him. I can't bend in there. I'll try to slow it down out here. I'm going to help her out, Choji said. 2 hands were better than 1, after all. Okay, good luck, the tribesman told them. Akela, stay here and protect them. Make sure they don't get caught, he ordered the wolf. Akela nodded once. Sokka and Aang disappeared into the machine. Toph bent a large rock column to jet out and hit the drill. It didn't stop the drill as the column was being pushed forward with the drill, making Toph's job harder. Choji helped her out by using his Byuban Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique, to enlarge his arms and hold the column as well. They walked into a room full of pipes and values. I need a plan of this machine, Sokka said. Some schematics of what the inside looks like, then we can find its weak points. Where are we going to get something like that? Aang asked. It's troublesome, but it's obvious, Shikamaru said in reply. Sokka drew his machete and swung at a value. He knocked it off, causing steam to bellow out. What are you doing? Aang demanded. Someone's going to hear us. They were trying to destroy the drill, not get caught. That's the point, the tribesman told him, sheathing the weapon. I figure a machine this big needs engineers to run it. And when something breaks, they come to fix it, Katara finished, realizing what her brother was thinking. They hid themselves and laid in wait. Sure enough, an engineer came to see what the problem was. When he noticed that someone was behind him, it was too late. Katara bent the surrounding steam to freeze the engineer. Hi, she said. Was that really necessary? She asked. She did not need to greet the engineer before freezing him. Really, what was the point? Sokka ran up to the frozen engineer. This will do. Thanks, he said after grabbing the engineer's copy of the schematics. They made sure that there was a good amount of distance between them and the frozen engineer as they left him. After climbing up a staircase, he opened the schematics on a nearby pipe. It looks like the drill is made up of two main structures, he noted. There's the inner mechanism where we are now and the outer shell. The inner part and the outer part are connected by these braces. He drew his hand around said braces to emphasize his point. If we cut through them, the entire thing will collapse. Lead the way, you crafty Aishiryu, Shia said. Will you stop calling me that? That was getting really old really fast. Nope, this is what you get for not trusting me, she replied with an easy grin. His sigh was equal parts annoyed and defeated. Let's just get moving. He rolled up the schematics and led them away. Zuko and Iroh were waiting for the monorail to come in through the station. Jet came over and sat down next to Zuko. So, he began, you guys got plans once you're inside the city? Get your hot tea here. Finest tea in Ba Sing Se, a tea merchant called as he pushed his cart through the station. Oh. Iroh waved the merchant down. Jasmine, please. The merchant poured him a cup and left to find another customer. Iroh took one sip of the tea and spat it out in disgust. Coldest tea in Ba Sing Se is more like it. What a disgrace. Hey, Jet said to Zuko, getting his attention, can I talk to you for a second? He got up from his seat and walked away. Zuko just sighed and followed him. You and I have a much chance of making it in the city if we stick together, he told Zuko. You want to join the freedom fighters? Thanks, but I don't think you want me in your gang, Zuko answered. He knew that if Jet found they were firebenders, good things would not come of it. Come on, we made a great team looting that captain's food. Think of all the good we could do for these refugees. I said no, he said firmly before walking back to where his uncle was sitting. Have it your way, Jet said. Then he noticed that Iroh was happily drinking steaming tea. His eyes went wide when he realized what that meant. Zuko had reached his uncle when he turned back to look at Jet glaring at them before walking away. He then noticed the same thing Jet did. Agni, help us! He silently swore. They did not need this right now. Hey! Iroh protested as his nephew slapped the tea out of his hands. What are you doing firebending your tea? He demanded in a hushed whisper. For a wise old man, that was a pretty stupid move. I know you're not supposed to cry over spilt tea, Iroh said before sniffing at the tea. But's that so sad? When they walked out to the outer shell, the first thing they saw was one of the braces. Wow, Sokka said. It looks a lot bigger in person than it does in the plans. We're going to have to work pretty hard to cut through that. What's this wee stuff? Katara asked him. Aang and I are going to do all the work. Hey, you said that I'm the plan guy, which means you're the cut stuff up with waterbending guys, he told her, using his arms to emphasize his point. It's the team we're Team Avatar. Catchy, Shia commented. She liked it. Could be a little better, Shikamaru argued. It sounded like they belonged to a shinobi team. Is it any worse than Team Youth? Ino asked her teammate, reminding him of what Guy wanted to originally call his team. They had been told the story by Asuma back in their genin days. Katara uncorked her pouch and bent the water inside towards Aang, making a cut in the brace. Aang caught the water and bent back to Katara, deepening the cut. They repeated this action, making the cut deeper and deeper. But it was also tiring work. When they were halfway through the brace, they stopped to take a breath. "This is taking too long," Ino noted. And this was only the first brace. "You got any way of making this faster?" she asked. "She doesn't. But I do," Asuma said. Katara Aang stepped back. He pulled out his chakra blades, trenched knives with knuckle duster handles, and began to channel his futon chakra through them. "Hien, flying swallow," he said, slicing through the rest of the brace, the blade cutting through the metal almost like butter. The top part of the cut brace slid down a little bit, making a squealing sound as it did. They waited, but nothing happened. The drill was the same. "At this rate, we won't do enough damage before the drill reaches the wall," Katara said as she panted. "I don't know how many more of those I have in me," Aang said from the other side of the brace, sitting on his rear. "Funny, it didn't seem that hard," Shia said. "You're not the one who's bending the water to cut through the brace." "You didn't even finish cutting said brace, Arrowhead." "Asuma did that," she retorted. Before Aang could reply, they all heard a groaning sound echoing through the drill. The drill also vibrated as the sound continued. "Did you hear that?" Sokka asked them. "We took it down. We better get out of here fast." They all ran to the doorway they came through and stopped when they heard a voice over the intercom. "Congratulations, crew," War Minister Chin's voice spoke out. "The drill has made contact with the wall of Ba Sing Se. Start the countdown to victory." They heard cheers coming from the intercom as they looked at each other. "What a drag," Shikamaru said. "Is that all you can say at this point, Shikamaru?" Asuma asked his student. "It's too troublesome to say anything else." Sokka marched right back to the brace and began to push against it. "Come on, brace. Budge." He ordered the thing, but it wouldn't move, despite all his efforts. "Yeah, that's going to work," Shia said sarcastically. "Keep it up, Ice Chewer. Keep it up." "Hey, help me push or shut up." "This is bad, really bad," Katara said. It had taken them this long to cut one brace. If they tried to cut all of them, the drill would probably get through the wall by the time they were done. Her brother finally stopped pushing the brace and stood against it. "We're putting everything we've got into busting these braces, but it's taking too long," he complained. "Maybe we don't need to cut all the way through," Aang said, realizing something. "Toph has been teaching me that you shouldn't give 100% of your energy into any one strike. Shuya, take a fighting stance." She did so. "You've got to be quick and accurate." He hooked a foot behind her own, throwing her off balance. "Hit a series of points and break your opponent's stance." He did so, making Shia swing her arms wildly to maintain her balance. And when he's reeling back, deliver the final blow. He hand-chopped her head, making her collapse and fall. His own weight becomes his downfall, literally. "Was that for the arrowhead comments earlier?" Shia asked from where she fell. "If it was, I'm not apologizing for it. So, we just need to weaken the braces instead of cutting all the way through," Katara said in realization. "Then I'll go to the top of this thing and deliver the final blow," the air nomad replied, pointing upwards. "And then it all comes crashing down," Sokka said, getting the picture. Aang was about to say something but Shia cut him off. "I know you're probably going to say that the entire world is relying on us to stop this thing or something like that. So just save it and get to work," she told him from where she lay. "Better yet, save it and help me get up." "Need a hand?" Shikamaru asked her, holding out said hand. She took it and stood up. "Anyway, I can help you with the braces." Asuma held up a chakra blade to show what he meant. "It should save us some time." Both Toph and Choji were still trying to slow the drill down, but it was tough work. "Come on, Twinkle Toes, hurry up." Toph grated out as she held the column. "Don't worry, Toph. They'll come through," Choji reassured her. Akela just made sure that they were alone beneath the drill, keep a constant eye. They went to work. Aang and Katara worked on one side of the drill, while Asuma worked on the other side. Even though the two benders were working together, they took the same amount of time Asuma took cutting through a brace. However, thanks to his efforts, it didn't take long for them to cut through all the braces. "Seriously, boulders?" asked one of the soldiers in the command tower as he looked out the window at the outer wall. Earth Kingdom soldiers were hurling boulders via bending down at the drill. How stupid are these rockheads? He demanded. That's enough, soldier. War Minister Chin ordered. Focus on your job. Yes, sir. War Minister! A voice over the intercom called out. An engineer was ambushed. His schematics were stolen. War Minister! Another voice over the intercom said, a brace on the starboard side has been cut clean through. It's sabotage, sir! Although he didn't turn to see it, the War Minister knew that Azula was glaring at him. And you thought it was nothing, she said, irritated. My apologies, Princess, he had nothing else to say. Let's go, ladies, she told Ty Lee and Mai. They left the tower before anyone could say anything. The last brace was being worked on by Aang and Katara. Asuma had already finished his portion of the braces, so he stood nearby. Good work, Team Avatar. Now Aang just needs to duck, shouted Sokka as he avoided a blue fireball flying over his head. Azula stood on a higher brace opposite of them. She bent another fireball at Aang, who ducked out of the way of it. Wow, Azula, you were right, Ty Lee said, standing next to her. It is the Avatar. She gave Sokka a look. And friends. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm good, he told her. He had Suki and he was happy with that. Oh, you're no fun, she replied before looking at Chie and freezing in place. On the other hand, what do you eat? Those things are huge, she demanded, pointing at her breasts. Don't stare at them, Chie cried as she tried to cover her breasts with her hands. You're going to make fun of them. She just knew that was coming. Leave her alone, Ino said, standing in front of Chie, blocking their view of her. You're making her uncomfortable. Can we just get on with this? Mai asked in a bored voice. Aang's group ran back to the entrance closest to them. Azula and Mai did so as well, while Ty Lee jumped down to the bottom of the brace and swung herself at the group. Aang pushed her back with an airbending slice, but she was able to find solid footing where she landed. Aang and his group ran down a corridor. They soon hit a crossroads where the corridor split into two directions, left and right. Guys, get out of here, Aang told everyone else as they went left, and he went right. I know what I need to do. I'm coming with you, Shia said, joining him. You're going to need help up there. Alright, let's get moving. Wait, Katara called out, making the two of them stop. You need this water more than I do. She unhooked her water pouch and tossed it to him as Momo settled on his shoulder. He caught it, and the two groups went their separate ways. Azula, Mai and Ty Lee soon hit the crossroad. Follow them, Azula told her two friends. The Avatar is mine. She would get him this time. Katara, Sokka, Asuma, Ino and Shikamaru ran down the corridor. They finally made it to the end of said corridor, which held a valve leading into a pipe with writing above it. Slurry pipeline, Katara read the sign. What does that mean? Sokka opened the valve and looked down into the pipe. It's rock and water mixed together. It means our way out. Then we might as well get to it, Ino said, jumping into the pipe. And not even a single comment about what the stuff could do to her hair, Asuma said with a hint of wonder. I guess even Ino knows when to shut up and move, Shikamaru said, even though he was just as surprised. By the time Mai and Ty Lee had shown up, Shikamaru and Asuma were already in the slurry. Katara and Sokka hopped in just as Mai threw a couple of knives at them. They bounced off the valve harmlessly. Disgusting, Mai stated as she investigated the slurry pipe. Come on, you've heard Azula, Ty Lee told her. We have to follow them. She can shoot all the lightning she wants at me. I am not going in that wall sludge juice. She shuddered at the thought. It was just disgusting. Ty Lee shrugged and jumped in after them. Mai simply closed the valve. Aang ran through the drill at top speed with Momo hanging on for dear life around his neck. He blew past the engineers who were working the drill. What surprised him was that Chuya could keep up with him. How are you able to do that? He asked her as they ran up a case of stairs. I was the fastest girl in my village. I got faster after using weights, she replied. It had been painful, but it had worked out in the end. As the drill made its way through the outer wall, the slurry poured out of a drain in the back. Sokka, Katara, Ino, Shikamaru and Asuma rode the slurry like it was a ride. When they finally contacted the ground, They were almost completely covered in slurry. "Oh man! My hair!" cried out Ino, her long hair covered completely in the muck. "Do you know how long it's going to take to get this stuff out?" "And there's the hair comment," both Shikamaru and Asuma said in perfect unison. They weren't surprised that she had said something like that. "Shut it, you two!" she snapped at them. As they stood up from where they had landed, they saw that Tai Li was coming out of the drain as well. Katara reacted quickly by bending the slurry back into the hole from where it was coming from, taking Tai Li with it and trapping her in the current. "Why don't you try blocking my chi now, circus freak?" Katara told the acrobat. When the acrobat heard those words, she became enraged and tried to fight against the slurry, but to no avail. "Katara, keep that up," Sokka told his sister, realizing something. "The pressure will build up in the drill. Then when Aang delivers the final blow, it'll be ready to pop." She just gritted her teeth and continued to keep the slurry contained. Aang, Momo, and Shuya had finally made it to the top of the drill. They had crossed the length of it until they reached a spot close to the wall. "This looks like a good spot, you two," Aang told them. "Then you might want to get to work," Shuya told him pointedly. It was then a barrage of boulders fell down upon them. They all frantically dodged the boulders so that they wouldn't be crushed. "Hey! Watch where you're throwing those things! You almost killed me with that last one!" Shuya yelled up to the wall. "General Sung! Tell your men to stop shooting rocks down here!" Aang shouted. "Soldiers, whatever you do," General Sung said to them, "don't stop shooting rocks down there." The earthbenders followed the general's order. "They are a bunch of rock-headed idiots." Shuya swore as she dodged another round of boulders. Aang said nothing. He just went to work, cutting through the metal with the water. "Look at this, will you just look at this?" Ino demanded of her teammates, showing her hair. "It's going to be a mess once it's all cleaned out. Do you know how it took me to get my hair like this?" "Yes, we do," Shikamaru replied. "You dragged us along on your hair care shopping sprees." He looked over at the waterbender. "Hey, Katara, if I asked nicely enough, would you spray Ino with more slurry?" "Don't make me hurt you, Shikamaru," Ino warned him. "You guys need some help?" Fast as she, Choji, and Akela arrived. The earthbender had felt their arrival and abandoned the column to join them, the other two joining her. "Toph, help me plug up this drain," Katara told her. The two benders worked together to send the slurry back further the drain, taking Ty Lee with it. It also made the pipes in the drill bulge almost to the point they were about to burst. Slurry had begun to leak from the wall onto the top of the drill. Aang took no notice of that as he was still cutting through the metal hull with the water. The result was an X-shaped cut in the hull. Aang stopped bending the water and panted. "What I give to be a metal bender," he said to himself as he bent the water back into the pouch. "Aang, we've got company," Shia called out before dodging a blue fireball, which sailed right past her and towards Aang, who deflected it with airbending. "Momo, get out of here!" he ordered the winged lemur, doing so. The attacker was none other than Azula. Shia took a fighting stance and watched the princess of the Fire Nation. The tension was thick between the three people. Shia made the first move by charging directly at Azula. She caught the punch and flipped her over onto her back. Shia didn't just lay on the surface of the drill in a daze. She swung her legs into a kick, trying to knock Azula off her feet. She avoided this by flipping over the downed girl and charging at Aang. She hesitated when another barrage of boulders began to rain down. Aang took advantage of her hesitation by grabbing one of the boulders via airbending and throwing it at her. She dodged the thing by doing the splits. Snapping out of the splits, she sent another blue fireball at Aang, who protected himself by bending the rock rubble around him to form a shield. Once the fireball hit the shield harmlessly, he retaliated by bending chunks of rock at Azula, who kicked them away. Shia got back on her feet and attacked Azula again. She got in close and traded blows with the princess. "You're good," she complimented her. "I didn't expect a charcoal sucker would be good in hand-to-hand. You always fight your enemies at a distance." "You haven't learned from my teacher," Azula replied. Naruto had always attacked her up close, making her learn how to fight hand-to-hand. Aang tried to help his friend by bending a slice of air at them. But Azula flipped over it, which sent Shuya flying down the length of the drill. While still flipping in midair, Azula pointed her feet and bent a large blue fireball at Aang's shield, blasting it apart, and sending him straight into the wall, and knocking him unconscious. Azula looked at her prize, but her balance was shaken when the section she was standing on moved forward. The action made the drill break through the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. Aang's unconscious body was moved halfway under the wall. Azula walked forward and grabbed him, holding him against the wall itself. She heard movement behind her and turned to see Shiya coming at her in a flying kick. She caught the kick effortlessly with one hand and threw Shiya back down the length of the drill. Aang regained consciousness as Azula held fire in her hand. Realizing what she was about to do, he bent the outer wall to cover his right arm into a rock gauntlet. As Azula was about to strike him, he caught her arm and pushed it away. He then grabbed her midsection and pushed her back, sending her skidding across the drill. He took an earthbending stance, and she charged him, blue fire blazing in her hands, giving her additional speed. As they were about to clash, the backed-up slurry burst out of the hole in the wall, surprising Aang and sending him to his knees. It caused Azula to stumble and slide on the slurry. Aang tried to stand up again but slipped and fell back onto his knee. Looking up, he saw Azula run into him. It sent them slamming into the wall and then sliding down opposite sides of the drill. Azula slid down on her stomach and tried to stop her sliding by planting her feet on the side. Eventually she stopped sliding but also got a little stuck due to the slurry she had on herself. Aang slid backwards down the drill, his rock gauntlet breaking away in the process. He tried to stop himself, but due to him being on his back, he couldn't get a grip. Momo came to his rescue by flying down to him, grabbing the back of his shirt, and lifting him back onto his feet. Swinging his arms wildly, Aang ran back to the side of the drill using airbending. He landed safely on the top of the drill. "Thanks, Momo, I owe you one," he told the lemur. Shiya joined him. "You know, you might want to take care of the drill before the charcoal sucker gets back up here," she pointed out. Aang nodded in agreement. He made his way back to the cut in the metal. "Now all I need is he began to say before a boulder slammed down next to him. "Actually, that is what I needed for once." "Nice timing," Shiya commented as she looked up at the outer wall. She could have sworn she saw one of the soldiers waving down at them. Momo flew off Aang's shoulder as he moved the boulder onto the cut with airbending. He then turned the boulder into a rough shape of nail. "Shiya, stand behind it," he told the girl. As she did so, he backed up a little and took a runner starting position. He took off. After taking a few steps, he bent an air scooter to stand on. He ran up the wall, as far as the air scooter could take him. Once the air scooter faded away, he continued running up the wall. When he felt gravity taking hold of him, he turned and with a yell of effort, ran back down the wall, using airbending to full effect. Azula had managed to climb back to the top of the drill in time to see Aang running down the wall. He leapt for the rock nail and she tried to stop him with a fireball, but she missed. Aang landed on the nail hard, like he intended. He also bent a wide stream of air in front of him, making Azula fly away. The nail had the intended effect. The braces that had been cut through broke apart, allowing the slurry to flood in. The drill sections had slurry explode into the air and leak down the sides. "Here it comes!" Toph cried out. She bent the area of earth they were standing on up into a big pillar. Without Katara or Toph stopping the slurry, it flowed freely out of the drain, bringing Ty Lee along with it. Unable to stop herself, she slammed into the pillar. The drill finally stopped moving as the sections broke down, allowing steam to hiss out in large quantities. Aang just stood on top of the nail, once again covered in slurry. As he wiped his face clean, Momo landed on his shoulder and began licking the slurry. "You know, you should be glad that I am not a high-maintenance girl," Shiya said. She too was covered in slurry. "Otherwise, I would be complaining right now." "Sorry about that," he apologized. She shrugged. "Well, at least the rockhead got some of it." She pointed to the top of the wall. The slurry had spread up to the battlements. Although he was small, they could see General Sung had also been covered in slurry. "I'm just bummed they didn't get some." She pointed to the command tower. Even though slurry covered the tower, the windows were still intact, so those inside were safe. "We should meet up with the others," Aang said. "Might as well." They quickly left the top of the drill to get back with the others. Ty Lee sat up and spat out the slurry that was in her mouth, and wiped the slurry from her eyes. Looking around, she saw that the pillar she had run into had disappeared and the Avatar's friends, including the cute guy from the Water Tribe, had left already. Hearing a noise, she saw that Azula was sliding down the rear ramp above the slurry drain. She leapt off and landed in front of Ty Lee, splashing more slurry on her. A valve opened to reveal my. We lost, she stated. As Ty Lee cleared her face again, she saw Azula was smirking. No, we didn't, she told them. Go tell War Minister Chin that the primary goal has been accomplished. What do you mean? The drill was destroyed, Ty Lee said. Lesson number 6. The best way to get in silently is to make a loud distraction, she recited. What does Naruto's lessons have this? Mai asked. Lesson number 7. If you can't go through, you have 3 other options: over, under, or around. Realization dawned on her friends. So that's what the message was about, Ty Lee said. A clone of Naruto had shown up just before the drill had begun its crawl to the wall. It passed a message to Azula that had sounded cryptic to them, until now. The princess of the Fire Nation nodded. They played right into our hands. Last call for Boss Sing Se, called out the announcer of the monorail. People began to board the cars, wanting to get into the city and away from the war. Jet walked through the station with his freedom fighters behind him. Jet, relax, Smellerby told him. So, the old guy is into hot tea, big deal. She didn't see what the problem was. He heated it himself. Jet declared, remembering what he saw with a crystal-like clarity. Those guys are firebenders. Watching Zuko and Iroh board the monorail, they made sure to board as well, just a few cars behind. Meanwhile, Zuko and Iroh boarded the monorail car. They sat down next to a couple who were parents, judging by the infant in the mother's arms. What a handsome baby, Iroh complimented her, scratching the cloth the sleeping baby was swaddled in. Thank you, the mother replied, happy to see someone thought so of her newborn. The earthbenders on the end of the monorail began to push on the tracks. The monorail moved out of the station and through the farmland. They stood on the wall, watching the sun set. After getting back into the wall, they managed to get all the slurry muck washed off, a process they were all glad to go through. Good effort out there, Team Avatar, Sokka said to them all. Enough with the Team Avatar stuff, Katara replied. No matter how many times you say it, it's not going to catch on. She was certain of that. You're wrong about that, Princess, she had told her. I already see us as Team Avatar. Hold on, US? Sokka asked her, frowning at her. You're not a member of this team, Shia. I still don't trust you. She was still a stranger in his eyes. Sokka, she tried to stop Azula from taking me, Aang told him, trying to help her out. I say she can be trusted. And because you're the Avatar, we should just obey your wishes, the tribesman said with obvious sarcasm. But before Katara could get on his case, he continued. But I already said I'll try to rein in my paranoia. However, if you show so much of hint of betraying us, you're gone, he warned her, looking straight into her eyes. Then I'll just have to make sure I don't betray you guys, she told him, holding his gaze. At that point, a man stumbled out of a nearby command post. He was wearing nothing but his undergarments. Hey! You've got to help me! He yelled at the group when he saw Aang and recognized him as the Avatar. You have to stop him. He moved forward to them, stumbling as he went. Easy there, Asuma told him, catching him before he fell. What happened to you? Someone knocked me unconscious. When I came to, he was putting on my uniform and was about to head for the stairs when he saw that I was awake. He knocked me unconscious again, this time I came to in a closet. I had just gotten out of there, he explained. How long do you think you were unconscious the second time? Ino asked him. I'm not sure, maybe 10-15 minutes. Can you describe the person who took your uniform? Shikamaru asked. They needed all the details. Yeah, he had blonde hair, blue eyes, and I think he had whiskers on his face, he said promptly. Everyone in the group, minus Shia, looked at each other. They knew who that was. Where did he go? Asuma demanded. The guard pointed to where he came from. He was heading to the stairs, I swear, he told them all. They all charged in the direction that was pointed and headed for the stairs. They ran down all the flights of stairs and reached the bottom in almost record time. We've got to look for him. Spread out. Asuma ordered them. They did so, moving away from the staircase entrance to look nearby for the blonde. Unfortunately, their search did not take them long. If we're going to look for a guy in a stolen uniform, that's going to be a little difficult, Shia called out, getting their attention. Why's that? Katara asked. Because I'm looking at said stolen uniform, she answered. They all grouped around her. The stolen uniform was indeed laying there on the ground in front of the wall. It was all cast haphazardly to the ground, like someone had been in a hurry to take it all off. But the implication was clear. The drill was bait, Shikamaru said, realizing what had happened. It was bait for us so Naruto to get into Ba Sing Se. We fell for it and now, we don't know where he is or what he's planning to do. It was a chilling thought to realize that he had been duped. They looked up the farmlands that stretched for miles. Then we need to get moving, Sokka announced. The sooner we can deliver the information from Wan Shirtong's library, the sooner we can plan an invasion on the Fire Nation and also potentially stop whatever Naruto is planning. Everyone agreed with what he said. As they made their way to the monorail station that they had passed on the way down, Sokka and Shikamaru shared the same thought. Let the game begin. Chapter 14: Attempts and Surprises. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. Team Avatar had stayed the night in the monorail station and taken the first ride out in the morning. The ride was long, but they knew they had to be patient. Katara was the first one to notice. Look, the inner wall, she said, directing everyone's attention to said inner wall. I can't believe we finally made it to Ba Sing Se in one piece. Hey, don't jinx it, Sokka told her. We could still be attacked by a giant exploding Fire Nation spoon or find out the city's been submerged in an ocean full of killer shrimp. Both Shuya and Akela gave him the "Are you crazy? Look! You been hitting the cactus juice again?" asked Toph. It sounded like he had been doing that. No, that's Choji, he replied, making Shuya snicker and Choji wince at the memory. Besides, weird stuff happens to us. And as if to emphasize his point, a large man sucking on some sort of corn plant sat down between them with a very dazed look on his face. What do you think happened to him? Ino whispered to Shikamaru. It's too troublesome to think about it, he replied. That's your answer to everything. Honestly, he could try to come up with a better answer. Then she remembered that she was talking about Shikamaru of all people. That's enough, you two, Asuma told them. Aang looked away from the window with a downcast expression. Katara saw the expression and decided to cheer him up. Don't worry, Aang, she told him. We'll find Appa. It's such a big city, he replied. He's a giant bison, Sokka said, joining the conversation. Where could someone possibly hide him? It couldn't be that hard. They soon got an answer as the monorail passed through the inner wall tunnel, and they saw the city for the first time in their lives. Dear Kami, it's at least 20 times bigger than Konoha, Choji said in awe as he looked the gigantic city, with buildings that were spread out for miles. Hey, Icechewer, Shia called out as she stared out the window. All she could see was buildings that seemed to be everywhere. The streets that ran through all of them looked like veins in a body, all stretching and interconnecting. Perhaps it was more like a maze or a labyrinth. She couldn't decide. What? Sokka asked back, pulling his face away from the window. He was already resigned to the fact she was going to keep calling him that. Would you like some help putting your foot in your mouth? She asked with an innocent expression. Shut up. He turned back to the window. They soon came into a monorail station where they disembarked. A spectacular view of Ba Sing Se greeted them as they disembarked. Back in the city, Toph said as she rubbed Momo's head. Great. What's the problem? Sokka asked her. It's amazing. He had never seen anything like it before. But he now knew why it was the maps always made it quite visible to see. Once you were inside, it was all you could see. Just a bunch of walls and rules, she answered. You wait. You'll get sick of it in a couple of days. She knew the truth of it, and they would too, hopefully later than sooner. Okay, our first order of business is to find some food, Choji declared, patting his stomach. You had food at the monorail station just before we left, Ino told him. She remembered him scarfing down on the stuff quite vividly. That was not food, he declared with a harsh expression. That was fertilizer at best, and something a rat wouldn't eat at worst. That's harsh, Asuma commented. The last time he checked, all food was okay to Choji. The Akimichi didn't judge, he just ate. You gotta remember, Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru said. If an Akimichi isn't a shinobi, he's a food critic. Since Choji's going to be the next clan head, he's gotta be both. Ing stood near the railing with the open view of Ba Sing Se before. He took out the bison whistle and blew. But nothing responded, like he had thought. I'm coming for you, buddy, he said to himself. As Katara walked up behind him, he turned his head to her. He's here, I can feel it. We've got company, Asuma said to him. The monorail had started up again and left the station. It revealed a woman with an extremely creepy smile on the opposite side of the tracks. She quickly made her way over to the group. Hello, my name is Judy, she introduced herself in a polite, but strange way. I have been given the great honor of showing the avatar around Ba Sing Se. And you must be Sokka, Katara, Toph, Asuma, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Shiya. She looked at each one of them as she spoke. Akela began to growl and bark at Judy, like he was warning her to stay away from the group. Akela, heel! Sokka ordered, restraining the wolf just as he was about to attack Judy. Calm down, would ya? She hasn't done anything to us. Welcome to our wonderful city, she continued without missing a beat. Shall we get started? Shikamaru, can you take care of this? Sokka asked as the shinobi as he held on to Akela. My hands are kinda full here. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered before walking over to Judy. We have information that needs to be given to the Earth King, ASAP, he told her. Great, let's begin our tour and then I'll show you to your new home here, she said, seemingly ignoring what had just been said. I think you'll like it. She started to walk away. Sokka managed to calm Akela and then went after Judy. Maybe you missed what the guy said, he told her. We need to talk to the king about the war, it's important. You're in Ba Sing Se now, she replied, with a little excessive amount of enthusiasm in her tone. Everyone is safe here. The group looked at her, but they could do nothing except follow her to a carriage large enough to accommodate them all. They started off and began the tour. This is the lower ring, Judy told them as they passed through it. What's that wall for? Katara asked, looking out the carriage window. She was looking at a wall that wasn't a part of the inner wall, they weren't even close to that wall. Instead, this wall seemed to block off the lower ring from the rest of the city. Oh, Ba Sing Se has many walls. There are the ones outside, protecting us, and the ones inside that help maintain order, their guide told them. This is where our newest arrivals live, as well as our craftsmen and artisans, people who work with their hands. It's so quaint and lively. That's not what I'd call it, Shiya said as she and Katara looked out the window and looked at the people in the streets. I'd call it the slums. They could all see it. The clothes people wore not their best. In fact, some of it looked like it was a collection of rags sewn together. There were beggars at practically every corner. In the alleyways, they saw men with weapons stare at the carriage with hostile eyes. Well, you do want to watch your step, Judy agreed. That's putting it mildly, Asuma commented. Why do they have all the poor people blocked off in one part of the city? Katara asked. It didn't seem right to her. They all belonged to the same city. They shouldn't section people off because of how much money they had. This is why I never came here before, Aang said. I always heard it was so different from the way the monks taught us to live. But that wasn't at the forefront of his mind. He looked out the window, thinking about Appa. In a different part of the lower ring, Zuko was walking down a marketplace. He was soon joined by Iroh, who was holding a vase of flowers. I just want our new place to look nice in case someone brings home a lady friend, he said after seeing Zuko's glare, giving him a nudge and a wink. This city is a prison, Zuko said with bleakness in his voice. I don't want to make a life here. He could see the truth all around him. It was obvious to see. The people all around him were trapped here, and now, he was too. Life happens wherever you are, whether you make it or not, Iroh told him, having a more upbeat attitude about their situation. Now come on, I found us some new jobs and we start this afternoon. They walked on, obvious of who was glaring at them. Look at them, firebenders living right under everyone's nose, Jet said with contempt. If he hadn't seen the tea, he would have missed them too. Jet, you saw a man with a hot cup of tea, it doesn't prove he's a firebender, Smellerbee told him as she and Longshot came out of the alley. And what if he is? Are we supposed to attack them? I thought we were starting over here, changing our ways. We are, he assured her. When I get the evidence I need, I'll report them to the police and let them handle it. Okay? He wasn't going to attack them outright. He would wait and watch. This is the middle ring of Ba Sing Se. It is home to the financial district, shops and restaurants, and the university, Judy told them as the carriage crossed over a bridge. They had left the lower ring by passing through the wall Katara had seen. The buildings they were now looking at were better maintained than the ones in the lower ring, but there was still some wear and tear on some of them. Sokka heard the last part, and tried to get his point across again. Yeah, we met a professor from Ba Sing Se University. He took us to an ancient underground library where we discovered information about the war that is absolutely crucial for the Earth King to hear. He told the guide. She just smiled the creepy smile. Isn't history fascinating? Look, here is one of the oldest buildings in the middle ring, the town hall on the far side of the city. The carriage stopped, and she got out of the carriage. Okay, something's wrong with that woman, Sokka stated. She only seems to hear every other word I say. It's called being handled, Toph told them. She knew from experience what that felt like. She had it with her parents. Get used to it. This is becoming more troublesome than it's worth, Shikamaru stated. Akela just looked out the carriage to Judy and snarled at her. Jet stood outside a tea shop, looking through the shutters. Inside the tea shop were the two supposed firebenders. Well, you certainly look like official tea servers, the owner of the tea shop told them. How do you feel? Ridiculous, Zuko answered. Both he and his uncle were wearing aprons. If Azula could see me now, she would fall to the floor in laughter, he thought to himself. Iroh struggled to tie the apron strings behind his back without much luck. Does this possibly come in a larger size? He asked. I have extra string in the back, the owner told him as he poured 2 cups of tea. Have some tea while you wait. He left to go get the string, leaving the two with their tea. Zuko just scowled at his tea while Iroh drank his before making a disgusted sound. This tea is nothing more than hot leaf juice, he complained. Uncle, that's what all tea is, his nephew said in a long-suffering voice. They had this conversation before, days before the Avatar had shown himself to the world again. How could a member of my own family say something so horrible? Demanded Iroh. We'll have to make some major changes around here. He took hold of the teapot, walked over to one of the windows and threw out the tea. Jet gave a small gasp and moved out of the way to avoid getting tea splashed on him. Figuring that if he stayed any longer, there was a good chance of getting caught, he disappeared into an alley. The upper ring is home to our most important citizens, Judy told them as they passed lavish houses with giant lawns. It almost looked like something out of a dream. Your house is not too far from here. As they rode through the upper ring, the houses and estates disappeared, and they passed a large wall. What's inside that wall? Katara asked, looking out the carriage window. She could see the roof of a building beyond the wall, but nothing more than that. She could also see 3 men standing in a doorway, watching the carriage pass. And who are the mean-looking guys in robes? Sokka asked, seeing the same men. Inside is the royal palace, Judy answered. Those men are agents of the Daili, the cultural authority of Ba Sing Se. They are the guardians of all our traditions. She neglected to mention that the agents were watching the carriage like hawks as it went by. Can we go see the king now? Aang asked. He was getting tired of all this. He wanted to get the information to the Earth King, and then go look for Appa. Oh no, one doesn't just enter the palace to see the Earth King, she told him, making him feel like a child who asked a stupid question. The members of Team Asuma all shared the same thought. This is getting complicated. It was supposed to be a simple task. Get in, get to the Earth King, and deliver the information. But now, they knew they were being blocked and delayed. Soon afterwards, the carriage stopped, and they got out. Here we are, your new home, Judy said. As the group looked at what appeared to be a modest-looking house, with a simple designed interior, a courier ran and gave her a message. Ino was the first one to enter, followed by Katara and Toph. Shikamaru and Choji waited until Asuma could join them inside. More good news, Judy told them after reading the message. Your request for an audience with the Earth King is being processed and should be put through in about a month, much more quickly than usual. A month? Repeated Sokka, 6 to 8 weeks actually, she clarified, giving them the creepy grin. The group was silent until both Shiye and Ino broke it in unison. What? They yelled at Judy. There is no need to shout, she replied calmly. Please let us go inside. She ushered in the rest. Inside was spacious and there were pillows on the floor to sit on. Isn't it nice? I think you'll really enjoy here. I think we'd enjoy it more if we weren't staying so long, Sokka told her. Can't we see the king any sooner? The Earth King is terribly busy running the finest city in the world. But he will see you as time permits. Aang looked out a nearby window. If we're going to be here for a month, we should spend our time looking for Appa, he spoke. Momo perked up when he heard those words. He missed the sky bison too. I'll be happy to escort you anywhere you'd like to go, she told the Avatar, bowing her head. No, you're staying here, Shikamaru told her. They needed to get information without her around. Yeah, we don't need a babysitter, Toph said, getting up from where she sat and headed for the door. Oh, I won't get in the way, Judy said, moving to block the blind earthbender's path. And to leave you alone would make me a bad host. Where shall we start? They decided to start at a pet store. The minute they went in, Momo went straight for the feed only to be scared off by a cat owl, which then had a snarling match with Akela. I'm sorry, the pet store owner said. But I haven't heard anything about a flying bison. I didn't even know there were any. If someone wanted to sell a stolen animal without anyone knowing, why would they go? Aang asked. That question made Team Asuma looked at him with incredulous expressions. Dear Kami, he actually doesn't have a clue, they thought. It should have been obvious that he had to be a little subtle. But he just went out and said it. Where's the black market? Sokka demanded, not being subtle as well. Who runs it? Come on, you know. He knew that the gaze of the shinobi had swung to him, but he didn't care. He wanted the information. The owner started to sweat nervously when he saw Judy shake her head. That would be illegal, he finally answered. He noticed noise coming from the sides. You'll have to leave now, your pets are causing a disturbance. Momo was trying to take the feed while waving off birds while Akela was still barking at the cat owl. They left the pet store and decided to try the university. I've never seen any sandbenders or nomads around here, a student told them, sitting on a bench. You should ask Professor Zay. He teaches the class on desert cultures. Well, we can't do that since he's still in the library, Sokka thought to himself, but aloud he said. Right, and which of your professors could we ask about the war with the Fire Nation? The student grew nervous as he looked at Judy, who again shook her head. This time, both Sokka and Shikamaru noticed it. They turned their heads to look at her, but she had already stopped moving her head. I don't know. I'm not a political science student. It's not that hard a question, she had told him. Just tell us who to talk to about the war. I have to get to class. The student leapt up from where he sat but tripped and dropped his scrolls. Picking them up quickly, he ran away from them. At this point, Judy had decided that was enough and had them driven back to their house. Well, I'm sorry no one has seen your bison, she told them as they stood on the stairs. Why don't you go get some rest? Someone will be over with dinner later. The carriage rolled away, leaving them alone. They noticed that a person in the house across from them was peeking out from his door. When he noticed that they noticed, he tried to hide. Hey, come with me, Sokka told everyone. They walked across to the other house and Sokka knocked on the door. The man opened the door. You're the Avatar. I heard you were in town. I'm Pong, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Pong, Aang greeted. The man sounded friendly enough, and a little nervous too. So, Pong, what's going on with this city? Sokka asked. Why is everyone here so scared to talk about the war? War? Scared? What do you mean? Pong asked as his eyes kept looking around. I can feel you shaking, Toph told him. It's not a good idea to lie right now, Choji warned him. They would know if he was. Look, I'm just a minor government official, he told them in a whisper, like he was afraid someone was listening in. I've waited 3 years to get this house. I don't want to get into trouble. Get into trouble with who? Katara asked in a normal level of voice. She didn't see anything wrong around them. Sure, he said, a finger over his lips. Listen, you can't mention the war here, and whatever you do, stay away from the daily." He closed the door in their faces. "Well, that was weird," Shiya said as they went back into their own house. The sun had begun to set as they walked through the door. It had been a long day. "Aside from that, something is going on in this city," Shikamaru stated. "That guide was pretty much blocking us the entire day." "But we really can't do anything," Choji pointed out. "We don't have any contacts here. We're literally on our own." "That and we did a pretty bad job at interrogating people out there," Sokka admitted. In hindsight, he probably shouldn't have been so blunt. "Don't beat yourself up. You did okay for an amateur," Ino told him. "You just pressed them too soon. Once he got some experience, he would probably do fine." Dinner soon came and they ate the meal slowly, thinking about what to do. They threw out suggestions, but nothing really seemed to work. Finally, they finished the meal. Aang, Katara, Toph and Shiya decided to go to bed, taking Momo and Akela with them and leaving Sokka with Team Asuma. "Is there something you need, Sokka?" Asuma asked him. "Actually, I've had a question that I wanted to ask since I first met you all in the swamp." It had been bugging him for the longest time. "Why did you wait this long?" asked Ino. "I had the feeling that if I asked the question in front of everyone, I would have caused some bad tension between us. Also, the answer that we got would also somehow cause both Katara and Aang to vehemently deny it," he told her. "We wouldn't do that," Aang's voice came from behind the door leading to the bedrooms. Both Team Asuma and Sokka glared at the door. "Aang, did the monks ever teach you that it was rude to eavesdrop?" the tribesman asked aloud. The door opened and the air nomad walked in with a sheepish expression on his face. "Sorry, but I was curious about why Sokka wanted to talk to you guys." "Are you still going to ask us?" Choji asked Sokka, curious to know what he was going to say. The water paragon sighed. "Might as well, it'd probably be better this way." He took a deep breath. "Who are Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke?" Team Asuma grew silent for a few minutes before Asuma spoke. "Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha are all members of Team Kakashi, of which Naruto is a former member," he said, answering the question. "Why aren't they here?" Aang asked. If they knew the blonde, he would have thought they would be the best in protecting him and his friends. "I thought they would be happy to jump at an opportunity to look for him." "I think only Guy-sensei knew that answer," Shikamaru answered. "That's the question I asked him after Kozan. According to Guy-sensei, it was Lady Tsunade who decided not to bring in Team Kakashi, because of personal feelings." "Oh, I see," Asuma said. Suddenly it made a lot of sense. He could see why she would not let them come. "They hate Naruto that much?" Aang asked with surprise. That question caused Team Asuma to snort in disbelief. "Hate him? It's Team Kakashi that wants him back the most," Choji told the airbender. "How far would they go to get him back?" Sokka asked. He had a bad feeling that he wasn't going to like the answer. "If there was a choice between saving your lives and going after Naruto, they would leave you for dead in a heartbeat," Shikamaru stated with absolute bluntness. He had heard about the lengths they had gone to look for the blonde as well as the injuries they had inflicted on the people who insulted him. Aang had an expression of horror on his face when he heard those words. "No one would do that," he protested. "No one would leave people to die just so they could try and find one person." "I rest my case," Sokka said. He knew that those words or some variation of them would be spoken if Aang or Katara were. That was why he didn't want them to be there when he asked the question. Asuma looked at Aang. "Yes, they would, Aang," he told the air nomad. "They want Naruto back in Konoha and they are willing to do anything to make it happen. If they had to kill you to find him, you would be dead before you realize it." If it was even possible, Aang grew more horrified. "But Tu and the Avatar. They wouldn't kill me," he protested weakly. "That would have gone against their mission orders, right?" "They wouldn't care if you were Kami herself," Shikamaru told him, continuing to be blunt. "If killing you was a way to get to Naruto, your successor would be the one to defeat the Fire Lord." The room was silent until Sokka finally broke it. "Perhaps it's best we all get some sleep." Everyone agreed with what he suggested and went to their separate bedrooms. But the conversation still haunted Aang throughout the night, even when he did fall asleep. Jet crouched behind a laundry line, watching Zuko and Iroh in their apartment. Would you like a pot of tea? Iroh asked his nephew. We've been working in a tea shop all day, Zuko told him. I'm sick of tea. Sick of tea, repeated Iroh. That's like being sick of breathing. He looked through the cupboards, looking for something. Have you seen our spark rocks to heat up the water? They're not there, Jet said to himself, his hand holding the same spark rocks Iroh was looking for. You'll have to firebend, old man. He then noticed that Iroh was leaving the apartment. Where are you going? His answer was given when Iroh came back in. I borrowed our neighbors. Such kind people, he told Zuko. With 2 strikes of the spark rocks, the fire was lit and the tea was boiling. Damn! Jet swore to himself as he left. I thought that would work. The morning was up and going, as evident by the birds singing. Katara yawned as she walked outside the door. She grabbed the newspaper that was in the front basket, read it, and gave a gasp of excitement. She ran back into the house. I've got it, she declared. I know how we're going to see the Earth King. How are we supposed to do that? One doesn't just pop in on the Earth King, Toph asked, mimicking Judy from where she sat. Speaking of her, we also have to figure what to do with her, Shikamaru added from where he lay on the ground. There had been the suggestion of killing her, but they discarded it in the end. The king is having a party at the palace for his pet bear, Katara told them. You mean platypus bear? Aang asked her from the banister. No, it just says bear. Certainly you mean his pet skunk bear, Sokka said from where he laid upside down against the wall. Akela had a look of distaste when he heard the skunk bear part. Or his armadillo bear, Toph said. Gopher bear? Asked Aang. Just bear, the waterbender repeated herself. This place is weird, Toph stated after a moment of silence. Who had ever heard of just a bear? What's weird about that? She asked from where she lounged near the staircase. I know what a bear is. Everyone, except for the shinobi, looked at her with disbelief. I spent a winter with a mother bear and her cub when I was 5. She saw the disbelief turn into curiosity and knew she had to explain. I got kicked out of the house for the season and was left to fend for myself. I ended up in the forest and collapsed in a cave. When I came to, I was sleeping next to a bear cub and the mother. She smiled sadly at the memory. After that winter, they had left, and I never saw them again. There are days when I miss that cub. He had this little patch of white fur on his left ear that was shaped like a star. We would always roughhouse when we weren't sleeping or eating. Could we get back to the main subject here? Katara asked them, excited about her plan. The palace will be packed. We can sneak in with the crowd. Won't work, Toph declared as she kicked back and relaxed. Why not? Asked the waterbender. It was the perfect plan. Well, no offense to you simple country folk, but a real society crowd would spot you a mile away. You've got no manners, the blind earthbender told her, picking up a pastry and munching on it loudly. Excuse me? I've got no manners? She asked, offended. You're not exactly Lady Fancy Fingers. Also, we were taught manners, Ino said, gesturing to herself and her teammates. She was offended by the fact that Toph made it sound like she had no manners. Her idea of manners is probably different than ours, Shikamaru pointed out to his teammate. She frowned at him, but silently conceded the point. Toph burped and tossed the pastry away. I learned proper society behavior and chose to leave it, she explained. You never learn anything, and frankly, it's a little too late. But you learned it, so you could teach us, Aang said, getting an idea in his head. I'm mastering every element. How hard can manners be? He leapt from the banister, grabbed a nearby drape, and put on like a cloak. Good evening, Paragon Sokka, Mississippi Katara Water Tribe, Mr. Saratobi, Mississippi Yamanaka, Mr. Nara, Mr. Akimichi, Chief Akela of the White Wolves clan, Lord Momo of the Momo dynasty, your Momoness, he said in what he thought was a civilized voice, bowing to everyone. He kept bowing until he accidentally hit Sokka on the head as the tribesman was standing up. The two of them fell to the ground in a heap. Katara and Shuya might be able to pull it off, Toph noted as she stood up and walked over to where they were. But you two would be lucky to pass as buspas. No, Sokka said as he untangled himself from Aang. Shuya stays here. Before anyone, Katara or Aang, could tell him to stop being paranoid, Shuya spoke up. Oh, trust me, Aishur. I wasn't planning on going. I don't think I would really fit in, and besides, she gestured, almost shyly, to her chest. Once they start talking about these, I'll be a wreck. We'll stay here as well, Asuma said, joining the conversation. We'll keep an eye on Shia and make sure that we're safe. Then let's get to work, Toph said. The rest of the day was spent on shopping and getting ready. The last part, Katara and Toph had disappeared into a room alone for. Aang and Sokka started to play a variation on rock paper scissors. Asuma was writing up a mission report, and Shuya was talking to Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Akela was taking a nap while Momo sat by. Finally, the door to the room where Katara and Toph had disappeared to open to reveal Toph and Katara all dressed up. They held the pose for a few seconds before giggling. Wow, you look beautiful, Aang told Katara as he blushed. Katara was about to respond but was stopped when Toph put her fan in front of her face. First rule when interacting in a high-class society, Katara, never talk to commoners, unless you're asking for something, she told her. They started to walk to the door. We'll get in the party and then find a way to let you through the side gate, Katara said to them. Just be careful in there and for Cammy's sake, don't blow your cover, Asuma warned them. Got it, Toph said. The two left, leaving everyone else in the house. Had they stayed a little longer, they would have seen Momo walking across the floor, wearing a curtain like a cape. Jet stood in an alleyway across from the tea shop and watched as one of the city guards went into the shop. Jet! Called out Smellerbee as she and Longshot joined him. We need to talk. What? Oh great, it's you guys, he said when he saw them. Where've you been? I could use some help with surveillance here. Look, Jet. We've been talking and we think you're becoming obsessed with this. It's not healthy, she told him. Oh, really? You both think this? He looked over at the archer in their group. Longshot simply put his hand on Smellerbee's shoulder, showing his agreement. We came here to make a fresh start, Smellerbee told him. But you won't let this go, even though there's no proof. Well, maybe if you'd help me. If they helped, he could find the proof he needed. Jet, you've got to stop this. Maybe you've forgotten why we need to start over. Maybe you've forgotten about how the Fire Nation left us all homeless. How they wiped out all the people we loved. As he talked, Smellerbee and Longshot looked down at the ground as they remembered. If you don't want to help us, I'll get the evidence on our own. Zuko was serving the tea while Iroh poured it. This is the best tea in the city. One of the customers, an off-duty guard, declared. The secret ingredient is love, Iroh told them as he gestured his arms, like he is hugging the tea, or at least, the steam of the tea. As he walked away, Zuko gave him a look. If tea was power, Uncle would rule the world, he thought to himself as he continued to serve the tea. Looking at how many people were in his shop, the owner looked over at Iroh. I think you're due for a raise, he said in praise. The shop's door slammed open and Jet stormed in. I'm tired of waiting. These two men are firebenders. He shouted, pointed at Zuko and Iroh, who shared a look as he drew his hooked swords. I know they're firebenders, I saw the old man heating his tea. Agni! He did see it. Zuko swore to himself, glaring quickly at his uncle. Iroh managed to look sheepish and apologetic at the same time with his expression. The two off-duty guards looked at each other, and then back at Jet. He works in a tea shop, the one with Dao swords said, like it was the most obvious thing. He's a firebender, I'm telling you, Jet shouted. The guards stood up. Drop your swords, boy, nice and easy. Jet didn't listen. He just started to walk towards the accused. You'll have to defend yourself. Then everyone will know, he told Iroh. Go ahead, show them what you can do. Zuko took that as an invitation. No one threatens my uncle when I'm right here. He walked forward and grabbed the guards' Dao swords, drawing them out of the sheath. You want a show? I'll give you a show! He tested Jet's reaction time by hooking his leg behind a table leg and pushing the entire table at the freedom fighter. Jet sliced the table apart, and then jumped over it. When he landed, he swung at Zuko, making him jump backwards onto a table. Jet cut the table in half, and when Zuko stayed on one side of the table, balancing on one foot, he sliced off the table legs. Zuko leapt high in the air before coming back down and swing his borrowed swords at Jet's feet. Jet flipped backwards to avoid the strike. He landed on his feet and charged Zuko again. The two of them swung their swords at each other, continuing the fight. There was a line already lined up in front of the palace. Katara and Toph walked up to the guard who was checking the line. "Invitation please," he said. "I think this will do," Toph said, holding up the Beifeng seal. The guard wasn't impressed with what he saw. "No entry without an invitation," he told her. "Step out of line, please." "Look, the Pangs and the Yamsun Hans are waiting in there for us," she replied, putting the seal away. "I'm going to have to tell them who didn't let me in." "Step out of line, please," the guard repeated, pointing his finger. The two of them did so. They saw a carriage coming up to the entrance. A man got out of the carriage and began walking to the entrance. When Katara saw nearby guards bowing to the man, she got an idea. She grabbed Toph and made her way over to the man. "Sir," she began. "I'm sorry to bother you, but my cousin lost our invitations. She's blind," she whispered the last part before speaking normally. "Do you think you could help us? Our family's inside, and I'm sure they're very worried." His eyes gazed over them before a warm smile. "I am honored," he said with a small bow of his head. "Is something the matter?" A quiet voice, almost hoarse if someone felt nasty, asked from behind them. The man turned and Katara and Toph saw who was talking. Behind the man stood three people that were about the same age as Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. The one who had spoken stood in the middle. He had red hair and light green eyes, almost the same color Toph's eyes had. He wore a crimson coat. When the wind blew, it was shown that he wore dark pants with a pair of laces on each leg, one below the waist and the other beneath the knee. He wore a couple of buckled belts and a gray vest with one strap over his left shoulder. He had a gourd strapped to his back that was held by the vest and the belts. However, the two things that attracted their attention was the fact that his eyes were surrounded by black rings and he had a symbol the color of blood on his forehead above his left eye. The person on the right of the first person was a young woman. She had green eyes and blonde hair, darker than Ino's, which was tied into 4 separate ponytails. She wore a black short-sleeved kimono that had slits along the sides. She also wore black fingerless gloves and a red sash around her waist. She had what appeared to be some sort of iron club on her back. The third person was a young man. What he wore was simple enough. He wore black trousers and a black top with long sleeves, also with a red sash around his waist. He wore a black hood that covered his head and looked like it had cat ears. What was truly odd about him was the fact he wore face paint. It was purple and he had drawn it across his eyes, from cheek to cheek and from the upper lip to his chin. What caught their attention was the headband the woman wore, and the hood the second man wore. Both the headband and the hood had the same kind of metal plate the Konoha shinobi had, but the symbol was not a leaf. Instead, it showed a symbol of an hourglass figure with a thin rectangle above it. "Not at all," the man Katara had spoken to said. "These two girls lost their invitations and have family waiting inside. They had asked for my help." "Very well," the red-haired teenager spoke, like he was approving of what was happening. "Let's get inside. People will start looking if we stay here," the woman said. She kept looking around, like she was expecting an ambush. "Follow me, please," the man told them. He walked up to the guard, who bowed to him and let him pass. Katara and Toph were tempted to blow raspberries at the guard as they passed, but a simple look from the red-haired man discouraged them. Inside the palace ballroom, people stood together in groups and made small talk. In the center of the room was a long table, and at the end of the table sat a big, brown bear. The bear was eating everything in front of him, much to the disgust of the two men sitting beside the bear. "He's taking all the good stuff," the older man complained, wincing at the bear's eating habits. "Quiet! You don't know what I had to do to get seats this near the bear," the younger man hissed. The bear had then smacked away the food in front of him and leapt for the roasted meal in front of him, eating like an animal. A waiter came by with some food. "Excuse me, sirs," he told the two men. But the Earth King wanted the bear near the best food. "If you'll excuse me," he held the food under the bear's nose, getting his attention. Slowly, the waiter forced the bear back to the end of the table where his seat was by using the food's delicious smell. Once the bear was seated, the food was placed in front of him. "Here you are, sir," the waiter told the bear. "The Earth King wants the catering staff to tell you to mind your manners. So please be careful about how you eat. You wouldn't want the Earth King to be mad at you, would you?" The bear seemed to understand what he was saying, because he nodded and then ate the food in front of him with a little more care. The waiter walked away to continue his job. At the entrance, Katara and Toph had arrived with the man and the three others. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" the man asked the group. "By the way, I'm Longfeng. I'm a cultural minister to the king," he introduced himself to Katara and Toph. "I'm Kwamai," Katara introduced herself. "And this is Dum," gesturing to Toph, who yanked on a string attached to Katara's headdress, making her wince in pain. "Now where is your family? I'd love to meet them." He looked around, trying to see if he could spot them. Katara took a quick look around, suddenly nervous. "He don't see them right now. But I'm sure we'll find them soon." She grabbed Toph and started to walk away. "Thanks for all your help." When they looked away, he suddenly appeared in front of them. "Don't worry. As your escort, it would be dishonorable to abandon you ladies without finding your family first. We'll keep looking." Katara and Toph were in a pinch. They tried to think of a way out when the red-haired teenager spoke up. Perhaps they don't wish to appear incompetent to their family. Losing their invitations would qualify as incompetence, he said. Katara nodded in agreement, latching on to what he said. "Truth be told, sir," she said to Longfeng, "this is our first party where we were going to be treated as adults. That's why we were alone outside. If our parents discovered that we had lost our invitations, they'll say that we're still too immature for these kinds of parties." "No kid wants to appear like that in front of their parents," the face-painted man said, sounding like he knew what that was like. "I understand, but I still must help you find them," Longfeng said. "We will simply tell your parents that you ran into me and we began to have a conversation." He continued walking in front of them, and they followed. Aang, Momo and Sokka hid behind a lion statue, watching a side entrance. "Where are they?" Aang asked, as he and Sokka peeked out to look at the entrance. Katara and Toph should have gotten there by now. "I don't know," Sokka said as they went back behind the statue. "They might have been held up. We need to improvise." "What about them?" he asked, looking at a group of busboys. Toph said we could pass as busboys. "Sounds like a plan," the tribesman agreed. "We just have to be careful." The door to the tea shop shattered as Zuko went through it. "That was a kick I didn't expect," he thought as he landed in the street. His opponent had managed to surprise him by kicking him hard in the chest, which sent him flying to the door. Jet went after him and swung his hook blades at him. He managed to block them using the hilts to stop them from getting closer. "You must be tired of using those swords. Why don't you go ahead and fire bend at me?" asked Jet, trying to get to lose his temper. Does this rock-headed idiot realize he's fighting a Dao Blades master? He had been trained by Piandao. He knew how to handle swords. "Please, son, you're confused," Iroh shouted from the doorway as the two broke the hold they were in and fought in the streets. "You don't know what you're doing." "Bet you wish he'd help you out with a little fire blast right now," Jet told Zuko, hooking the ends of his swords together and swinging them around like a flail. He pushed Zuko back until the Dao sword wielder used one of his swords to stop the flail-like attacks, trapping it in the pavement. "You're the one who needs help," Zuko told him. Both letting go of their respective stuck swords, Jet tried to attack but pulled it back as Zuko advanced, swinging at his head. He bent backwards to avoid the sword strike, the piece of wheat in his mouth chopped in half. He quickly regained his balance and leapt back to a nearby well. "You see that?" he called out to the people who were nearby. "The Fire Nation is trying to silence me. It'll never happen." Using his remaining hook sword as momentum and the well's wooden beam as an anchor, he swung himself at Zuko into a flying kick, starting the fight up again. Both Sokka and Aang had managed to get into the party as busbas, with Momo hiding under Aang's hat. The air nomad was pouring drinks when he heard a voice behind him. "Hey, you with the pitcher," the voice called out. He turned around and saw the man with face paint. "Fill her up." He held out a cup. Aang wordlessly poured a drink. The man took a sip, nodded in appreciation, and walked away. Sokka soon walked past with a tray of food. "Where are Toph and Katara?" the airbender asked in a low voice. "I don't know. I haven't seen them," Sokka replied. "Ah. I wish Shikamaru or Ino were here. They'd be great at helping us find the Earth King. They knew how to do this kind of stuff." "But they'd have more trouble fitting in than us," Aang replied, reminding him. "They said so themselves." "Yeah, I know. Just keep looking for the Earth King. I don't know what he looks like. Momo's tail began to wave in front of Sokka's face. You know, royal, flowing robe, fancy jewelry, he said as he grabbed the tail tightly and pulled it back down, making Aang's hat swim. That could be anyone, Aang said as he looked out to the crowd. He saw a lot of people, but he didn't anyone who looked like the Earth King. Another crab puff, please, toe fast, standing next to them. You found us, he exclaimed as Sokka served a cream puff. I'd know your little footsteps anywhere, twinkle toes, she told him, making him blush. Thanks for letting us in, Sokka said to his sister with obvious sarcasm as she joined them. Sorry, but the guy who escorted us won't let us out of his sight, she told him. What guy? They both looked around, but Long Fong had disappeared. Excuse me, the blonde-haired woman said as she stood next to Sokka. A crab puff, please. Sokka extended the tray towards her, and she took one. Thanks, she said before walking away. Have you guys seen the king? Sokka asked the girls. No, we haven't, Katara said, shaking her head. He gave an irritated sigh. Next time, we bring Team Asuma with us, he declared. They knew this kind of stuff. That was when Judy showed up. What are you doing here? She demanded, the creepy smile not on her face for once. You need to leave immediately, or we'll all be in terrible trouble. She tried to push Sokka away, but he used the tray as a shield, spilling the crab puffs. Not until we see the king, he told her. They were going to see him, no matter what. You don't understand. You must go. She pushed Sokka onto Aang, who spilled the pitcher he was carrying onto a guest who screamed in surprise. She looked over to who had spilled the drink on her, her makeup ruined. Sorry, Aang apologized. No, don't shout. He dried her without thinking, using airbending, making his hat fly off. The result for the guest was a rather spiky outfit and hairstyle. Seeing what happened, Sokka groaned quietly. Oddly, or predictably enough, her reaction was something else. The Avatar, was what she said. Oh, I didn't know the Avatar would be here. When she said that, she got everyone's attention and a small crowd had circled around him. This made a revealed Momo go for the hat on the floor and scurry away. Meanwhile, the smile on Judy's face had melted away, replaced with a look of dread. He gave a nervous grin and waved to the people around him. For some reason, Toph and Katara had disappeared. You keep their attention while I look for the king, Sokka whispered into his ear. They might as well use it to their attention. Watch this, everybody, he called out as the tribesmen moved away. He leapt out of his busby uniform and high into the air. He landed on the table and by bending the drinks out of people's cups, put on a show with multicolored drinks. Impressed and awed, the people clapped at the show. Even the bear approved. Hey look, dinner and a show, the man with face paint noted as he and the other stood against the wall. He then looked over at the bear. Is anyone else besides me wondering what a bear is doing in a ballroom? No, we're just wondering why you haven't shut up yet, the woman replied, making him scowl. Enough, the red-haired teenager told them both quietly. They didn't say anything else. The sword fight between Zuko and Jet raged on. The fight was attracting a crowd. Somehow, the two of them ended up back to back. But that didn't stop them. They just kept swinging at each other from the sides, trying to get to the opponent behind them. Before things could continue, 2 Dai Li agents had appeared from the crowd. Drop your weapons! One agent ordered, getting everyone's attention. The swordsmen broke apart. Arrest them, Jet told the Dai Li. They're firebenders. This poor boy is confused, Iroh told the agents. We're just simple refugees. This young man wrecked my tea shop and assaulted my employees, the tea shop owner said, pointing at Jet angrily. It's true, sir, we saw the whole thing, one of the off-duty guards supplied. This crazy kid attacked the finest tea maker in the city. Iroh blushed. Oh, that's very sweet. The Dai Li agents walked up to behind Jet. Come with us, son, the second one told him. He swung his sword at one of them but was quickly disarmed. The 2 agents forced Jet's hands behind his back and put him into handcuffs made from the stones of their rock gloves. You don't understand, Jet yelled at them as they dragged him away. They're Fire Nation. You have to believe me. He was put into the carriage and rode off. Amongst the crowd, Smellerby and Longshot quickly walked. Zuko turned back to the off-duty guard from whom he had taken the Dao swords from. "Sorry about that," he said, handing the swords back and leaving with Iroh. Just as he left, he thought he saw someone with blonde hair in the crowd. But he blinked and the person was gone. A gong sounded as the Earth King was carried in a large, curtained palanquin, along with guards. Sokka got closer to the front of the crowd to make sure it was the man they were looking for. The palanquin was put down and a line of guards stood in front of it. "Aang!" called out Sokka. "The Earth King!" Now was their chance. Aang was still putting on a show, this time with multicolored bubbles and with the bear trying to grab them. Turning around and letting the bubbles disappear, he bent an air scooter and rode it down the length of the table, making Sokka groan quietly. "Not like that," he thought. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the air nomad called out. As he flew by, people grabbed their food and drinks and pulled them out of the way. The curtained palanquin was picked up and quickly walked out of the ballroom while a line of guards stood at the end of the table. Noticing that the Earth King was leaving, Sokka broke through the crowd and went after the palanquin. As he moved, his eyes went back to the crowd and what he saw made him freeze. Naruto himself, in formal clothing, was just standing there in the crowd. When the blonde saw his gaze, he smiled and gave a little wave. 2 Dai Li agents grabbed the tribesman at that point and took him out of the room. The same happened to Toph, Katara, and Momo. Aang reached the end of the table and made a dismount, but it wasn't the Earth King that greeted him, it was the man who escorted Katara and Toph. "Avatar, it is a great honor to meet you," he said. "I am Long Feng, Grand Secretariat of Ba Sing Se and head of the Dai Li. I would like to talk to you. Your friends will be waiting for in the library." He walked away. Aang got off the table and followed. Neither one noticed that 3 people also left the ballroom and who were also discreetly following them. The door to the library slammed shut, making it dark except for a pair of lights at the door and a heath behind Long Feng, which burned green fire. "Why won't you let us talk to the king?" Sokka demanded, out of his busby uniform. "We have information that could defeat the Fire Nation." "The Earth King has no time to get involved with political squabbles and the day-to-day minutiae of military activities," Long Feng told them, sitting down in front of them. "This could be the most important thing he's ever heard," Aang said. "They had an advantage over the Fire Nation. What's most important to His Royal Majesty is maintaining the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se." He placed emphasis on the word cultural. "All his duties relate to issuing royal decrees on such matters. It's my job to oversee the rest of the city's resources, including the military." "So, the king is just a figurehead," Katara said, realizing what that meant. "He's your puppet," Toph accused the man. "Oh no, said Long Feng, raising his hands in defense. "His Majesty is an icon, a god to his people. He can't sully his hands with the hourly changes of an endless war." "But we found out about a solar eclipse that will leave the Fire Nation defenseless," Sokka told him, hoping he'd listen. "You could lead an invasion." "Enough," he cut him off. "I don't want to hear your ridiculous plan. It is the strict policy of Ba Sing Se that the war is not mentioned within the walls. Constant news of an escalating war will throw the citizens of Ba Sing Se into a state of panic. Our economy would be ruined. Our peaceful way of life, our traditions would disappear. In silencing talk of conflict, Ba Sing Se remains a peaceful, orderly utopia. The last one on this planet." "You can't keep the truth from all these people," Katara told Long Feng. "They have to know." "I'll tell them," Aang declared, angry with the man and what he said. "I'll make sure everyone knows." Long Feng walked up to Aang. "Until now, you've been treated as our honored guest." He bowed down to look Aang in the eye. "But from now on, you will be watched every moment by Dai Li agents. If you mention the war to anyone, you'll be expelled from the city." He walked back to the heath. "I understand you've been looking for your bison. It would be quite a shame if you were not able to complete your quest." Aang scowled at him. It was blatant blackmail and everyone there knew it. "Now, Judy will show you home," he said. The door to the library opened, a woman walked in and stood in front of Team Avatar. "Come with me, please," she said to them. The group looked at the woman. "What happened to Judy?" Katara asked with both surprise and fear. "I'm Judy," the woman answered. She wore the same uniform as the first Judy. But it was a different woman, evident by her face and hair. But she wore the same creepy grin. I'll be your host as long as you're in our wonderful city. Long Feng went for the door. If you'll excuse me, I've neglected my duties as a host long enough, he told them. I have guests to entertain. That will no longer be required. The red-haired teenager's voice rang out in the library. He and the other two stepped out of a darkened corner. The thought that both Team Avatar and Long Feng had was, how did they get in? How long have you been there? Long Feng demanded. Since the beginning, the teenager said, staring at the man with cold eyes. That's impossible. My agents would have noticed your presence. The man wearing face paint smirked. He raised his right hand and wiggled his fingers. Daily agents flew from the walls and the ceiling and landed in a pile in front of Long Feng, their necks all clearly broken. You mean these guys? He asked. Or do you mean the ones outside the door? The woman asked, pointing. Everyone, minus Judy 2.0, who just stood there in a pile of bodies, smiling, looked towards the open door and saw the headless bodies of more daily agents. How did you? Long Feng tried to ask, stunned that daily agents were so effortlessly killed. It is always wise to never underestimate a foe, the teenager told him. We have heard your ways of how you run the city. If you wish to wallow in ignorance, we will not stop you. His gaze hardened. But we will put our lives into your hands if you choose to do so. I will not trust a man who controls a city through fear and denial. Long Feng snorted in derision. And where will you go? You cannot leave this city unless I allow it. I could make you rot in the dungeons. He smiled what he thought was a dangerous smile. The teenager narrowed, and that was when Team Avatar saw something amazing happen. The cork on the gourd he wore popped off and sand flew out of it. The sand flew over to Long Feng, wrapped itself around his neck, and lifted him up into the air. It brought him back towards the teenager, holding the Grand Secretariat in front of him. You would do well to watch how you insult people, he told Long Feng. It would be so easy for me to snap your neck. The sand tightened around his neck, making him start to choke. But I will not. The sand released him, sending him crashing to the ground. As for your question, we will go with the Avatar. Me? Ing repeated, surprised by the words. The teenager nodded. He and the others walked over to Team Avatar. We should leave now, the man wearing face paint said. Otherwise, things might get nasty. Agreed, Sokka said. They were about to leave when Long Feng spoke. Why did you spare me? He asked the teenager. You bore me, he answered without looking back at him. There is no challenge in fighting a rat who desperately wants power. With that insult said, they left the library and the royal palace. Who are you guys? Toph asked as they made their way back to the house. It was a long walk, and they didn't have the carriage. But they wanted to get out of there, so they made it count. The people who pulled your rear ends out of the fire, the man with face paint answered, like it was completely obvious. That's who we are. That's not an answer, Toph declared. The people, few as there were, on the street looked at her when she shouted, but she ignored them. And your point is what, exactly? Will you knock it off? The woman said to him, completely exasperated by what he was doing. We are friends of friends, the teenager told Toph, his quiet voice somehow filling the air around them. That is who we are. That's even more cryptic, Katara said. But the truth, nonetheless. The rest of the walk was silent as no one else had anything to say. The sky was dark, and the stars seemed barely visible against the lights the city had lit. The walk finally ended at their destination. We're here, Sokka announced as they stood in front of the house. He walked in and saw that Team Asuma and Shiya were still up. So, how did the mission to talk to the Earth King go? Ino asked him as the others came in behind him. We botched it, thoroughly and utterly botched it, he answered. Akela padded over to him, pressing his weight to the tribesman's side. It couldn't have gone that bad, Shiya said. Well, we did learn that if we are going to do something like this again, Aang's not coming, he stated with absolute surety. Hey! Aang protested as he walked by. It wasn't my fault. You blew our cover so badly that there was no way we could about it, and because of that, we had to improvise, the water paragon told him. I panicked, he protested. Besides, you were the one who made spill the pitcher. You blow-dried that lady with airbending, ruining our cover. You should have gotten her a towel. And then you just went right up to the Earth King, scaring him away. The two of them scowled at each other before Aang finally looked away. We did learn something else, Toph said as she sat down on the floor. We learned that the Earth King is a puppet. The real power is with Long Feng and the Dai Li. She started to take the stuff in her hair out. She felt like a doll and she hated it. On the upside, we made some new friends, Katara said as she did the same. She looked back outside the door and that the people she was talking about were still outside. Aren't you going to come in? She asked. The three people entered the house. When they saw who it was, Team Asuma immediately stood up from where they sat. Lord Kazekage, Asuma said to the teenager, bowing. I am not your Kage. You need not bow to me, he replied, gesturing silently for them to stop. Hey, little boy, the woman said to Shikamaru. How have you been? Hello to you too, troublesome woman, he replied, a small, almost tiny, smile forming on his lips as he spoke. Wait, you guys know each other? Aang asked, looking back and forth between the two groups. Well, we did say we were friends of friends, the man with face paint said with a grin. Hang on, time out, Shiya said, raising her hand, getting everyone's attention. Could we get some names, please? She asked them. Of course, the teenager agreed. Long Feng never actually introduced us. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Toph, and Shiya, Asuma began. This is the Godame Kazekage, Gaara no Sabaku. The lady is his sister, Temari. And the man is his brother, Kankuro. They are shinobi who are from Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. Is the Kazekage anything like the Hokage? Sokka asked. It sounded familiar, but he wanted to be sure. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered to himself. The Kazekage is the leader of Suna, just like the Hokage is the leader of Konoha. You're a Kage? Katara asked. But you're their age. She gestured to Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. She never would have thought a leader of shinobi would be so young. It doesn't mean he can't be one, lady, Kankuro told her, protective of his little brother. Sorry, she apologized. It's just surprising. Normally, a leader would be a matured adult. You have nothing to apologize for, Gaara told her. That was not the first time he had gotten such a reaction, he had gotten one from Long Feng earlier that day. Sokka looked at both Team Asuma and the siblings and noticed they were attempting to have a silent conversation. Hey, I think that after all we've been through tonight, it's probably best if we go to bed, he told Aang, Katara, and Toph. Sounds like a good idea to me too, Shia agreed, trying to stifle a yawn. She was tired, but she wanted to know what had happened. The others agreed to the idea as well. They went to the bedrooms with Akela and Momo. Once Team Asuma made sure they were all asleep, both they and the Sand siblings sat down at the table in the main room. First things first, Asuma said. What are you three doing in the Bending Countries? He asked the Sand siblings. The council thought that it would be best if I took a vacation, Gaara answered. What happened? Ino asked. A Kage doesn't usually take a vacation, not unless they had been injured or something along those lines. An incident, Temari answered. That's all. What had happened was something the Konoha shinobi needed to know right now. How troublesome, Shikamaru groaned. We need to exchange information. Agreed, Gaara replied. Then let's start with this, Asuma said. Naruto Uzumaki has been living in these countries for the past 3 years and is now currently our enemy. That got the Sand siblings' attention. Chapter 15, Struggles and Reunions. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. It had been a month since Team Avatar and Team Asuma arrived in Ba Sing Se and met up with the Sand siblings. Ever since they discovered that Long Feng held the power and that they were being watched all the time, they couldn't really do anything. Therefore, they tried to make the best of it. Sokka, Shikamaru, and Kankuro had managed to land themselves in a poetry class and proceeded to have a 3-on-1 haiku duel with the teacher. They were doing pretty well until Kankuro flubbed it and added an extra syllable. At that point, they were tossed out of the building. At one point, Katara had managed to convince the other girls, including Shiya, that they needed a girls' day out at a spa. It had been going well, until they ran into another group of girls. The other girls took one look at Shiya's bust and let loose the mocking and the insults. She tried to ignore them, but they then started to poke her bust, wondering aloud if they were actually real or fake. It was then Shiya broke down and began to cry, causing the girls to leave the spa. Unfortunately, the other girls followed them onto a bridge, continuing with the mocking insults. At this point Toph had enough. She bent a hole in the stone bridge beneath the rude girls, making them fall into the river. Katara helped by bending the river into sending the girls faster down river. They cheered Shiya up afterwards, each telling her that they were a little jealous of her bust. She smiled at that and went back to her normal self. Aang, Gaara, Asuma and Choji also got into a little adventure of themselves. As they walked around the city, they came across a zoo that had seen better days. After listening to the zookeeper, Aang had the brilliant idea to let all the animals out and did so even when Asuma and Choji said it was a bad idea. Gaara just stayed silent. The result was rampant chaos throughout the city. The animals caused trouble everywhere and caused people to panic, especially a certain cabbage merchant who was about to scream his trademark complaint and then just gave up. After some initial confusion, Aang managed to herd the animals outside the city and into the farmlands. Once out there, he quickly bent stone walls up from the ground and made a new, spacious zoo. Although some house pets were caught in the zoo, they were quickly brought out and people enjoyed the new zoo. Aang still got smacked upside the head 3 times in a row for the boneheaded move he made. For the day and a half, he had a bright red handprint on the back of his head. However, it wasn't all just fun and games. Sokka and Shikamaru had almost literally torn the library of Ba Sing Se apart, trying to find something that could help them get around Long Feng's power. While covering different sections of the library, Sokka had an encounter with Naruto. Flashback. Spirits take it. Sokka swore as he slammed a book down on a table. He was glad there was no one nearby to hear his outburst. There has to be a way to get around Long Feng's control. He had been poring through books on the laws of Ba Sing Se, yet he couldn't come up with anything that he could actually use. Perhaps you've been thinking about it the wrong way, Naruto's voice came from behind him. He whipped his head around to see the Fire Nation Paragon leaning against the wall, reading a book. He looked completely at ease, like nothing was wrong. How did you get in? He hadn't heard the guy walk up behind him. Same way as you, through the front door, the blonde answered. He walked over to the table where Sokka was sitting and sat down, closing the book. What's stopping me from calling Shikamaru? Sokka asked, his eyes drifting to his boomerang lying on the table, off to the side. Eyes up here, Sokka, Naruto told him, getting his attention. What's stopping you from calling for Shikamaru is the fact he's on the other side of the library, and if he's called, the only thing he'll find is you on the ground unconscious. Besides, I just want to talk. We have nothing to talk about. They were on opposite sides of the war. By rights, they should be at each other's throats. As a matter of fact, we do, the blonde replied just as firmly. We've both seen the level of corruption in this city, and we both know who's responsible for that. Well, we can't exactly create a revolution in the streets, Sokka replied with dry sarcasm. We'd be arrested by the Daily, companions of the Avatar or not. And he was sure the man would enjoy locking them up and throwing away the key. And therein lays your problem, Naruto told him. Long Feng controls the Daily and as such, holds the power of the city. But your problem can also be your solution. What? What in the name of you did the blonde mean by that? Look at it like this. What would happen to Long Feng if his control of the Daily were taken away? It's food for thought. He stood up from the table and began to walk away. Why are you doing this? Sokka asked him. Why are you helping me? It didn't make any sense. He stopped and turned back to face him. The corruption in Ba Sing Se needs to be destroyed. How it's destroyed is up to you. He walked away from the table. Whether to go deeper into the library or to leave, Sokka didn't know. Turning his attention to the books in front of him, the tribesman noticed that the book Naruto had been reading was still on the table. Picking it up, he noticed that there was a piece of paper sticking out of the book. Turning to the page that had the paper, he read the page and his eyes widened. End flashback. Ever since then, Sokka had an ace in the hole against Long Feng and the Daily. However, due to his paranoia, which was justified, that the Daily would find out, he kept the ace secret. Only he knew what it was. But he did tell the others about his encounter with Naruto. This led to Team Asuma trying to track down Naruto in the city. They finally found him and spent the next few days trailing him. Shia called it stalking. Flashback. They looked at the restaurant. It was almost as old as the city and was quite expensive to eat in, the former they knew from asking around and the latter from just looking at the place. How can Naruto afford to eat in a place like this? Ino asked as they stood at the entrance, off to the side like they were waiting for a table, which they weren't. I don't know, Choji answered. I am sure that Naruto would have been paid if he was with the army that is at war with this kingdom. Anyways, I looked at the menu and despite some of the ingredients, what they're serving is top grade and well worth the price. He could smell what was cooking in the kitchen from where he stood. It made his mouth water and his stomach rumble. From what I understood, the Old Badger Mole has been among the top 5 restaurants in Ba Sing Se since they started ranking restaurants, Asuma told them. He could see all the people sitting down at tables, eating food that looked, and probably tasted, delicious. Excuse me, sirs, madam, a waiter said, coming up to and bowing to them. If you will follow me, please, I'll escort to your table. We didn't have a reservation, Asuma told the waiter. They had just been looking for someone. Yes, we noticed, he sneered at them. He could tell that they weren't really looking for food. They weren't dressed properly. However, we've been told that should you come in at lunchtime, we were to escort you to his table. He turned and walked away, leaving them with no choice but to follow. His table? Asked Ino. Who are we talking about? She got her answer when they were shown to a corner booth where Naruto sat eating. They are here, sir. Thank you. Naruto gave the waiter 4 gold pieces. The waiter took the tip, bowed and walked away. Team Asuma just stared at him as he ate. I took the liberty of ordering food for you 4, he finally told them, looking up at them. Please sit. They did so. What are you doing here, Naruto? Asuma asked, sitting across from the blonde. Eating. You know what Asuma-sensei meant, Naruto, Shikamaru told him. What are you doing in Ba Sing Se? What do you think I'm doing? He asked back with a smirk on his face. I didn't know. The other members of Team Asuma were surprised. Shikamaru admitting that he didn't know was not something they didn't want to hear. It made them feel like they didn't have an advantage. Before anyone could say anything else, the food for Team Asuma had arrived. Ino was the first to try what was in front of her, lifting a piece of the meal up and placing it in her mouth. This is good, she declared. Choji took a bite. She's right, he agreed. He had never tasted anything like this before in his life. The Old Badger Mole has been around for quite some time, Naruto told them, sounding like he was amused by it all. I think that they wouldn't keep bad recipes around. Naruto, why would you help us out? Asuma asked, having not touched by his food. You and your princess have been trying to take Aang for a while now. Why would you just turn around and help us? He looked at the Jonin with a neutral expression. I didn't help you. I helped Sokka. Ino scoffed. Right, you helped Sokka. He won't even tell us what he discovered. That had severely annoyed both her and her team. Why wouldn't tell them that information? That was smart of him, the blonde said, praising the tribesman. If he had told you guys, odds are the Avatar would have either said that they go straight for the Earth King right away or would have blabbed the secret where Daily could hear him. Aang's not that bad, Choji defended the air nomad. Really? Asked Naruto. From what I saw in the ballroom, he decided to fly right up to the Earth King, despite being undercover, on that little air ball for the whole world to see. If he was a Konoha shinobi and he pulled something like that, he would have been severely punished. Or have standards changed since I left? He eyed the team from Konoha. Don't get so high and mighty, Naruto. You would have done the same thing, Ino accused him. He had been quite the loudmouth when they had been younger, which had surprised her, and the rest of them, to discover that he wasn't like that anymore. You have a point, Ino, but I knew when I need to keep my mouth shut. In case all of you have forgotten, I had to change my behavior and habits when I joined this war. He threw a look at her. I also knew what the word undercover meant, something he doesn't. Why do you hate Aang? Shikamaru asked him. What did he do that earned your distaste? Naruto looked away from them and focused his eyes on the nearby wall. It's not so much what he did as it's what he is. I don't hate Aang. I may dislike him, but I don't hate him. I hate the Avatar. Aren't they the same thing? Choji asked. No, Aang's just a little brat. The Avatar is a title. Look at the people in this restaurant. He turned his gaze on the rest of the old badger mole and they did the same. For Kami only knows how long, the people on this side of the planet have regarded the Avatar as a savior, someone who could fix all the problems they could fix themselves if they tried. The reason the Fire Nation is winning this war is because people are still waiting for the Avatar to win this war for them. It disgusts me. They don't need the Avatar. They can solve their problems on their own. His face scrunched up in disgust as he spoke, looking at all the people present. That may be true, Asuma conceded as he looked back at Naruto. But you're lying to us, Naruto. That's not all there is to it. There is something else about Aang that makes you dislike him. No, there isn't, the blonde stated, turning back to look at them. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at Naruto, but then widened them in realization. Yes, there is. You dislike Aang because he reminds you of yourself when you were younger. How could he have missed it? It was so obvious now that he thought about it. Even when you were younger, you had a special ability to change other people's perceptions about life in general. Don't tell us you've become the very same person whose perceptions you wanted to change. How else that you were able to change our views of you? The blonde winced at those words, but it was enough for the other people at the table to see it. It was silent for a few minutes, and then he stood up from the table. Where are you going? Asuma asked him. I'm leaving and I'm making you get the bill, he told them, walking away from them. You leave and we'll come after you, Choji told him. This time, we'll get you. We're the kind of team that was made for capture and confinement. He stopped, looked back, and smirked. Is that right, Fatso? Asuma, Shikamaru, and Ino went pale while Choji went red. What did you just call me? He growled. Naruto's smirk grew wider. You still denying that, and saying you're just big-boned. Face it, Akimichiri a fat ass, he taunted the shinobi. Choji let out a roar of rage and leapt for him. The blonde just stepped to the side and let him crash into another table. This went for a few more minutes as Naruto caused Choji to destroy more of the restaurant, while the rest of Team Asuma tried to calm him down. When that finally happened, they were surrounded by the staff of the old badger mole and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. End flashback. To help repay for the damages, Team Asuma had to work as dishwashers in the kitchen for 3 days. After they had finished that, they tried to look for Naruto but only to fail. They were sure that they would find him again. All they had to do was keep looking. During all this action, Aang decided to start the search once again for Appa. Sokka had decided to help by trying to paint pictures of Appa for the missing posters, frowning as he worked. He sat on the floor next to Akela while Toph lounged nearby, Momo licking her foot. Kankuro had borrowed 2 tables and placed them together and against the wall. He sat there, working on something that nobody, aside from his brother and sister, really knew was. Shikamaru and Temari were playing shogi with Gaara keeping an eye on them, a combination of watching both of their strategies and making sure Shikamaru stayed on his side of the board. Due to an incident in Suna that involved a game of stripped shogi, both Gaara and Kankuro agreed that one of them should always keep an eye on the two whenever they were near a shogi board. The front door opened, letting Aang, Katara, Asuma, Ino, Choji, and Chie in. We found a printer to make our posters, Katara announced, holding a poster of Appa. It was professionally done and gave a good image of what Appa looked like. Sokka looked up at the poster. Good to know, because I don't think this is going to work. He held up a painting to emphasize his point. Sokka, the arrow is on his head, Aang told him. Katara tried to hold in her laughter at her brother's attempts at drawing the sky bison. It was horrible to say the least. See what I mean? He asked the wolf beside him. Akela nodded in agreement. It's not that bad, Kankuro said without even looking up from what he was working on. Yeah, it looks just like him to me, Toph said. Okay, you're not even looking in this direction, Sokka told the Suna shinobi, who was indeed still looking at his workbench. And why do you feel the need to do that? He asked the blind earthbender. Let's stick with the professional version, Katara suggested. No complaints here, he told her, ripping up the poster he held on his hands. Come on, let's get busy, Aang told them, holding stacks of posters in his hands. Well, he's certainly upbeat, Tamari noted, looking up from her game. It's troublesome, Shikamaru told her, moving a piece. Checkmate. She looked at the board. Damn it, you always do that. She reached for the sash around her waist with a small smirk on her face. I guess I should reward you. Gaara's gaze hardened and Kankuro whipped his head around to look at them. I don't want to run down the street to avoid becoming a eunuch because of you, troublesome woman, Shikamaru told her, avoiding the gazes of her brothers. That already happened once. Oh, you're no fun, she said, putting her hands down. She was smiling more fully now, happy to see the Konoha shinobi squirm. Hey, can you and the lazy ass save the honeymoon for later? Shiya asked the two of them. Look at the arrowhead. He's practically vibrating where he's standing. She pointed at Aang, who was indeed practically vibrating with barely contained energy. Perhaps it is best if we went to work, Gaara told them. That was all Aang needed to hear. He was out of the door with Momo before anyone could blink. The two of them flew over the city, dropping posters as they went. It was another day in the tea shop. Both Iroh and Zuko were serving tea, and judging by how many people were in the shop, they liked the tea. But things soon became different. So, you're the genius behind this incredible brew, a richly dressed customer told Iroh after drinking some of the tea, standing up from the seat he was in. The whole city is buzzing about you. I hope Pao pays you well. Good tea is its own reward, Iroh told him. It was something he believed in. But it doesn't have to be the only reward, the customer replied. How would you like to have your own tea shop? He was stunned by the offer. My own tea shop? This is a dream come true. Having overheard the last part of the conversation, Pao decided to join in. What's going here? Are you trying to poach my tea maker? He demanded. Sorry, Pao, but that's business for you. Am I right? The customer asked, laughing a little. Mushy, if you stay, I'll make you assistant manager, Pao told Iroh. Wait, senior assistant manager. I'll provide you with a new apartment in the upper ring. The tea shop is yours to do whatever you want, complete creative freedom, the customer told him. I even get to name the shop? Iroh asked. Creative freedom was not something he was expecting. He would have thought the man would insist on a particular name for the shop. Of course. You senior executive assistant? Tried Pao. Iroh simply handed him the teapot in his hands and bowed to the customer. Pao groaned and walked away. Did you hear, nephew? Iroh asked to a passing Zuko. This man wants to give us our own tea shop in the upper ring of the city. That's right, young man, the customer agreed. Your life is about to change for the better. I'll try to contain my joy, Zuko told him with heavy sarcasm. He slammed the tray of tea he held onto a table and went outside the tea shop, leaning against the wall. What in the name of Agni are we doing? They had been in Ba Sing Se long enough for his hair to grow slightly shaggy, and yet, all they'd done was serve tea. Is this my destiny now? Was he to serve tea to people until he died? That was when he saw something floating down through the air. He grabbed it to see that it was a poster of the Avatar's bison. He quickly looked up but saw nothing. He climbed to the roof of a nearby building to get a better look but saw no one. I swear this moron has no understanding of the words discreet and subtlety, Naruto's voice spoke from behind Zuko. He turned around and sure enough, Naruto was there on the roof. Naruto noticed him as well. Hey Zuko, he said in greeting. Love what you did with your hair. What are you doing here, Naruto? Zuko asked him carefully. How'd the blonde get into Ba Sing Se, and more importantly, what was he doing in Ba Sing Se? Well, I'm currently wondering just how idiotic the Avatar is. Doesn't he know that this will just get the attention of the Dai Li? He looked at Zuko thoughtfully. So, what are you going to do about it? What are you talking about? Zuko, you've been going after the Avatar for 3 years now, and you're just going to let an opportunity like this slip by. His eyes widened slightly in realization. This was indeed a golden opportunity. If there were posters that were giving information about the Avatar's bison, it must mean that the Avatar was here, in Ba Sing Se. But he knew he could say that to Naruto, certain that he would somehow report it to Azula. What I do is none of your concern, he finally said. Hey, it's your choice. It just seems like you've been given an easy chance to capture the Avatar. All you have to do is get the sky bison, the blonde shrugged. Well, do what you want to do. He walked over to the edge of the roof and stepped off, falling to the ground. Zuko quickly made his way over to the edge to see if Naruto was alive, only to see no one on the street below. Everyone was doing their own thing. Kankuro was still working on something. Toph was throwing a ball against the wall. Shikamaru was teaching Shiya how to play shogi. Ino was doing some flower arranging. Choji was checking the supplies they had recently bought. Asuma was sharpening his chakra blades. Temari was checking her equipment. Gaara just sat in a corner, waiting. Sokka and Katara were playing a game involving tiles. Aang walked through the front door with Momo. I just finished dropping all the leaflets. Has anyone come in with news about Appa? He asked as he ran to where Katara and Sokka were sitting. It's only been a day, Katara told him, focusing on the tiles in her hand. Just be patient. He did sit down, but when they heard knocking on the door, he stood right back up. Wow, you're right, he said. Patience really pays off. He ran back to the door. He opened it, revealing a visitor that they were not expecting. Judy? He asked, staring at their guide. Her creepy grin was plastered on her face. Judy, the one they actually knew, walked into the house. Hello, Aang, and Katara, and Sokka, and Toph, and Shikamaru, and Ino, and Asuma, and Choji, and Gaara, and Temari, and Kankuro, and Shiya, she greeted them as they gathered up in front of her. Mouthful, Shiya commented. No one paid attention to her. What happened to you? Sokka asked as he placed a restraining hand on a snarling Akela. The wolf still did not like the woman in front of them. Did the Daily throw you in jail? What? Jail? Repeated Judy. Of course not, the Daily are the protectors of our cultural heritage. But you disappeared at the Earth King's party, Toph said. They didn't see her when they left and hadn't seen her since, until now, that is. Oh, I simply took a short vacation to Lake Laogai, out in the country, she told them. It was quite relaxing. But then they replaced you with some other woman who also said her name was Judy, Katara told her. It had been a little more than creepy to see a different woman with the same name, clothes, and creepy smile. I'm Judy, she replied like it was the most obvious thing there was. Why are you here? Aang asked. She pulled out a poster of Appa. Dropping flyers and putting up posters isn't permitted within the city. Not without proper clearance. We can't wait to get permission for everything, Sokka told her. They wouldn't be able to do anything if they did, they'd just be sitting on their rears all day, waiting for permission to move. You are absolutely forbidden by the rules of the city to continue putting up posters, she told them, that creepy smile still on her face. Aang got into Judy's face, his head literally getting bigger and turning red. We don't care about the rules and we're not asking permission, he bellowed, steam coming out of the back of his head. We're finding Appa on our own and you should just stay out of our way. He slammed the door in her face. That's going to come back and bite us in the rear, Choji noted. He just knew that it would do that. Aang, you shouldn't have lost your temper like that, Asuma told the air nomad. It was never a good thing when someone exploded in that manner. It would always reveal something to the other person, who might try to use it to their advantage. I don't care, he snapped, his head going back to normal size and turning less red. He was sick and tired of the runaround they were going through. From now on, we do whatever it takes to find Appa. Yeah, let's break some rules. Toph cheered before destroying a side of the house via earthbending. The rest of the group was silent. I don't think that was what he meant, Gaara finally said. Let's just get going, Aang said. They could worry about the damages later. One question though, Kankuro said. Did anyone else see his head go big and red or was it just a genjutsu? He pointed to Aang. I saw it and I don't even know what a genjutsu is, Shiya told him. That had been a weird thing to see. We can save it for later, Katara told them. Let's go. They exited the house, unaware that they were being watched by Daily from a nearby roof. I'm extremely disappointed in your work with the Avatar and his friends, Judy. I had hoped that you would be able to control this situation, Long Feng said as he sat in front of the fire. Judy had just recently come to him and told him about what the Avatar was trying to do. I'm so sorry, but they don't trust me anymore, Judy told him, starting to get upset. I don't think I can keep working like this. Judy, the Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai, he said to her. Her eyes dilated at those words. I am honored to accept his invitation, she said without emotion. Good, now go await further orders. She left the room. He stood up and stared into the fire. If the Avatar keeps searching for his bison, it could upset the delicate balance we've worked so hard to achieve in this city, he said, half to himself and half to the agents in the room. It could even cost us control of the Earth King. Should we take care of him? One of the Daily agents standing at the door asked. No. It's much too dangerous for us to confront him directly. Let's see if we can handle this quietly. Sir, might I suggest we use the boy we took care of? The other agent suggested. Apparently, he and the Avatar have had a history. Long Feng said nothing, he just nodded his agreement. Iroh was packing away clothes when the door to the apartment opened and Zuko walked in. So, I was thinking about names for my new tea shop, Iroh told him. How about the Jasmine Dragon? It's dramatic, poetic, has a nice ring to it. Zuko didn't comment, he simply showed his uncle the poster. The Avatar is here in Ba Sing Se, and he's lost his bison, he stated. The silent meaning behind those words filled the air. Iroh took the poster and looked at it. We have a chance for a new life here, he told his nephew, who walked away once the poster was out of his hands. If you start stirring up trouble, we could lose all the good things that are happening for us. Zuko was staring out the window when he heard those words. Good things that are happening for you. He snapped at Iroh, turning back to face him. Have you ever thought that I want more from life than a nice apartment and a job serving tea? There is nothing wrong with a life of peace and prosperity, his uncle replied. I suggest you think about what it is that you want from your life and why. I want my destiny, he said, walking away. What that means is up to you. Iroh then had another idea for the tea shop. The tea weevil? No, that's stupid. They put up posters of Appa along the walls. We'll split up to cover more area, Sokka decided. Toph, you should come with me, he told the blind earthbender. Why? She demanded. Because you think I can't posters on my own? She yanked the paintbrush out of Sokka's hand, swiped a streak of glue on the wall, and slammed a poster onto the glue. However, she had put the poster up backwards. It's upside down, isn't it? No one said a word. I'll just go with Sokka. She handed him back the paintbrush. They split up and went different ways. Katara and Shuya were putting up posters near a river when they heard a voice, one Katara knew. Katara? Said the voice. She turned her head and gasped, confusing Shuya. Standing behind the two girls was Jet. I think I can help you, he told them. Katara's reaction was to blush in anger, bend the river behind her up into the air, and hurl it at him. Katara, I've changed, he protested before the water sent him flying into an alley. Katara went after him. Tell it to some other girl, Jet, she told him before bending some of the leftover water into ice spikes and throwing it at Jet. I think I'm missing something here, Shia called out. Neither of them paid attention to her. One was trying to make he didn't die and the other was trying to kill him. Jet drew his hook swords to shatter the spikes but was forced back to the end of the alley, which was a dead end. I don't want to fight you. I'm here to help. To prove his point, he dropped his swords, sending them to the ground. Katara looked baffled. Jet then reached for something behind his back, making Katara pin him to the alley wall via more ice spikes. By now, the rest of the group had shown up. Katara, what is it? Sokka asked. He had heard a fight beginning and raced over. Jet's back, she growled, staring at the freedom fighter with hatred in her eyes. He just stared dispassionately back. Oh boy, Aang replied. That wasn't good, especially when Katara was this mad about seeing him. Hey! Shia shouted, getting everyone's attention. I'm pretty sure the rest of us are lost here. Could you please explain who exactly this guy is? I'm with her, Kankuro said. Same, Ino agreed. To her, it was just a stranger pinned to the wall before them. We met Jet a while back, Sokka told them. We didn't leave on good terms. That might have been putting it mildly, as they had left him frozen to a tree after stopping his attempt to destroy a dam. So, we can't trust anything he says, Katara said, glaring at the man in question. We don't even know why he's here, her brother told her. I don't care why he's here. Whatever the reason is, it can't be good. She was prepared to crush the freedom fighter right where he was pinned. I'm here to help you find Appa, Jet finally said. He revealed what he had been reaching for, one of the Appa posters. Open mouth, insert foot, Shia said. No kidding, Ino said. Shut up, you two, Katara told them, throwing a glare at the two of them. She didn't need that at the moment. Katara, we have to give him a chance, Aang said. This just might be the break they needed. I swear I've changed, Jet told them. I was a troubled person and I let my anger get out of control. But I don't even have the gang now. I've put all that behind me. You're lying, Katara said. She could not and would not believe anything that came out of his mouth. Toph walked up to the wall and placed her hand on it, next to him. He's not lying. How can you tell? Choji asked, curious about how she could do that. I can feel his breathing and heartbeat. When people lie, there's a physical reaction, she explained. He's telling the truth. Katara, we don't have any leads, Aang told her. If Jet says he can take us to Appa, we have to check it out. All right, Katara agreed, before pointing a finger at Jet. But we're not letting you out of our sight. She pointed again to emphasize her point. Can you say tension? Kankuro asked with a smirk on his face. I believe you can, Gaara answered, smiling a little. They unhooked Jet from the wall, and he led them to a warehouse. This is the place I heard about, he told them as they entered the building. They looked around, but the place was empty. If this is a trap, Katara warned him, her hand going for her pouch. I told you, I work nearby, he replied, stopping her. Two guys were talking about some giant furry creature they had. I figured it must be Appa. He was here, Toph called out. She was holding a clump of white fur. They all gather around her. She gave the clump to Aang, who felt it. We missed him. He could tell just by how the fur felt in his hand. We're going to call in Team Kurenai, Asuma stated. They're the tracking team. But it might be too late, Ino pointed out to her sensei. The trail could already be stale. They took that big thing yesterday, an old man with a broom said as he walked past them. Shipped him out to some island. About time, I'd been cleaning up fur and various leavings all day. What island? Where's Appa? Aang demanded, rushing over to the old man. Foreman said some rich royal type on whale tail brought him up. Guess for a zoo or such. Though, could be the meat be good. We've got to get to Whale Tail Island, the air nomad declared. Where's Whale Tail Island? Both Sokka and Asuma checked their maps. Asuma's map also had the current locations of the other teams. Far, very far, Sokka said, lowering his map. Neither Team Kurenai or Team Guy are close to it, Asuma said. From what he could tell, they were either in the eastern part or the northwest part of the Earth Kingdom. Here it is. Sokka pointed to Whale Tail Island on his map, laying it on the floor. It's near the South Pole, almost all the way home. Aang, it'll take us weeks just to get to the tip of the Earth Kingdom, Katara told the air nomad. And then we'll need to find a boat to get to the island. I don't care. We have a chance to find Appa. We have to try. Must be nice to visit an island, the old man said aloud. I haven't had a vacation in years. Don't you have some more hair to clean up? Katara asked him, irritated that he was interrupting them. There's no need to be rude, Choji told her. She ignored him. Shuffle on, I get ya, the old man replied as he kept walking. No more need for old Sweepy. You're right, Aang, Katara said to the airbender. Right now our first concern has to be finding Appa. We can come back when we have him. All right, let's get moving, Sokka told them, both he and Akela taking the lead. I'll come with you, Jet told them as they started to leave the warehouse. We don't need your help, Katara vehemently replied. Why won't you trust me? He asked before following the rest of the group, leaving Katara, Toph and Shia alone in the warehouse. Gee, I wonder. Like she was ever going to forget what had happened the first time they had met. Was this guy your boyfriend or something? Toph asked her. What, no? She protested. Why would she even think that? I can tell you're lying, the earthbender said in a sing-song voice. Even I can see that, Shia said, a big smirk forming on her face. You know what this means, princess? We're going to have to fish for details later. Katara just walked out of the warehouse. They made their way down the street, not really paying attention to the few people who were passing them. We can take the train to the wall, but then we'll have to walk, Sokka said. Don't worry. On the way back, we'll be flying, Aang told him. We still have to figure out a way to get the three of us out without Long Feng finding out, Tamari said, gesturing to herself and her brothers. We'll worry about that when we get there, he replied. He was simply happy to be a trail that would lead them to Appa. We're finally leaving Ba Sing Se, worst city ever, declared Toph. However, things did not go as they had planned. Jet! Cried Smellerbee as she and Longshot came out of a nearby side street. That single word made everyone stop in their tracks. I thought you said you didn't have your gang anymore, Katara told Jet when she heard Smellerbee. I don't, he replied as he turned around, only to be hugged by Smellerbee. We were so worried, she said. How did you get away from the Daily? The Daily, repeated Katara, a shocked expression appearing on her face. I don't know what she's talking about, Jet said in protest. He got arrested by the Daily a couple of weeks ago. We saw them drag him away, Smellerbee explained as the others gathered around. Why would I be arrested? I've been living peacefully in the city. He vividly remembered coming into the city, finding a job, and not causing a fuss about anything. He knew that was what happened. Toph knelt to the ground between them, placing her hand on it. This doesn't make any sense, she announced. They're both telling the truth. That's impossible, Katara said. One of them had to be lying. Nothing is impossible, Gaara told her. He knew that from experience. Gaara's right, Sokka agreed, figuring out the truth. Toph can't tell who's lying because they both think they're telling the truth. Jet's been brainwashed. That's crazy. It can't be, Jet denied. He then noticed that everyone was beginning to enclose upon him. Stay away from me. They didn't listen. It was dark outside, and everyone was in their own home. A Daily agent walked down the street, patrolling the city. Out of my way, Skinny, a voice declared behind him. The blue spirit ran by, shoving the agent out of the way. Watching him turn into an alley, the agent gave chase. When he came to the front of the alley, he saw the blue spirit standing in the middle of the alley, swords drawn and obviously expecting a fair fight. The agent launched one of his rock gloves at the blue spirit's chest, making a hole, and launched the other at the spirit's head, knocking clean off. As the head landed, it was revealed that it was only a dummy. Huh? The agent asked before feeling a sword at his neck. If you don't want to end up like him, you'll do what I'll say, the blue spirit threatened the agent as he stood behind him. They took Jet to a building where the Daily would not go looking for them. To ensure that they didn't get sneaked up on, Momo and Akela stood outside and kept watch. The Daily must have sent Jet to mislead us. And that janitor was a part of their plot too, Katara said. This is becoming a drag, Shikamaru said to himself. Just pay attention, little boy, Tamari told him. I bet they have Appa here in the city, Aang said, thinking it over. Maybe he's in the same place they took Jet. Where did they take you? He asked Jet, who was sitting in a chair. Nowhere, answered Jet. I don't know what you're talking about. He knew that he had been in the city and living peacefully. He didn't know anything about the Daily. We need to find a way to jog his real memories, the air nomad muttered. That was probably the only way they were going to get anywhere. Ino, get to work, Asuma ordered his student. Understood. Everyone, give me some room. They did as they were told. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, she said, her hands flashing through the hand seals. The first thing she saw in his mind as she tried to work the memory block out was the memory of his home burning to the ground. He was a child and could do nothing as he watched his family burn to death, their screams still reaching his ears. No! He screamed, lurching forward and sending Ino back into her own body. It's too painful, don't ever do that again. He all but yelled at her. Ino, are you okay? Choji asked, concerned for his teammate. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, getting up from where she fell. I'm just surprised that a guy who doesn't know anything about chakra was able to push me out. It must have been quite the powerful memory for him to do such a thing. Were you able to get into his memories? Shikamaru asked. She shook her head. Not fully, I only managed to loosen the grip of the memory block, but I don't think he'll let me in again. Maybe this will help. Katara walked behind Jet, bent water out of her pouch and held it to his ears, trying to heal his mind. Ino walked up to him and repeated her jutsu, going into his mind again. He sat there, looking at the floor. His vision began to get blurry, so he tried to look up. When he did, he saw the floor give way to water and saw a man standing on the water. Before he could get a good look at the man, he disappeared under the water. What he saw next were only flashes. He saw an underground tunnel and a Daily agent with a light circling around him. They took me to a headquarters under the water, he said as he opened his eyes. Like a lake. Wait, Sokka said as he remembered the last conversation with Judy. Remember what Judy said? She said she went on vacation to Lake Laogai. That's it. Lake Laogai, said Jet as he stood up. Now we know where to go, Aang said. We should head for the monorail and make our way to the lake, Asuma told them. That was going to be the fastest way to get there. It'll take us some time to get there, Gaara said. We should rest once we get to the lake area and we begin our search in the morning. It was a sound idea, one they all agreed with. As they made their way to the monorail station and took it out to the closest station to the lake, they found a nearby inn and went to sleep. They practically had to knock out Aang because he couldn't go to sleep and kept everyone else up. They had a quick breakfast and then made their way to the lake. So, where's the secret headquarters? Sokka asked. All he saw was a lake. Under the water, I think, Jet answered, scratching his head. The memory he had now was a bit fuzzy. So how will we get in? She asked. I'm hoping you're not thinking about having us swim out into the middle of the lake and then dive. Why? Are you afraid of water? Temari asked her. It's not exactly easy to swim with these. She pointed to her breasts. There's a tunnel right there near the shore, Toph told them, pointing to the spot. She walked to the shore, whistling as she went. When she reached the edge of the shore, she brought up a slab of rock with earth bending. At the end of the slab was a stone that looked like it was covering something. Toph moved the stone to reveal a hole with a long ladder leading down. Momo flew away, not wanting to go underground. Akela, Sokka told the wolf, stay out of sight. Akela nodded in agreement and headed back to the shore. They made their way down the ladder and into the headquarters. Jet led the way. It's all starting to come back to me, he whispered. His memories were becoming clearer and clearer as they walked through the eerily lit tunnels. They passed by a slightly open door and took a quick look inside. What they saw scared them. I'm Judy. Welcome to Ba Sing Se, a Daily agent said as he stood in front of several women. I'm Judy. Welcome to Ba Sing Se, they repeated with a monotone voice. We're so lucky to have our walls to create order. We're so lucky to have our walls to create order, they repeated with the same voice. By the spirits, that's terrifying, Shia whispered as she looked through the door. How could they do this? They were taking women and turning them into dolls. The rat only wishes to have power and control, Gaara told her. He does not care about the methods to get them. He was disgusted by what he was seeing. Even he had been treated better as a child than those women were now, and that was saying something. That's why we have to stop him, Sokka said. They needed to bring Long Fong down so the Earth King could learn about the war and to prevent anything like this ever happening again. Shia was silent for a minute. Sokka, can you promise me something? She finally asked. The tribesman turned to face her. It was the first time she used his name. What? Promise me that I won't become a Judy. She looked back to the door and quickly whipped her eyes away. She sounded scared at the idea of becoming something like that. Don't worry, you won't. I think there might be a cell big enough to hold Appa up ahead, Jet told them. They soon came across the door he mentioned. I think it's through here. He opened the door. The sky bison was chained to the floor. After finally escaping the sandbenders and having bad experiences, which ranged from hunger to a Fire Nation circus, Appa had made it to Ba Sing Se, only to be captured by Long Fong. The only one who had gotten closest before now was Momo, who found the location where Appa was taken. But that was it. Now, he was in a dark room, lighted by the palest light, and chained to the floor so that he could not fly. The door to the cell opened and he opened his eyes, hoping that it was Aang. But what he got was a person wearing a blue mask. He stood up into a defensive position and growled at the person. He knew who it was just by his scent. Expecting someone else? The blue spirit asked, walking into the room and drawing his swords. They all walked through the door and into the room. It was big, empty, and dark. Despite all that, they couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone in the room. Their fear became true when the door behind them closed and the room lit up, revealing Daily agents hanging from the ceiling and walls. Now that's something different, Sokka commented as his boomerang was quickly drawn. Next thing you know, it'll be raining men, Ino said, agreeing with the tribesman. Of which I think you'll love every minute, Tamari told her. You have made yourselves enemies of the state, Long Feng announced, standing before them with Daily agents standing behind him. Take them into custody, he ordered the Daily. They dropped down from the ceiling and encircled the group. Two of the Daily acted first by bending their rock gloves at the group, which then turned into fists. Toph shattered the gloves by earthbending them, which allowed Temari and Kankuro to get in close and take them down. Kankuro knocked the legs from underneath the one he was fighting while Temari used her folded-up fan as a club, knocking two more Daily agents unlucky enough to get closer to her. Jet and Shiya charged two other Daily agents, who also launched their rock gloves at them. Jet shattered them with his sword and slid past one of them, using his hook sword to trip up one of the agents. Shiya punched the other Asian hard in the stomach, sending him flying into the wall. Aang dealt with agents with both airbending and earthbending. Sokka and Katara also destroy a pair of rock gloves but got caught by the second pair. They started to get dragged towards the Daily agents who had fired the gloves but were saved when Toph bent a rock wall between them and the agents. They tried sending a rock line at her, but she bent the earth beneath her upwards into a column. The two agents went after her using columns, along with two other agents running up opposite sides of the walls. They bent columns out of the walls and sent straight at Toph. She took down the first pair easily, jumped over the columns coming from the walls and took out the other two. However, a rock glove caught from behind, making her fall back to the ground and towards the agent bending the glove. She was saved by Jet, who was using a steel chain to swing past her. The agent fired off a rock shoe after the two, but Longshot destroyed the shoe with an arrow. Two other agents joined the first and bent more rocks at them. Jet leapt over Longshot's back and destroyed the rocks with his hook swords. The agents were about to bend another round of rocks at them but were grabbed by their legs and thrown at the wall by sand. Toph, Jet and Longshot turned and saw the sand coming out of Gaara's gourd. Gaara wasn't moving himself, but whenever a rock glove, or shoe, was sent at him, the sand would protect him from the attack. He gave them a nod and then went to help Team Asuma. Long Feng just watched all this happen. When he realized that the odds were not going to be in his favor, he left through the door, closing it behind him. Aang saw him leaving. Long Feng is escaping, he yelled out. He went after him with Jet and Shiya behind him, blowing the door apart with earthbending. They chased after Long Feng, entering a room that pipes in the walls and water coming out of them. They looked around for Long Feng, only to hear and see the door seal them in. Long Feng dropped down in front of the sealed door. All right, Avatar, you've caused me enough problems, he said, completely annoyed. This is your last chance if you want your bison back. You do have Appa. Tell me where he is, Aang demanded. Agree to exit the city now, and I'll waive all charges you and allow you to leave with your lost pet. He practically ordered the air nomad. How about you give us the bison and I don't smash your face in as well as making you unable to have children? Shiya threatened, holding up her fists to emphasize her point. You're in no position to bargain, Jet told Long Feng, readying his hook swords. Am I not? He asked with a calm and confident smirk on his face. You're definitely not, Aang told him, readying his staff. He was outnumbered and outmatched. Jet, the Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai. Jet went still as his eyes dilated. I am honored to accept his invitation, he intoned with an emotionless voice. He turned on the others. They dodged his swings but were still surprised. What's the matter with you, Jet? Shiya demanded. Jet's only reply was to charge them. Appa growled at the blue spirit, stomping his front feet to warn him off. You're mine now, the blue spirit said. Hearing the door behind him open, he turned and readied his swords for a fight. But who he saw next was not someone he was expecting. Uncle? Iroh stood at the door, closing it behind him. So, the blue spirit, he said. I wonder who could be behind that mask. The blue spirit sighed, lowered his swords and took off his mask, revealing Zuko's face. What are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same thing, his uncle replied. What do you plan to do now that you've found the Avatar's bison? Keep it locked in our new apartment? Should I go put on a pot of tea for him? Uncle's using sarcasm. He's never done that, Zuko thought. But while surprising, that wasn't important. He turned his attention back to the bison. First I have to get it out of here. And then what? Iroh shouted. You never think these things through. This is exactly what happened when you captured the Avatar at the North Pole. You had him and then you had nowhere to go. I would have figured something out, he protested. No, the Dragon of the West yelled at him. If his friends hadn't found you, you would have frozen to death. He growled slightly in frustration and looked away. I know my own destiny, uncle. He had to bring the Avatar to the Fire Nation. He had to go home. Is it your own destiny? Or is it a destiny someone else has tried to force on you? Stop it, uncle. I have to do this. He faced the bison. That was what he had to focus on. With it, he was even closer to taking the Avatar captive. I'm begging you, Prince Zuko, Iroh said, using his title, something he hasn't done since they had first traveled to Ba Sing Se. It's for you to look inward and begin asking yourself the big questions. Who are you and what do you want? Zuko's emotions ran rampant. He tried to calm them, but he just couldn't. Not being able to take it anymore, he gave a frustrated yell and threw the swords and the mask to the ground. His yell echoed all around them, bouncing off the walls. It almost seemed mocking. Jet kept coming at both Aang and Shu Ye, swinging wildly. Jet, it's me, Aang, Aang told him as they dodged. You don't have to do this. I'm afraid he no longer has a choice, Long Feng said smugly. You can it, Shu Ye shouted. She tried to charge him, but Jet attacked them again. Aang and Shu Ye moved out of his swings. They didn't want to get hit by them. Aang sent him skidding back with a blast of air. Jet, I'm your friend, he said. Look inside your heart. Jet shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. Do your duty, Jet, Long Feng commanded him. He walked towards the two and stopped, breathing heavily. He can't make you do this, Aang told him. You're a freedom fighter. Those words caused Jet to remember everything those words meant, the thought of his friends, what they did and why they chose to do it. The memories started to blur together, and he kept seeing Long Feng's face interspaced between the memories. Finally, the haze of memories cleared, and Jet returned to normal. Long Feng did not see this. Do it! Do it now! He commanded. Jet responded by throwing one of his hooked swords at him like a spear. Long Feng sidestepped and responded by bending a rock line at Jet. It struck him hard in the chest, sending him to the ground. Both Aang and Shu Ye saw this when the dust cloud finally cleared. They over to Jet as Long Feng bent a rock column upwards and leapt into a pipe. Foolish boy, he said. You've chosen your own demise. Don't run away, you coward! Shu Ye shouted, going after him. But the column had dropped back into the ground and Long Feng had disappeared into the pipe. I'm sorry, Aang, Jet croaked out as both Aang and Shu Ye knelt beside him. They could tell just how he was breathing that he was in pain. Don't be, Aang told him. It wasn't your fault, Shu Ye agreed. The door to the room opened, letting the rest of the group in. They were all shocked to see Jet lying on the floor. They rushed over to him, gathering around his body. Katara bent the water out of her pouch and covered her hands with it. She placed them over Jet's chest. This isn't good, she declared after a few minutes. She knew that the injuries were extensive. Ino knelt and did her own diagnostic, her hands glowing with green chakra. She's right, she finally said, letting her chakra dissipate. Not even Lady Tsunade or Sakura could save him, there's too much damage. I'm sorry, she told Smellerby and Longshot. Don't be, Smellerby replied. You guys go and find Appa. We'll take care of Jet. We're not going to leave you, Katara told them. There's no time. Just go. We'll take care of him. He's our leader, Longshot replied, speaking for the first time, surprising everyone. Don't worry, Katara, Jet said to her. I'll be fine. He gave a small smile. She closed her eyes, stopping herself from seeing her, and stood up from where she knelt. Ino did the same thing. They walk away from him and his freedom fighters. He's lying, Toph whispered to Sokka. He didn't say anything in response. They walked away through another door, not looking back to see Smellerby crying or Longshot standing guard with an arrow ready. They finally found the cell that held Appa. They opened it only to find an empty room. Appa's gone, Aang said. Long Feng beat us here. If we keep moving, maybe we can catch up with him, Sokka stated. They all ran out of the room and found a nearby exit. Toph bended up to the surface and broke through the stone, serving as a blocker. They jumped out of the hole and saw Akela running towards them. We have to keep moving, Asuma ordered. They all started running down the path when both Aang and Shikamaru noticed that there were Dai Li coming out of the exit and chasing them. We've got Dai Li agents on our 6, Shikamaru told them, quickly looking back at them to count how many there were. You think we can outrun them? She asked. She had also looked back to see how many were behind them. I don't think it's going to matter, Choji answered. In front of them stood a line of Dai Li along with Long Feng. There were also Dai Li along the cliff on their right. The agents in front of them bent a large wall to rise so that they were blocked. They hung to the wall while Long Feng stood on top of it. When they stopped, the Dai Li behind them did the same thing. They had been blocked in, except for the shinobi, who could walk on the water. Spirits take it, Sokka swore aloud as he looked around, seeing all the agents and Long Feng. Do we have any options? Momo flew down onto Aang's shoulder, making noises at them. What is it, Momo? Aang asked. Momo took off from his shoulder and flew into the sun. Akela raised his nose up and sniffed the wind. His lips curled back into a wolfish grin. He threw his head and howled to the sky. The Dai Li agents shivered at the howl. It almost sounded like a battle cry. After Akela was done, silence reigned supreme. Then, from above they heard a roar that seemed to answer Akela's howl. From the direction of the sun, a certain sky bison flew down to them. Appa! Cried Aang with joy. Appa smashed through both walls, sending Dai Li everywhere. Aang and Toph took care of the ones on the wall by bending the area of the cliff they were on to jet out, sending them flying into the drink. After Appa had smashed through both walls, he turned around and landed on the ground. As Long Feng stood back up, he saw that the Dai Li had gotten away. He then turned around and came face to face with a very, very, very pissed off sky bison. I can handle you by myself, he declared. He charged at Appa, bending the earth to form a ramp beneath him. He threw a kick at the sky bison, but all Appa had to do to stop him was bite down on his leg. He tossed Long Feng out into the water, making him skip like a stone before finally sinking into the water. Appa stood there for a few seconds and then spat out Long Feng's shoe. Then he turned his head towards the group, causing them, except for the Sand siblings and Shiya, who had never met him, to run forward and circle around him. He sat down and let them get close. Sokka hugged his arm while Akela and Momo jumped onto his head. Aang leapt onto his forehead, trying to hug him for all he's worth. I miss you, buddy, he said, tears of joy flowing freely down his face. Appa closed his eyes in contentment. So that's a sky bison, Shiya said as she looked at Appa. Truly, an impressive creature, Gaara commented. There were a very few creatures he had seen in his life who could match the one in front of him. Sokka lifted his head from Appa's leg, seeing that they hadn't moved from where they stood. Come on, guys, get over and meet Appa, he told them. They walked over and placed a hand on Appa. When he didn't growl at them, things went more smoothly. A few minutes later, Appa was flying over the water with passengers on board. Katara looked down at the water, remembering Jet. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned around to see Aang, Toph, and Sokka. The four of them on Appa's head gave a group hug while the others stayed on Appa's back. Appa himself just lowed in contentment. Akela woofed in agreement. They climbed out of the hole that served as an entrance. You did the right thing, nephew, Iroh told him. Zuko didn't reply, he just took out the mask of the blue spirit and looked at it. Leave it behind, Iroh told him. He walked to the edge and tossed the mask into the water. After he watched sink into the water, he and Iroh left. Naruto stood on the cliff, watching as the sky bison flew away. Hook, line, and sinker, he said with a smirk. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi.